British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651, Death of George VI. With his wife's guarantee, Alan Wilson was naturally full of confidence. It was hard to say whether he could catch up with the United States. Anyway, Japan's steel production had already surpassed the United States in the 1970s. As for how difficult it was to surpass Britain, the upper limit of Britain's steel production capacity was about 20 million tons. Otherwise, this slogan would not appear at all. It can be seen that setting Britain's steel production as a target is not an impossible task. As for the quality problem, it is imported into the colonies anyway. What big scenes have the major colonies of British Africa seen? First solve the problem of whether there is any, and then talk about the quality problem. At this stage, any import is something that black people have never seen. It's good to have it. What's the quality? He doesn't even care whether the real estate will succeed. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Anyway, for the colonies, Alan Wilson has his own understanding. Even if he feeds shit, he must let the locals eat it with a smile, and he can't give them any chance to say no. Alan Wilson's colleagues spent a happy year-end in Kuala Lumpur. Many colleagues said that the climate here is very good, and even considered buying a property at an appropriate time and going on vacation in their spare time. Alan Wilson made a simple calculation about this kind of behavior of wanting to have sex with Japanese streetwalkers for free. He felt that it was not unacceptable. If Japan developed, there was still South Korea. In 10 years, South Korea would still be in a state of hopelessness. Consider introducing a group of women to give Korean women a chance to earn foreign exchange. Maybe British Malaya could also cultivate a Cheeble agent of its own like Japan cultivated Lot and reach out to South Korea. If South Korea failed, there was still South Vietnam. As long as the goal was set low enough, nothing would be a problem. But Alan, there is one more thing this year. When you are in Zanzibar, let us find some athletes to represent the British Empire at the start of the Olympics. John, who did not know that his evidence of parallel jogging had been known by Alan Wilson, mentioned this year's Helsinki Olympics, but this matter has not been approved by Whitehall so far. London has doubts and is afraid that the people at home will be dissatisfied. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Alan Wilson snorted. I will have a chance to communicate with Whitehall about this matter. Dissatisfaction can be resolved. Let's have a competition with the athletes you choose. Whoever wins will go. Of course, we have a reason to do this. It is to give the colonies a chance. In a sense, if the British Empire includes all the current overseas territories, then participating in the Olympics cannot exclude the subjects of these territories. Otherwise, going on a public trip? If Alan Wilson remembered correctly, the so-called post-war Big Three Britain, in the Helsinki Olympics, won a total of more than 10 medals with 1 gold and 2 silver medals, and was lost in the crowd. This time, the Helsinki Olympics became a battleground between the United States and the Soviet Union. How could this be possible? It would be against the historical tradition of the British Empire not to muddy the waters at such an important occasion as the Olympics. Anyway, those East African countries that produced long-distance runners are now British colonies. The only place in West Africa that produced short-distance runners is Nigeria. However, considering that the Americas are still in poverty except North America, and racial segregation in the United States has not been lifted, athletes selected by the Nigerian and Togolese commissioners should also have certain advantages. I guess the local athletes really treat this Olympics as a trip. The Rhodesian commissioner chuckled. That won't work. Gentlemen all understand the distribution of overseas and local interests. We are not completely consistent. Sometimes, fighting for certain interests for the colonies is to maintain our own status. Hong Kong has done a good job in this regard. We must also keep a hand at the critical moment. Alan Wilson said with a carefree look. If local athletes are not working hard enough, then we must also increase some local sense of crisis. The current development of Britain from an island country to today is not in vain. It is the result of the efforts of generations of citizens. How many sports were invented by Britain? Don't you feel embarrassed to go to the Olympics for a formality? Alan Wilson thought casually, and could think of various sports including, but not limited to football, cricket, rugby, badminton, table tennis, etc. Regarding this Helsinki Olympics, he is not without even a little preparation. Since last year, Alan Wilson has also been promoting badminton in British Malaya. In later generations in Malaysia, badminton is the most popular sport, and naturally it has also received full support from the central government and large enterprises. The Malaysian team has won many Thomas Cup championships. Every time the whole country rejoices at this time, the then Prime Minister Mahathir announced a national holiday for one day, and the champion players also joined the wealthy class overnight, returned home in glory, and were personally received by the Sultan in the palace. Alan Wilson's words made the colonial commissioners nod their heads and ask the host when to talk to Whitehall about this matter. I will need the support of my colleagues at that time. Alan Wilson raised his glass to his colleagues and said, I hope that this Olympics, the British Empire can teach a lesson to the United States and the Soviet Union who are determined to win. In fact, for the athletes selected by the major colonies in British Africa, if Whitehall can recognize the participation of colonial track and field athletes this time, Britain is likely to teach the United States a lesson. Of course, this is not possible. In this era, the track and field arena is not dominated by blacks. Athletes from Eastern European countries who have undergone close training are no worse than black track and field athletes in the track and field arena. Now everything is still hard to say. First of all, the host country has to make an invitation, and the country concerned recognizes and sends a representative team to participate. If Helsinki invites some places in the UK, such as Hong Kong can form a team to participate alone. The colonies that were not invited could participate in the competition in the name of the British Empire, so there was an opportunity to smooth things over. Half of the British Empire's civil servants spent Christmas and New Year's Day in Kuala Lumpur before returning to their posts. They all expressed their gratitude for the hospitality of British Malaya. If two gentlemen had not taken away the Japanese women who accompanied them, Alan Wilson might have been happier. But when he thought about it, he realized that they didn't use any coercive means, but took the women away with their personal charm, so he had no right to object. After all, the result of the World War is here, and the current Japan is no longer in the mental state of carrying the hopes of the yellow race before the war. The fact that Japan was occupied by the United States has made Japanese men accept royalty, let alone women. These women followed very strange foreigners to a place they had never been to before. Princess Margaret said incomprehensibly, "Isn't it too risky?" So, the UK must never allow other countries to set up military bases. Alan Wilson glanced at Her Royal Highness and pursed his lips. Otherwise, this will be the outcome. Japan is actually a colony just like Malaya is now. What power do colonies need? Not only Japan, but also Germany at this stage. Otherwise, why is the divorce rate in the UK so high now, and everyone goes to Germany to get married? Regarding the fact that the British women's rights movement has suffered a devastating blow in recent years, Alan Wilson believes that it is none of his business. The free world should not interfere in this. The European community has been established, and it is reasonable for the UK to sacrifice the call for intervention by its own women in order to unite Europe. Because it was the beginning of the year, Alan Wilson held rounds of meetings at the administrative office, involving various industrial plants such as rubber, sugar, tin mining, and textiles. At the same time, a new Christmas Island commissioner was appointed to my non-Christmas Island. Throughout January, Alan Wilson was busy planning the production work of British Malaya for the whole year, and the steel industry was of course the top priority. He had not forgotten his satellite so quickly, and he said 10 million was 10 million. At almost the same time, Ali Khan was also in the Malay Peninsula in the west, getting to know and building relationships with the sultans of West Malaysia. The first large-scale project in Sabah, the Grand Mosque predicted by Alan Wilson, has been launched. It can be said that the current situation in British Malaya is not a small good, but a great good. In terms of public opinion, major newspapers in British Malaya, whether in English, Chinese or Malay, reported on the previous Imperial Commissioner meeting and the development plan of British Malaya in the new year, emphasizing the support of the entire British Empire. The new year has just begun, and public opinion has already been aroused. Alan Wilson looked at the familiar scene, as if it was the same, when British India promoted the construction at the beginning. More than 10 million citizens of the entire British Malaya are already gearing up to make a big move in the new year. In February 1952, when Prime Minister Attlee had just finished a cabinet meeting at 10 Downing Street and was left alone, Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke hurried in and whispered to the Prime Minister in a cupboard, a corner of Hyde Park. Prime Minister Attlee stood up involuntarily and said in shock, "His Majesty has passed away." As the current British Prime Minister, Prime Minister Attlee was the first person to know the code word except for those around George VI. Although Norman Brooke knew it earlier than him, he did not know what the code meant. After all, when George VI ascended the throne, he was not yet a cabinet secretary. Notify Morrison, notify Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Prime Minister Attlee regained his composure and immediately asked Norman Brooke to notify the Foreign Secretary and all countries with the King of England as their monarch, and then continued, notify Crown Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret to come back immediately. Chapter 650 To the King's Funeral. The United States is busy trying to end the war. In the Kuala Lumpur Administrative Office, Alan Wilson was making a harmless joke. At this moment, the secretary came in and took out the telegram from London and handed it to the British Malaya Commissioner for review. Alan Wilson, who thought he had nothing to do today, took a look at the telegram and jumped up, which scared the secretary who came in. It was the first time he saw his boss like this. Even when the Chinese petitioned before, the entire administrative office was surrounded. He had never seen Alan Wilson lose his temper so much. This is of course, when the administrative office was surrounded, there were still British troops watching outside. Generally speaking, the resistance of the colonies does not lie in the colonies themselves, but in whether Britain still wants to maintain the colonies. But this news is different. The news of George VI's death may affect all aspects of the British Empire. There is nothing big about the administrative office. I will leave today. Alan Wilson, who came to his senses, gave an order with a distressed look on his face, said a few words about his duties, and hurriedly left the administrative office. This telegram was not sent to him personally, but the cabinet sent a telegram to recall the Crown Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret from abroad. The Crown Princess and her husband were visiting Africa, and Her Royal Highness was in Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson left the administrative office, thinking about how to use less intense language to tell Her Royal Highness the fact that your father, the great King of England, had passed away. In fact, in her heart, the princess's reaction was secondary, considering the beautiful future. Britain is about to enter the era of Carol Lagerfeld, and the succession of the Crown Prince also indicates that Britain is about to usher in a period of trouble. Just think back to the era of Queen Elizabeth, although this era has not ended in the memory of the previous life. But Alan Wilson thought about it, and it was easy to see that the days after the Queen ascended the throne were not smooth sailing. Soon after ascending the throne, she encountered the Suez Canal War, and Britain went from the empire on which the sun never sets to a regional power. In the 1960s, major colonies became independent one after another, and in the 1970s, the Sterling Zone was officially defeated. In the 1980s, the Northern Irish Republican Army. In the 1990s, the pound was sniped, and it was considered a trivial matter. As Queen Elizabeth, who was a global power when she ascended the throne, Alan Wilson felt that her country might not be as peaceful as it seemed. Alan Wilson, who arrived at his residence, first informed his wife of the matter and discussed how to make the princess accept it easily. How should I know? Pamela Mountbatten backed out at this time. It can't be blamed on her for not taking responsibility at the critical moment. It was also the first time for him to encounter such a scene. Then I will go? Alan Wilson asked back with a cold face. No matter what, it seems that you have the status to suppress her. That's all an illusion. If Margaret makes a fuss, no one can suppress her. Pamela Mountbatten shook her head like a rattle and said, just treat her as an official business and tell her to return to London immediately. I know. Alan Wilson agreed, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. A closer look showed that he was rehearsing his words. With mumbling, Alan Wilson walked to the door of Princess Margaret's room, and then turned back, obviously backing out. but Pamela Mountbatten waved her hand to cheer her up and ignored the request for help. Alan Wilson sighed and pushed the door open. At the same time, in Kenya, British East Africa, the Crown Princess Elizabeth and her husband, Prince Philip, who were there, also learned the news. The Crown Prince and her husband, Prince Philip, were about to return to London. On the way back, Prince Philip, whose hairline had obviously moved back, sighed as he looked at his wife. He knew that the days when Crown Princess Elizabeth was simply his wife were over. Once he became Queen, Prince Philip would become a subject of this woman like everyone else in the UK. In Kuala Lumpur, Princess Margaret cried bitterly, leaving Alan Wilson at a loss. He could clearly feel that the dampness on his chest had exceeded the warning line. Margaret, sadness is understandable, but the most urgent task now is to return to London immediately. I believe the Crown Prince is also full of grief now, but he must have set off. Reaching out and patting the princess back, Alan Wilson reminded her in a calm voice that you should now shoulder the responsibility of a princess, instead of lying in your brother-in-law's arms and wiping tears. After calming the princess's emotions, Alan Wilson walked out of the room and saw his wife, who had been waiting, pointing at the water stains on her chest. Dear wife, please help me find a shirt to change. By the way, you have to go back too, right? I'll let Comet 1 in Australia come to pick us up. Pamela Mountbatten turned around to find a shirt and emphasized, it's not me who has to go back, you have to go back too. You are my husband, and you have to attend the funeral even out of respect. Of course I respect His Majesty the King very much. Alan Wilson twisted his neck, full of the temperament of an imperial loyal dog. When the Crown Prince and the Princess received the news one after another, the news of George VI's death had already been known to the public. George VI's life was quite legendary, although half of it was due to his brother. Of course, the former king has always been an embarrassing existence, even in Western countries. The Duke of Windsor was not notified in the first place. The code word Hyde Park Corner representing the king's death was passed to Buckingham Palace, and the death was reported through various channels according to the established procedures. When a group of reporters asked him to express his feelings about the death of George VI, he learned that his brother George VI had died. A day later, Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten, with Princess Margaret, landed at London Airport on Comet 1. When they stepped on the land of London, Princess Margaret couldn't help but be moved by the scene and began to shed tears again. Alan Wilson had already hidden far away, and it would be better to leave this kind of comforting work to his wife. For the current Britain, the King's funeral is a top priority, and many things are waiting for Whitehall to do. Soon the two daughters of George VI met, looking at each other speechless and not knowing what to say. Alan Wilson's eyes were always on Prince Philip. Prince Philip, who was over 30 years old, had a noticeable receding hairline like most British people, showing a trend of becoming bolder and stronger. With this son-in-law, Alan Wilson could just eat soft rice and hard food for fun. At the critical moment, His Royal Highness had to take charge of the appearance of the British son-in-law. The funeral of George VI was carried out in an orderly manner in the form of monarch's state funeral. The coffin was parked in St. Mary Magdalene Church in Sandringham. The coffin was loaded on a steam train and transported to London and parked in the hall of Westminster Abbey for the public to mourn. A total of more than 300,000 people lined up to pay their last respects to the king. Otherwise, why do men want to wake up and hold the power of the world while drunk and lying on the lap of a beautiful woman? This is the case in the United Kingdom, which has already had great power. It is understandable that some Middle Eastern sultans and Thai monarchs in later generations cling to power and refuse to let go. If Alan Wilson's idea is followed, this funeral should be used to invite the monarchy. Look at which countries are worth winning over, but considering his current position, this idea was abandoned. Even if he reached a position where he could arrange it, he would not encounter such an opportunity. The old Buddha was still with Britain for as long as the naked eye could see. In fact, Alan Wilson did not want to think about it. If he could think of this, how could the cabinet not think of it? In fact, dignitaries from various countries have been arriving in London in the past few days, using such an occasion to communicate about the current international situation. The Duke of Windsor has also returned, but the Duchess is still prohibited from entering the UK. On February 15th, With the sound of church bells and salutes, the funeral procession began to move slowly from the coffin. The coffin was carried onto the gun carriage, and the eldest brother, the Duke of Windsor, and the younger brothers, the Duke of Gloucester and the Duke of Kent, walked behind. The Duke of Windsor wore a naval uniform. Before that, he had argued with the royal family about what to wear for the funeral. Behind the team walked heads of state, royal family members, dignitaries and other dignitaries. The funeral procession marched in a mighty manner. When passing by Queen Mary's residence, she watched her son through the window. The funeral procession arrived at Paddington Station, and the coffin and mourners took a steam train to Windsor Castle. The burial ceremony was held at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle, and George VI's life officially ended. In the past few days, Prince Philip, who thought he was in the same boat, expressed his kindness to Alan Wilson. His Royal Highness thought that the two of them were in the same boat. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson didn't think so, but still expressed his blessings to His Royal Highness, and you will soon be the man behind the Queen. In many countries, the death of the old king means that the new king has ascended the throne, but this is not the case in the UK. After the coronation ceremony of Princess Elizabeth, she can be considered the Queen of the United Kingdom. As for when the coronation will take place, the cabinet has not yet decided. The coronation ceremony marks the official granting of power to the emperor by the emperor. Now is a critical moment in the future of the British Empire. I believe that the Crown Prince needs the help of His Royal Highness at this time. Alan Wilson lied insincerely. In fact, looking at the life of the prince in front of him, let alone any help in diplomacy, just say less irritating words, and don't let the British Foreign Office clean up the mess. The countries that Prince Philip angered during his lifetime include, but are not limited to, the Soviet Union, China, Australia, France, etc. Pamela Mountbatten was exhausted throughout the funeral. She finally returned to their home, and then expressed her desire to be spanked. Alan Wilson picked up his wife by the waist, and walked into the bathroom with ease. Life is a constant cycle of destruction and rebirth. The dawn strikes, and it is a new beginning. 2 updates today. Chapter 653, demonstrating national prestige. Although Britain was in grief at the beginning of 1952, expectations for the Crown Prince also followed. There was absolutely no problem with the image of Crown Princess Elizabeth. In fact, there was no problem with the two sisters who looked similar. Many British citizens hoped that Crown Princess Elizabeth, who had not yet ascended the throne, could be compared with Elizabeth I. Even if Elizabeth I was not the greatest female ruler in history, she was at least one of them. Although the era named after her was only a few decades, her influence was far more than those decades. In fact, she once again created the glory of England, and shaped the new qualities of the English, and these new qualities will be used in the creation of the empire. Is there any news from the cabinet? Pamela Mountbatten was also very concerned about when the Crown Prince would be able to ascend the throne, and asked her husband if there was any progress. Not yet, Pamela, this is a big deal. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly and said, I think the cabinet is considering the idea of balancing tradition and the feelings of citizens in the new era, and preparing a coronation ceremony. The time may not be so fast. In terms of pomp and circumstance, the role of Commonwealth countries must also be considered. There will not even be a coronation ceremony this year. Alan Wilson can remember that the British Royal Navy's Fleet Review in 1953 was held to celebrate Elizabeth's accession to the throne. It is only 1952 now, which means that the Crown Prince will not be crowned this year. During this period, the Commonwealth countries still have feelings for Britain, and the cabinet will also consider the feelings of these Commonwealth countries. After all, apart from the monarch, Britain has nothing else to show off in front of countries like Canada and Australia. This is not a meaningless thing. The King of England is equivalent to the Pope of the Anglican Church. Compared with things that may not have results until next year, Alan Wilson is obviously more concerned about what happened this year, such as the Oslo Winter Olympics that is being held. Now the Winter Olympics cannot be intervened, but the subsequent Helsinki Olympics can be planned. Honey, aren't you issuing the Commonwealth Lottery in Newfoundland? Do you want to operate a sports lottery? Alan Wilson glanced at his wife and suggested, guess the medal table or something. Maybe it can generate income for your Newfoundland. Can it be like this? Pamela Mountbatten looked curious, as if she felt that her husband, this treasure, was waving to her again. Can sports be related to lottery? Of course, like the Olympics and the World Cup, and some intercontinental competitions. It's just a matter of odds. Alan Wilson is not a gambler, but he has some relevant knowledge accumulation. Sometimes buying lottery tickets does not necessarily mean that you will get something, and it is also important to witness classic events. The most impressive event in his mind is Germany's 7-1 Brazil. Although he only bought 2-0 that day, it was far from the final result. But he was still a German stick that day, and was still very happy. Will it really work? It sounds uncertain. Will anyone like it? Although Pamela Mountbatten is not a top student, she thinks that the probability is not high after a simple thought. If it were her, he would definitely not play. My dear, you underestimated the temptation of gambling. Alan Wilson shook his head. Gambling is like a big filter for human nature, and it is not so easy to quit. Otherwise, the brother would not sigh. Then I will try it. Should I still go to Newfoundland? Yes, now only the place you have managed is the most professional in this business. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband and said meaningfully, you have found an industry that is particularly easy to make money for the Newfoundland you manage, and it is not just one. If you don't do this, Newfoundland would have merged with Canada long ago. Alan Wilson said calmly. He is not indifferent to the places he managed before. Small places are prone to explosive development. At present, the income of Newfoundland citizens is not worse than that of the United States. This is a huge improvement. You must know that in 1948, Newfoundland was still in debt, and the economy was worse than that of the United Kingdom at that time. Even the United Kingdom wanted to take the initiative to promote the merger of Newfoundland and Canada. The income of Newfoundland has now completely caught up with that of the United States, and the Newfoundlanders have worked much less hard than Americans with the same income, and they have a temperament of making money without doing anything. Now that Newfoundlanders have tasted the sweetness, they are unwilling to merge Newfoundland now. After Alan Wilson's brainwashing with the configuration of a top resource country and offshore finance, Newfoundlanders think that being a royal territory is good. Can independence have the current income? If it continues like this, in a few years, Newfoundlanders will look up to Canada and the United States. Not discriminating is good. Alan Wilson focused his main energy on the Helsinki Olympics and went to Whitehall to discuss with Norman Brooke. Lottery and the Olympics are definitely one thing, especially when he now wants to add athletes from the colonies. It is foreseeable that there will be many upsets in this year's Olympics. More upsets will also make it easier for Newfoundland sports lottery to reap profits, so the two things are closely related. The sports lottery facing North America is related to the welfare of Newfoundland citizens. As a former chief executive, it is completely understandable that he seeks welfare for Newfoundlanders. Whenever the World Cup begins, in addition to the exciting games, I wonder if you still remember that it also brought about a wave of lottery buying on social platforms. The circle of friends is full of various orders, such as which team they bought yesterday and how much they won today. I still remember when Germany slaughtered Brazil. The next day Weibo was full of messages like people who bought Brazil yesterday went to the rooftop today. Although the Olympics and the World Cup are different, the principle is the same. Newfoundland, the current base of the Commonwealth Lottery, should have a place in this Olympics to take care of the needs of North Americans. Losing is good. The more you lose, the more you have the mentality of turning over. For North America, the most dynamic country in the world, this is not a problem. Let colonial athletes participate. Norman Brooke was surprised and shook his head slightly. I thought you came here for something important, but this is not easy. The citizens of our country may not be mentally prepared to see so many people of other races. It's not about asking them to come to the mainland, but to go directly to Helsinki. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, if you can't accept this, I have reason to believe that British citizens are racist. In order to make the leaks go smoothly this time, and for the well-being of Newfoundland citizens, Alan Wilson didn't care what the local citizens thought, and directly put on the hat of racial discrimination. The biggest advantage of this hat is that, although most people have this in their hearts, no one will admit that they are racist. Otherwise, why are the white leftists so arrogant in later generations? It is because this had that cannot be admitted will make opponents speechless. Hearing racial discrimination, Norman Brooke was helpless and changed his words. Alan, you are a reliable person. I have always believed so. Of course, dear sir, I'm more reliable than anyone else. Alan Wilson skipped the mistake he made with the Dragoon sisters. Anyway, he had asked me 6 to investigate it at the beginning. If something really happened, it would definitely not be his bad luck. So you should tell us your real purpose. Norman Brooke didn't know the stain on Alan Wilson, but just emphasized the matter at hand. Why the athletes from the colonies must participate. I have asked in the past few days that local athletes do not seem to regard the Olympics as a major stage, but just a party. But I believe that the post-war Olympics will definitely be valued by the United States and the Soviet Union. The two countries will definitely regard this Olympics as a stage to demonstrate to each other. If Britain's performance in the Olympics is too poor, and the United States and the Soviet Union attach so much importance to it, doesn't it mean that Britain is classified as one of the others? If you want to show national prestige, it is actually an option with low investment in sports events, at least much smaller than the current Berlin airlift, with low cost and fast results. Alan Wilson gave his reasons. It's not like Britain has never done such a thing, but others don't know that it was the London Olympics decades later. Before the London Olympics, Britain did not have the idea of looking down on gold medals or eating up all the resources. On the contrary, it proposed an ambitious medal-winning plan. It's just that, when the London Olympics came, Britain had been in decline for many years before it thought of using the Olympics to show national prestige. Alan Wilson felt that, if you want to show national prestige, you should do it now. Alan, I will follow up on this matter through the chairman of the Sports Association. Norman Brooke was also convinced by Alan Wilson's idea of small investment, quick results, and presence, but still asked, have you discussed it beforehand? The so-called you refers to the overseas commissioners. Alan Wilson nodded. We are selfless, and are all for the benefit of the British Empire. Sir, you know that we are all reliable people. Whitehall has always been consistent in its views on overseas civil servants. Gentlemen are certainly reliable people. Norman Brooke said indifferently, I wonder if you gave enough promises at the Kuala Lumpur meeting at the end of last year. Norman Brooke wanted to knock Alan Wilson. It was okay for overseas commissioners to make profits, but it was better not to have the idea of setting up another Whitehall. The authority of the imperial civil servants was only one, that is, the cabinet secretary. Alan Wilson immediately said that he had no such intention, and he respected Whitehall as always, and he had always hoped to return to work in Whitehall one day. Very good, I will talk to the sports department. You and the other colonial commissioners can wait patiently. Norman Brooke agreed with Alan Wilson's respect for authority and expressed his willingness to help. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, New Aircraft Carrier completed. Norman Brooke also asked about the management experience in Malaya, not directly asking about the meeting of overseas commissioners in Kuala Lumpur, but he was also concerned about the interests of the British Empire. The two had not yet finished discussing the Korean War, which was obviously not very intense. Because Alan Wilson was an Asia, Norman Brooke attached great importance to the opinions of this subordinate. According to public information from the United States, the US fiscal surplus is still this year. Alan Wilson expressed his thoughts based on public information. Although it is not as exaggerated as the first few years after the war, it can be judged that the war on the peninsula has no significant impact on the national strength of the United States. I'm not saying that this war has no effect, but it is also true that it is not a big problem for the United States. This is completely true. The fiscal surplus of the United States after the war lasted until 1957. It is not really difficult for the current United States to bear a local war. In this way, the World War is really a huge accumulation for the United States. Norman Brooke frowned slightly. Dear sir, the impact on the United States is not very big, but the world does not develop statically. The United States is only facing the second largest power in the Soviet bloc. While the United States is fighting, the Soviet Union has been developing. In fact, the problem lies here. While the United States is fighting, the Soviet Union is holding back its development. Although this war did not affect the national strength of the United States itself, the Soviet Union can use this time to narrow the gap. Now it is fortunate that Britain did not get involved in this war, which is already good luck compared to the same period in history. In the original history, Britain's participation in the Korean War turned Britain's finances, which had just turned into a surplus, into a deficit again. The national strength of the United States is there, and it is okay to bleed a little after taking too much of the World War II tonic pills. Britain itself was bleeding heavily in World War II, and this directly brought down the Labour Party cabinet. Talking about the impact of the Korean War on the United States with Norman Brooke, the cabinet secretary, is actually a very important thing. Britain is also evaluating whether this war has an impact on the national strength of the United States. If there is a significant impact, will it affect the strength of the entire free world? Although there was some gloating in their words, from the perspective of the whole world, once the United States was hit hard, who could stop the Soviet Union from liberating the world? Alan Wilson's judgment was that after this war, the national strength of the United States would not be consumed. What was lost was not the national strength, but the time for other countries to recover from the war. In other words, the United States is still so strong, but other countries can also take a breather from the heavy blow of the World War. Norman Brooke nodded, which was regarded as approving this judgment. He once again expressed that he would pay attention to the Olympic Games, and finally the two ended this conversation. After returning home, as an honest husband, Alan Wilson naturally told Pamela Mountbatten everything. The national strength of the United States has not been lost in a war. No wonder you have been so vigilant about this country. Pamela Mountbatten sighed softly after hearing this, and there was also some envy in her words. Once upon a time, this role of facing any challenger head on also belonged to Britain. But now it seems to be gone. If the United States suffers a big loss, it may be more restrained in the future. This is not necessarily a good thing. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and said to his wife with the idea that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. The war that caused heavy damage to the United States and completely transmitted the force of the war to the mainland was of course the Vietnam War. The strength of the United States was greatly weakened in the Vietnam War, and it fell into an unprecedented economic, financial, and political crisis at home. After Nixon took office as president, he adjusted his foreign policy. Public opinion called it Nixonism. It is the United States adjusting its overseas obligations and its relations with its allies. The United States only gave up part of the dividends of World War II, and its strength was not damaged. Naturally, there is no memory. If the United States is really hurt this time, maybe the United States will be more cautious. In general, there are good and bad things, and most of the things are shown in the mode of a double-edged sword. If Britain knew that the 13 independent North American states treated themselves like this, it would not be possible to let it become independent, even if it killed all the Americans. Even if it was in the time period at that time, the national leaders might not be able to see the future trend. Take the matter of German reunification for example. Not only did Britain, France, and Italy in Europe think that the Soviet Union was just a minor problem, and it would be easy to curb Germany's ambition for reunification, as long as they adjusted. Even the United States at the same time did not think that the Soviet Union would collapse. The United States just thought that the Soviet Union would just give in and become the second, which was the biggest wish of the United States at that time. In the last year of the 1980s, President Bush delivered a speech at the graduation ceremony of Texas Agricultural University, proposing a new policy toward the Soviet Union, formulated by his government after more than 3 months of review and deliberation. It was called the Beyond Containment Strategy, claiming that it was a complete change in the United States post-war policy toward the Soviet Union. Its purpose was to actively develop relations with the Soviet Union, strengthen US-Soviet cooperation, and bring the Soviet Union into the international family, and integrate it into the international community. As for our British policy, it is to defend and delay the colonies as much as possible. If we can't delay any longer, we will withdraw, but we must maintain influence in the Persian Gulf and Malaya, and it doesn't matter if we lose our colonies in Africa. Alan Wilson said to his wife, the precaution against the Soviet Union is that we can't let the Soviet Union cut off the Eurasian continent on land. Otherwise, it will be like the consequences of the Ottoman Empire's participation in World War I, turning an encirclement situation into a counter-encirclement situation by the Soviet Union. This is consistent with the strategy of maintaining the existence of the Persian Gulf. The strength of the Allies and the Central Powers in World War I was actually obvious. If the Ottoman Empire did not participate in the war, the Russian Empire would not be the first to be defeated. The participation of the Ottoman Empire was equivalent to the consequences of the Soviet Union going south to cut off the Eurasian continent. The direct tearing of the Allies' encirclement of the Central Powers caused the Russian Empire to be surrounded by the Allied group. It would be great if the war the United States fought this time had the effect of the Boer War. Pamela Mountbatten was still upset and was not so satisfied with the weakening of the United States in this Korean War. We have to maintain the current military strength as much as possible and wait for the next opportunity. Alan Wilson comforted his wife softly. It's a good thing that the United States doesn't learn from its mistakes. Isn't there still the Vietnam War? When it comes to maintaining military strength, Admiral Mountbatten has an absolute say. Coincidentally, the two Malta-class aircraft carriers that have escaped disarmament have been officially completed and shipped out of the factory after adding tilted decks and steam catapults. Originally, this class of aircraft carriers that had been under construction for many years could be shipped out of the factory in mid-1951, but the installation of tilted decks and steam catapults caused delays in the construction period. Now this heavy aircraft carrier of the same level as the Midway class, with a full load displacement of 60,000 tons, has finally arrived and will be officially shipped out of the factory at the end of February. Double island design, tilted deck, angled deck steam catapult. Alan Wilson followed General Mountbatten and rushed over to see this heavy aircraft carrier that has never appeared in history. He was full of thoughts. Although it had a bad fate, it finally came out after much anticipation. Because of the steam catapult, the deck is longer than before, 300 meters long. But it can be said that this heavy aircraft carrier, which has not yet been unveiled to the public, has everything that modern aircraft carriers have. The weight of carrier-based aircraft after World War II, whether new jet or propeller aircraft, has increased sharply, and the landing speed of jet aircraft has increased significantly compared to propeller aircraft. All of this means that new carrier-based aircraft have greater momentum when landing, and are less likely to stop. This is the significance of the tilted deck. Like the benchmark Midway-class aircraft carrier, the most obvious difference of the Malta-class aircraft carrier is that it should have a double island design decades later. Alan Wilson secretly asked his father-in-law at this time, is there an official name? I originally wanted to use Malta and several islands in the Mediterranean as alternative names, but it has not been decided yet. General Mountbatten's eyes never left the aircraft carrier that was about to meet the public, and he answered absent-mindedly. Since there are two ships in this batch, why not call them Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales? Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets and gave an idea. Anyway, as soon as he saw the double island, he could think of the two aircraft carriers of Britain in the 21st century. In fact, in addition to the different eras, the two aircraft carriers themselves have the projection factor of the Malta-class aircraft carrier. General Mountbatten pondered for a long time after listening, and finally said, it's not impossible. Conventional fuel aircraft carriers, double island structure, which means that the multiple power systems of the warship will use different exhaust kits, and there is no need to share the same chimney. This means that the design of the exhaust system of such an aircraft carrier will only be simpler than that of an aircraft carrier with a single island, thereby reducing the difficulty of design and construction. The UK adopted this approach and also considered the factor of working hours, but the post-war Britain had no money and did not make use of this advantage. The United States is much richer and does not dwell on such innovations in details. After returning to the Admiralty, Mountbatten immediately discussed the issue of naming the new aircraft carrier and was very supportive of the name Queen Elizabeth. because this was the beginning of a new era for the Royal Navy, and it also meant to celebrate the crowning of the Crown Prince. General Mountbatten had said so how could others object? In the end, everyone agreed. Chapter 655 Olympic Delegation Issues. To be fair, the naming of these two new heavy aircraft carriers is a bit of a flattery. But given the relationship between General Mountbatten and the royal family, who would risk offending the royal family to oppose such naming? Although the British monarch has no power in name, the power of the royal family is not in name at all. Now it depends on what Elizabeth, who has not yet been officially crowned, thinks about this matter. Mountbatten himself brought his two daughters and her sons-in-law to Buckingham Palace to ask Elizabeth's opinion. The future queen is of course willing. The British royal family is not superstitious about such things. She is very happy that such an advanced aircraft carrier after the war is named after Elizabeth herself. The image of the Crown Prince is widely praised in the Commonwealth countries. Once he is crowned, it will be a good thing for the entire Commonwealth. I have a suggestion. Alan Wilson, a reliable person sitting hand in hand with Pamela Mountbatten, said, the Royal Navy can organize a naval review at the same time as the coronation ceremony. On the one hand, it is to celebrate the coronation ceremony, and on the other hand, it is to boost Britain's morale after the war. Our country should usher in a new era with the crowning of the Crown Prince. While protecting the past glory, it also has the good expectations of British citizens in the new era. This is a great thing for both the public and the private. Alan Wilson made this suggestion, referring to the British Naval Review in 1953. After all, there are not many such famous scenes, so it is better to happen as scheduled. The most fundamental reason, of course, is to let the British Empire show off in front of the vast number of old, young, border and poor countries. There is no occasion more suitable for doing this than the coronation of the Queen, and it is not without precedent. From Edward VII to George V, the coronation of the British King must be accompanied by a naval review. The most familiar and shocking fleet review for later generations is the 1914 Fleet Review, with endless steel giant ships covering the entire strait, and the Majestic embodying the majesty of the British Empire. Only half of the British Royal Navy participated in the Fleet Review. If the second ship of the new aircraft carrier is completed by then, two heavy aircraft carriers will participate together. I think it will be a grand ceremony. Alan Wilson asked General Mountbatten for his opinion. Dear General, what do you think? Of course I'm happy to have the Royal Navy's most advanced warships appear in the Fleet Review. General Mountbatten immediately agreed, and also thought it was a great thing. The cabinet has not yet expressed its opinion on the coronation ceremony. Elizabeth said calmly, it may be too early to bring up this matter now. I have to wait for the cabinet's news. Dear Crown Prince, in fact, considering the factors of maintaining the feelings of the Commonwealth, and the organization of the Fleet Review, of course, it may take some time. Diplomatic work can never be rushed. Alan Wilson said slowly, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, etc., all need time to prepare. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, to say that the current Britain is no different from the Britain before World War I, not only the cabinet and Whitehall do not believe it, but also the current British citizens do not believe it. At this moment, British India, the pearl in the crown of the British Empire, has already become independent. The huge price paid for the war, Britain is not comparable to the past. The whole society is also a little confused about where Britain is in the world. At such a moment, Elizabeth's coronation can allow the country to see its future through the young queen. However, it is difficult to strike a balance. There must be enough past to make the British people regain confidence in the continuity of history, and there must be enough present and future, so that they don't feel that they are lying in the graves of their ancestors. Alan Wilson said this very frankly, and Elizabeth nodded. This is a tricky balance, and he has already prepared in his heart. Elizabeth still respects Mountbatten, the representative of the royal family's influence in the Royal Navy. She also expressed polite friendliness to several relatives including Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson is actually not very suitable for this kind of occasion. He prefers the feeling in Kuala Lumpur. But fortunately, the communication time this time was not long, and General Mountbatten soon left the palace with his relatives. Alan, do you really need to prepare for so long? Pamela Mountbatten asked, holding her husband's hand. Dear, in theory we all hope that everything can be done quickly, well, and economically, but many times, these characteristics are contradictory in themselves. The foreseeable grand ceremony should highlight the image and status of Britain in the world. For such a grand event, it is not excessive to spend more time preparing. Alan Wilson's words were righteous. After all, Britain is now a global power, right? The necessary pomp is still needed. Alan Wilson changed the topic and asked softly, "Dear, I found out something. I heard from my colleagues in Whitehall that you are interested in taking over the project of developing the airport." The airport project he mentioned was naturally the Aviation Transit Port project in Dubai, UAE. At a time when the UK fully supported the Comet passenger aircraft to seize the market, this project itself was valued. I have been hesitating recently, dear. You know that this project is extremely important to the local area, and it is foreseeable that the investment must be very large. I'm worried about the risks, and this is not just a consideration of funds. Pamela Mountbatten decisively admitted that she was very interested in this project, but she was a little daunted. In fact, it was still a matter of money. Although his wife denied this, Alan Wilson could hear that this was the most important point, so he gave a suggestion. Using Pakistan's manpower to build this transit port can solve most of the problems, at least part of the problems. I believe the remaining problems should be controllable. Why do the Middle East and India in later generations always feel that they are very influential? On the one hand, it is because India is indeed not far from the Middle East, and it is within reach. Another reason is that the Middle East is the main destination for Indians to work overseas. After all, the United States is too far away, and Southeast Asian countries are not as rich as India, and East Asian countries do not have a good impression of Indians. Britain only wants the upper class, so there are almost no other options. There are a large number of South Asian people working at the bottom in the Middle East, but South Asia is not as rich as Africa. South Asian workers should not expect any good treatment. During the construction of the Qatar World Cup, Nepal was urged to work in the high temperature of the Middle East and suffered a large number of casualties. Now India is moving towards a goal of success. It is better to let Pakistan do this kind of hard work, which is more in line with the South Asian rebalancing strategy. If the raw materials cannot be fully provided locally, Malaya will make up for it, and we will find a way to get manpower from Pakistan. Let the local chiefs mortgage oil, and of course the settlement must be in pounds. Alan Wilson sat in the co-pilot and said to his wife who was driving, "I remember that, when we got engaged in New Delhi, Mr. Jinnah took a photo together. When necessary, when we are in Pakistan, we can take it out to get closer." Pamela Mountbatten nodded frequently, expressing her approval of her husband's plan. Alan Wilson is very proud. Who says taking photos is not a good habit? He thinks this habit is very good and can be used in many things. His wife doesn't need to know about his many private collections. This time when he returned to London, he happened to catch the release of the epic masterpiece 300 Spartans by Woodpecker Pictures. In order to support the European film industry, Alan Wilson found an opportunity and took his wife to watch this movie in which Greta Garbo made a cameo. However, it is quite annoying to hear that this movie was banned in Greece. According to rumors, the reason for the ban is that the Athens authorities believe that this movie is easy to be associated with the Turkish army that is helping the Greek government to suppress bandits. However, it is also heard that the Greek royal family and the government have different opinions and think that the government's decision to ban this movie is very hasty. Maybe this is the movie that sweeps all the awards in Cannes. Alan Wilson waited until the Queen played by Greta Garbo appeared and commented to his wife. Seeing Greta Garbo reappear on the screen, his heart surged. After conquering Vivian Leigh's Egyptian queen, he was going to attack the Spartan queen again. But it was not a big deal. Greta Garbo had played the Queen of Sweden before, so it was not a problem. What a surprise. Didn't Greta Garbo retire? Pamela Mountbatten was very surprised. She also knew the name of Greta Garbo. I don't know, maybe it's just a cameo. As the man behind the Queen of Sweden, Alan Wilson said with a look of ignorance, it seems that the president of Woodpecker Pictures is also Swedish, so he invited her out. Garbo always attracts people's full attention on the screen. Garbo has an extraordinary face, and her face is exactly the same as what Keats saw in The Illusion of the poem, charming and demure. Her figure has become even more extraordinary and beautiful. After watching the movie, Alan Wilson had no idea what the whole movie was about, but he remembered the relevant clips where Garbo appeared. It seems that this trip back to Kuala Lumpur must still choose Paris as a transit point. Alan Wilson has been discussing with the British Sports Association about the dispatch of the Helsinki Olympic delegation. In fact, the Sports Association already knows Alan Wilson's purpose and has prepared relevant arguments. But this argument cannot impress Alan Wilson. He directly took out the medal data of the last London Olympics, pointed out that the Sports Association is now a model of wasting resources, and used the reduction of funding as a bargaining chip. If I update 3 chapters in the future, I will update 1 chapter during the day, and if there is no update during the day, I will update 2 chapters. Chapter 656, Iran's oil issue. How could this be possible? It's an obvious slander. Lord Dixon retorted loudly. The Sports Association is made up of a group of noble people. They are selfless and work diligently to promote the development of sports. Oh, really? Alan Wilson looked him up and down, his eyes lingering on his bulging belly, almost catching up with the time when Garbo was pregnant. He commented meaningfully, I didn't see that. I wonder if there is a big eater competition under the Sports Association? That kind of project really requires a lot of investment. He took out the results of the 1948 London Olympics and pushed it in front of the other party. Alan Wilson sat in a relaxed posture, opened his legs naturally, and asked by tapping his feet, please explain. In the first Olympic Games after the war, with London, the capital of the empire, as the host, and witnessed by millions of London citizens, 3 golds, 14 silvers, and 6 bronzes ranked 12th among the participating countries. Is this result impressive? Seeing that Dixon wanted to refute, Alan Wilson first added lightly, don't talk nonsense about friendship first and competition second. Look at the countries ranked first. Denmark, Finland, Turkey, and France is ranked 3rd. This result gives Whitehall ample reason to doubt the reliability of the Sports Association. Alan, you are the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Asset Management Committee and the Commissioner of British Malaya. No matter which position you hold, it is now an overstepping of authority. Seeing that Alan Wilson was not moved by any soft or hard words, Lord Dixon changed his rhetoric and said that this overseas official had crossed the line and the other party had no right to interfere in the development of local sports. It has to be said that this Olympics concerns the interests of the major colonies. In view of the failure of the London Olympics, after communicating with the respected cabinet secretary, the list of players for this Olympics needs to be changed. The British Empire will prepare for the Olympics as a whole, and the final results will be the criterion for judging the results. Alan Wilson said proudly, this Olympics can be seen as a channel for the major colonies to relieve pressure. It also involves the promotion of colonial sports. In the Colonial Development Plan, each colony must build a giant stadium, so this is not a local matter. Alan Wilson talked for a long time about the development of colonial sports and the development of real estate, and finally added a chip. The current situation is also different from that in 1948. We all know that the Prime Minister is determined to make Britain great again. Sports are of great symbolic significance. The Olympic Games is a stage that shows the strength of the British Empire. We cannot allow a grand expedition to the Olympics and finally comfort the citizens with the emphasis on participation. Since you say that you attach so much importance to it, you must achieve good results. The same results as the London Olympics are absolutely not allowed, not to mention that they may be worse. Moreover, Alan Wilson also directly admitted that he had a say in matters involving local and overseas civil servants. He had revealed that he had the support of other colonial commissioners. The 2 groups of imperial civil servants were currently different. The local departments were fighting for budgets, while the overseas civil servants formed alliances to implement plans to provide blood transfusions for the local areas. One was to spend money and the other was to make money. If Sir Dixon had any doubts, he could hand over the 150 tons of gold that the British Gold Coast had delivered to the mainland in the past year, that is, in 1951. If he really wanted to compete for the right to represent the Olympics this time, Alan Wilson would surely win, but he did not force him, and was still just communicating with the other party. Alan, if so many black athletes represent Britain? Dixon found another reason, saying that it might make other countries look at Britain with strange eyes. So the respected Lord is racist. Alan Wilson spoke with an expression of sudden enlightenment. Lord Dixon denied the accusation of racial discrimination, with a face full of grievances, and he almost sued the other party for defamation. Speaking of black athletes, this is also a great opportunity. It seems useless to know the true public opinion of local citizens when they look at different ethnic groups overseas, but it is actually very important. After all, the British Empire is a global empire, and the public opinion of citizens is also very important. We know the ideas of the citizen class, and when we formulate foreign policies, we will be more confident, and it will be easier to win the support of local citizens. If he was not already a senior civil servant, Alan Wilson, who had seen the representative teams of European and American countries in the future, might have laughed out loud just by Lord Dixon's words. He has seen a lot of battles, such as France, a permanent member of the African Security Council, and it is well known that the mother of the great Queen Elizabeth I was a black person. The shameless British actually tampered with history and hid the truth in the mist of history. In fact, the largest foreign ethnic group in Western European countries is not black people or pacifists, but Eastern European immigrants after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. In absolute terms, Eastern European countries have the largest number of immigrants, but they are not so easy to identify. As for the attitude of European and American countries, it is definitely not fair. I'm submissive to black and green, but I hit hard against Eastern Europeans who are also white, who let the big brother America play political correctness, so that European countries dare not disobey. The evil fire can only be vented on the equally large number of Eastern Europeans. Alan Wilson reasoned with the reason of making Britain great again, and overseas subjects are the current situation of Britain, and then put the hat of racism on the sports association. He also talked about the true reflection of public opinion, and finally scared the other side. Finally, Alan Wilson changed the subject. How about this, Lord Dixon? I heard that you have a good relationship with Lord Sheffield. I'm not a good person to be too tough. Let's hold a competition before the Olympics. If the local team loses and gives up the quota, the eliminated athletes will be replaced by colonial athletes. Well, okay. Things have come to this point. Lord Dixon can only agree and approve the proposal of the Olympic trials. Alan, why do you want to do this? Because it's low cost and quick effect. It's always better for black people to do sports than they are to do technology. Alan Wilson grinned. I can confidently say that, although Britain is a representative colonial empire, we are more reasonable than all other countries. Oppression is also the least, and we know how to share power with the elites in the colonies. But colonization is an original sin. We must consider the future, and think about a future without hatred. Sports is only one of them. Other aspects have nothing to do with sports, so I can't tell you. You are highly valued by Whitehall. You can say whatever you want. Lord Dixon responded absent-mindedly. In terms of reason, he was undoubtedly defeated, but what really made him give in was that Alan Wilson was valued by Whitehall and was responsible for the development of all overseas colonies. Alan Wilson said something very right. The local department is to fight for the budget, and the overseas colonies are currently responsible for profits. The 150 tons of gold on the Gold Coast is just an example. A Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee, who is deeply trusted by Whitehall, threatened with the budget of the Sports Association. Once Lord Dixon made up his mind, he would not have many means of resistance. The main problem is that the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee is Alan Wilson, and the Secretary General is Norman Brooke, which means that Alan Wilson is alone in this department, and serves as a deputy to the Cabinet Secretary. Dear Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke, a well-known hobby is carpentry, which is Norman Brooke's biggest hobby in his private time, which also led to the fact that the deputies have great power in various committees directly established by him. It's no secret that Alan Wilson is valued, but he doesn't know why Alan Wilson, who doesn't return to his homeland several times a year, is trusted like this. It's a pity that Lord Dixon didn't ask, and Alan Wilson didn't tell him what kind of value Huan Huali has in the eyes of people who like to do woodworking. This thing grows in Asia, and it just happens that he, the Malayan commissioner, can reach it. Using the slanderous word of smuggling to put it on this matter is pure slander. He didn't even say that Mr. Huo's behavior was slander. How could he smuggle some wood to his homeland for the hobby of the cabinet secretary? It's simply ridiculous. Another one has been dealt with. There is still a long way to go to support the country. Alan Wilson sighed as he walked out of the Sports Association building. He has a lot of things to do, involving all the current threats to the overseas interests of the British Empire, all related to him. This is not self-promotion, but an obvious fact. That's why he was able to hold a meeting of overseas commissioners in Kuala Lumpur. This time when he returned to London, he took the time to communicate with Norman Brooke about the major colonies and the areas of interest of Britain. Nigeria has called for autonomy, and Iran has been dissatisfied with the oil profit distribution plan. Alan Wilson held a pile of reports and shuttled between the diplomatic and colonial departments every day, listing a few places with the loudest calls at the moment. Alan Wilson is actually most concerned about Egypt. According to history, NASA will launch a coup this summer, and he decided to stay in the Middle East before returning to Kuala Lumpur. Did Dixon finally agree to your proposal and make concessions? Norman Brooke flipped through several reports and asked with curiosity about the communication with the Sports Association. Yes, sir. Lord Dixon is a very good gentleman, and we had a very pleasant communication. We are prepared to conduct a selection in a fair and just manner. Alan Wilson stopped talking here and stared at the report in the hands of the cabinet secretary. Dear sir, I feel that Iran's voice can no longer be ignored. If Aramco's 50-50 split was tolerable before, after Pamela and the Kingdom of Iraq signed a profit-sharing contract, the Iranians' dissatisfaction was obvious, and adjustments must be made, based on the current situation. Well said. The problem still lies with your wife. Norman Brooke said with a smile. Isn't that right? Chapter 657 Firefighters. If I were to handle this matter, I might take a gentle approach to negotiate with Iran. Alan Wilson smiled bitterly when he heard that it involved the Mountbatten Oil Company. Dear sir, do you want to give me authorization? It has been a year, and Washington has a conservative attitude towards the Iranian issue. What's more, there is the Soviet Union in the north of Iran. Norman Brooke pondered for a moment and said, the country attaches great importance to Iran's interests. I understand, but I think it is not impossible to share the benefits equally. It just has to be tied to the pound. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, this is my personal idea. Petropound. You mentioned this in your evaluation report a few years ago. The circulation of oil will ensure the circulation of the pound. Norman Brooke knew Alan Wilson's idea as soon as he heard it and hesitated. I must think about it. Iran's desire to change the profit distribution has been a fuss for several years. It was after the First World War that Britain gradually realized the value of the Persian Gulf region, and through national power, it entered Iran for oil exploration. The Persians were dissatisfied with the oil exploration rights clause signed with the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, and Persia could only obtain 16% of the net profit from it. After World War II, during which Persia was renamed Iran, and dealt a heavy blow to Britain, Iran's nationalist leaders became increasingly influential and sought to reduce foreign interference in Iran in the long term, especially the oil patents obtained by Britain, which plundered Iran's wealth. The British-controlled Anglo-Iranian Oil Company refused to allow others to audit its accounts, and the Iranian government had no way of knowing whether the fees paid by Anglo-Iranian Oil Company were in line with its promises, and Britain's uncompromising attitude also angered the Iranian people. It was against this background that Mossadegh came to power and clashed with Britain over the issue of oil. Alan Wilson, who returned home with trouble, mentioned to Pamela Mountbatten that he had received a heavy burden. My dear, I'm sorry. Pamela Mountbatten said apologetically, the problem is indeed with me. This would have happened even without your entry into the Persian Gulf. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly, leaning back on the sofa with some fatigue. The root cause is the Aramco Company of the United States and Saudi Arabia, which divides the profits equally. The distribution of the Anglo-Iranian Company is that Iran only gets 16%. After you entered Iraq, you signed a contract according to the Aramco model. It is normal for Iran to be dissatisfied, but the root cause is not you. It can be said that Britain and Iran have been fighting for a whole year over the distribution of oil profits. Both countries have paid the price. If the problem can be solved calmly, it would be the best. Is there any way? Pamela Mountbatten waited for a while and couldn't help asking. We still have to find a way through the imperial preference system. The embargo on Iran has lasted for almost half a year. The output of local refineries has also plummeted, and the cumulative layoffs have exceeded 10,000. Alan Wilson opened his eyes and tilted his head to look at his wife and said, "The most important raw materials in the embargo are sugar and steel. Have you thought of anything? I have iron ore, and one of the pillar industries you planned for Malaya is sugar making." Pamela Mountbatten's eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, "You want to use these two embargoed raw materials to negotiate with the Iranians, right? Well, from the British perspective, stability is above all else. If we can negotiate out a good result, that would be the best." Alan Wilson nodded. "But can we let the Royal Navy show its presence first, before I can talk to the Iranians? I'll talk to my father." Pamela Mountbatten stood up and was about to go out, but was stopped by Alan Wilson. There was no time to rush on such a day. Since this burden has fallen on Alan Wilson, he must make an assessment of the current situation and clarify the bottom line of this negotiation. The first thing to do is to get data, which of course must be obtained from Whitehall. Iran's oil is of the best quality and the lowest cost of extraction is on the west coast of the Persian Gulf. Just as Saudi Arabia's oil is distributed on the east coast, the oil of the two countries is on both sides of the Persian Gulf. It's not that there are no oil resources in other regions of the two countries, but compared with the oil resources on both sides of the Persian Gulf, the cost is too high. Saudi Arabia's oil is in the hands of the United States, at least the vast majority, and Iran's oil is in the hands of the United Kingdom. Not only Iran, but also Iraq, Kuwait, and Oman. It seems that in terms of influence in the entire Persian Gulf, Britain is still above the United States. But what puzzled Alan Wilson was why Saudi Arabia was left to the United States. Of course, the problem of Saudi Arabia is not a top priority. After all, this country is not actually a traditional military power. As long as Britain maintains its influence in the entire Arab world, with countries like Egypt and Iraq supporting it in front, it will not be Saudi Arabia's turn to have the final say in the Arab world. The leader of the Arab world was Egypt during Nasser's time, and Iraq under Saddam's rule after Nasser's death. When Saddam was dealt with by the United States, it was the turn of Saudi Arabia, the oil kingdom, to have the final say in the Arab world. Alan Wilson returned to Whitehall again and sat in front of Norman Brooke. The cabinet secretary looked Alan Wilson up and down with an inquiring look, coughed softly and said, "Why, you are not in a hurry to return to Kuala Lumpur?" "Dear sir, I want to solve the problem for my wife. Of course, this is consistent with the goals of the British Empire," Alan Wilson said with a wry smile, "and this is not unrelated to me. I'm the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee. Everything related to the overseas assets of the British Empire is related to me." "Very good." Norman Brooke nodded in approval. "You have such an understanding, which is very admirable. Although I don't know how your wife organizes an exploration team to search for something in the North Sea. Of course, it is to search for oil, to be used as a resource reserve for Britain itself, and then take the lead in establishing the OPEC cartel organization. However, there was no sign of this matter, and now there was no trace of North Sea oil. Alan Wilson naturally could not say anything. He shook his head and said, "I won't ask about Pamela's affairs. After all, exploration is a thing with a high failure rate. She has been very lucky in recent years, and it's good to have a little setback." OPEC, or the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, is the earliest and most influential raw material producer and export organization established in the Third World. Oil is the most important energy source in the post-war world. The main purpose of its establishment is naturally to deal with it. Exploration, mining and sales are almost entirely controlled by the Western Oil Monopoly Consortium. But who said that Britain could not join this organization? As long as Britain proposed it first, Britain could become a founding country. Moreover, OPEC did not show much power before the oil crisis. As long as Britain joined early, Alan Wilson did not believe that the United States could kick Britain out. Norman Brooke also accepted Alan Wilson's argument. After all, there is no company that can dig out oil by just circling a piece of land. It's too magical. Norman Brooke handed the Iranian conflict over to Alan Wilson, under the pretext that whoever caused the trouble should solve it. After all, the contract of Mountbatten Oil Company in the Kingdom of Iraq was a very embarrassing move for the Iranians. The dissatisfaction of the Iranian government can indeed be attributed to the Mountbatten family. Dear sir, I have to go to the major colonies and get first-hand information before I can talk to the Iranians. Alan Wilson agreed to the Iranian oil crisis. And now there are calls for autonomy in Nigeria, and there are things in Egypt. I want to find out the current situation of the colonies and allies, so that I can talk to the Iranians. See if we can make up for it with some raw materials. After all, Iran is not a country like the Soviet Union and China. It is unrealistic to expect that there are all kinds of resources in its own country. Yes, there are calls for autonomy in Nigeria. It is indeed a trouble. Norman Brooke nodded. Troubles came one after another, just like the deteriorating health of His Majesty the King. The problems facing Britain are increasing. Although he is not superstitious, Norman Brooke still stopped this idea. His Majesty the King has passed away. Doesn't this mean that Britain is doomed? This time when he left Whitehall, Alan Wilson officially took the trouble into his arms and started to clean up his wife's ass. He will go to British Africa in the name of Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee. After the trip, he will go to Egypt first and finally arrive in Iran for negotiations. On the way home, Alan Wilson was still thinking about what favorable conditions he could borrow. The most favorable condition is of course the imperial preference system. After all, many raw materials are controlled in his hands, which is of course a favorable condition. You have to go to so many places, dear, because of the company's affairs. It's really hard for you. Pamela Mountbatten heard that her husband had officially accepted the task of negotiating with the Iranians and gave him a long kiss with great distress. Nothing, just a good time to take a look around and see where there is a problem. I always keep an eye on Malaya, and I don't know the problems of other colonies. This is also a good opportunity. Alan Wilson naturally couldn't show his fear in front of his wife. He didn't have any confidence in his heart, but he could act heroic. He didn't need to go to the colonies in the name of launching an investigation. The colonial commissioners were also members of the Overseas Assets Control Committee, and he was also the Deputy Secretary General. This excuse couldn't fool anyone, and it would be more appropriate to use the Olympic Games as an excuse. What prime minister, what cabinet secretary, at the critical moment, the firefighter was still him, Alan Wilson. Chapter 658 Colonial Inspection. Since the first stop was Nigeria, Alan Wilson directly extracted a few words from his mind. The most populous country in Africa, the largest economy in Africa, Boko Haram, and the most important Obasanjo. In the 21st century, Nigeria's population has reached 200 million. The largest population in Africa has supported Nigeria's economic development. As for Boko Haram, the name is always seen in the news. As for Obasanjo, the military strongman, he is the representative of Nigeria's integrity. His level is at least much higher than that of Changong. The only flaw is that he was taught a lesson by electoral politics. However, this person is much better than Changong. If he can always stick to the military government model, he will either be overthrown by a coup in the end, or he may be a figure like Napoleon in Africa. Now according to the time, Obasanjo should not have a firm foothold in the military, so there is no need to worry in the short term. If he is killed, Nigeria will eventually become independent, so it is better to leave a positive example to defend democratic elections. Anyway, countries using the British electoral system will not pose a real threat to Europe and the United States in the end. Alan Wilson has determined from history that Obasanjo is not pro-Soviet, at least he cannot become Castro, so it can be concluded that there is basically no threat. Pamela Mountbatten certainly did not want her husband to leave, especially to such a backward place, but part of the reason for this matter was that her husband eliminated hidden dangers for her, and the final destination was Iran. She could only bid farewell to her husband with apologies. Actually, I have something to say. I haven't had my period this month. I have to go to the hospital for a checkup in 2 days. Pamela Mountbatten blushed and talked about her premonition. Wow, I hope there is good news. Alan Wilson was overjoyed when he heard it and happily hugged his wife and kissed her. I have a suggestion. The air in London is too bad. You should find a place to rest and give our children a healthy environment. His wife said that she had not seen it, but Alan Wilson felt that it was almost certain. The two came back from Kuala Lumpur together. This time they stayed for at least a few months. According to common sense, there should be some movement. Although she could not accompany her husband abroad, Pamela Mountbatten still drove her husband to the airport and encountered a rally on the way. Alan Wilson stared through the car window for a moment, grinned and said sarcastically, "Women's movement rally." It turned out to be a British boxer. I'm sorry. Although the scale of the rally was not large, and it would not take up the boarding time, Alan Wilson still couldn't help but talk about it. After being married for such a long time, Pamela Mountbatten already knew this man, and knew that her husband had never appreciated the women's movement. If you talk about any organization, you will be in trouble soon. I can't do anything about them. We are a democratic country, and votes are the most important thing for politicians. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly, glanced at his wife and said, "In fact, it's much easier for you to deal with them than me." "Why do you say that?" Pamela Mountbatten asked while driving. It seems that except for being richer than her husband, she is far inferior in other aspects, especially in terms of intelligence. She couldn't figure out what she could do if her husband couldn't do anything. "I'm a government official. Politicians dare not offend voters. To make these voices disappear, we must either turn into a country like the Soviet Union, or you are the only one who can do it." Alan Wilson said that as a government official, there are limitations in dealing with mass incidents. It is not impossible to take a tough attitude, but almost no one dares to do so. It's easy for you. Set up an organization like the Women's Movement Foundation, bribe the leaders of these women's movements, and then send these people to the Middle East to organize the development of the women's movement after they have been tamed by money. Then what? Pamela Mountbatten frowned slightly, thinking that things might not be that simple. Maybe they will be stoned to death if they are caught by the Arabs. Alan Wilson laughed and boasted like a genius. Of course, we all know that diplomacy is no small matter. We cannot take a tough attitude towards a country just because of unexpected and isolated incidents involving a few British citizens. This matter will eventually be left unresolved. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be your professional advice to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Pamela Mountbatten responded, as if she knew it would be like this. "I think it is most appropriate to establish the Women's Movement Foundation in Newfoundland. No one can find out." "Good idea." Alan Wilson nodded in agreement. On the short way to the airport, he discovered one thing: how important it is for a couple to have the same values. Alan Wilson had an argument with Pamela Mountbatten in the terminal hall. He thought it would be better to watch his wife go back, but Pamela Mountbatten wanted to watch him board the plane. Several assistants from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs kept exchanging macro expressions next to him. They really couldn't stand the sour smell of love. 2 hours later, the group had already gotten off the plane in France. Of course, there was a reason for this. The current Comet airliner was more fuel intensive. Generally, Alan Wilson had to land at several airports to go to Kuala Lumpur. Otherwise, why would Whitehall be so interested in the Persian Gulf Air Transit Station? But the fundamental reason was that Alan Wilson believed that, before arriving in Nigeria, where there were not many entertainment projects, everyone should enjoy the time in Africa. This was mainly because of the assistant's needs, but he himself didn't care. In the afternoon, he had arrived at the headquarters building of Woodpecker Pictures. The first thing he did was to send a telegram and eat a round of pingin according to the order in the diary. Only then did he learn that Joan Bennett was in Paris. Why is she here? Anyway, Alan Wilson also had some exchanges with Joan Bennett, so it was normal to care a little. "Why do you care so much about her?" Greta Garbo glanced at the man and asked in a nonchalant tone. "Dear, your friends are my friends." Alan Wilson said reservedly that as a man, he must show responsibility when he should. The North American box office market hasn't improved, so she came here to see if there are any opportunities. Greta Garbo said in a cold Nordic accent that the current North American box office market is quite involuted and Joan Bennett is unwilling to lie flat and is looking for opportunities. In fact, Joan Bennett has been absent for more than a year. The last time she appeared on the big screen was when the Korean War had just begun. As for Lana Turner, another new friend on the trip to Puerto Rico, she also starred in a TV series. It seems that TV series have really impacted the film industry. I actually have a plan related to this. Regarding the promotion of British influence, the major colonies in British Africa have plans for varying numbers of cinemas. According to different forces, more than 100 are currently planned, and they are not small projects. Oh, what's the use of this? Greta Garbo looked nonchalant and turned her head away with little interest. Bang! Greta Garbo jumped up, and the instigator slowly withdrew his hand, saying to himself, I'm a man of equal status to you and your husband. You always act as if I have done something wrong to you after not seeing you for a while. This attitude is extremely insulting to me and causes me to lose control of my hands. Alan Wilson always frowns when he sees beautiful women. Joan Bennett is not young anymore. This year is also the time when Alan Wilson first met Garbo in New Delhi, the same age. As an actress who came from the extremely harsh black and white film era, Joan Bennett has a similar appearance to Hedy Lamarr, and she and Vivien Leigh are beautiful faces accepted by the public in this era. I will be doing some research on British Africa soon, but I will definitely remember this. Alan Wilson made a promise with a sincere face, reaching out to touch Joan Bennett's long hair and said, in fact, the original blonde hair is very good, don't lose your own characteristics. Before this, Alan Wilson had been rejected 3 times. The 3 people in charge of Woodpecker Pictures refused to go to Nigeria with him because they had to take care of their children. Considering the local black pearls, Alan Wilson placed his last hope on Joan Bennett. Hedy is filming The Beautiful Legend of Sicily, and you just want me to replace her. Joan Bennett expressed doubts about the man's words. Your hair is not dyed black because Hedy came to the United States. Alan Wilson seemed to remember something and said suspiciously, that's not surprising. But Hedy is only famous for her beauty, and her film career is not going well. Vivien is much more successful than her. Hearing the man's boasting, Joan Bennett rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson. What a proud spirit. Finally, while the assistants were ready to go to Africa, Alan Wilson successfully invited a guest who was also going to Nigeria. It was such a coincidence that he couldn't explain to his assistants why this woman with a sun hat and sunglasses covering her face was chatting so enthusiastically after just meeting her. Deputy Secretary General, you guys are so happy chatting with a woman you just met. Do you have any tricks? The assistants surrounded Alan Wilson and wanted their boss to teach them a few tricks. Maybe it's because I'm born with gentlemanly manners and tend to be more trustworthy. Alan Wilson was waiting at the exit like a full power central air conditioner. When Joan Bennett appeared, he took the initiative to step forward and said, beautiful lady, let us men take you to your residence, otherwise the indigenous people here are always unreliable. You are such a gentleman. Joan Bennett handed the suitcase to Alan Wilson and thanked him softly. It's a memorable experience to meet a group of diplomats on this expedition. Lagos is the largest city in the Nigerian colony, and its status is equivalent to that of the Magic City. The British division of Nigeria is very general, mainly into 4 parts. As the capital, Lagos is on an equal footing with the 3 major gathering areas. Chapter 659, The Founding Father of Nigeria. Okay, gentlemen, it's time to do our business. At her age, she must have a husband. Alan Wilson clapped his hands at his assistants to attract their attention back. Now that she has been sent to the place, it's time to get down to business. Joan Bennett does have a husband. Alan Wilson originally wanted her husband to live a peaceful life and he would take the burden on his behalf. There were no excessive requirements. As for coming to Africa together this time, it was entirely out of mutual help between friends, and there was no other intention. The Nigerian colony belonged to British West Africa, which also included Sierra Leone, Togo, and part of Cameroon, as well as the British Gold Coast. However, in terms of area, the area of British West Africa cannot be compared with that of British East Africa. Nigeria occupies the vast majority of the area. Britain's traditional strategy for colonies is merger, not division. Nigeria is naturally a merger. Even this process has not ended. Generally speaking, Britain will merge the surrounding small colonies into the largest colony before independence. Only British India is because of its large area, and the pacifists really don't want to be in the same country with Hindus. Finally, they adopted the partition. Most of the border conflicts in British colonies actually had nothing to do with Britain itself. In fact, the colonies ruled by Britain were larger than before they became colonies. But in the case of colonization, good things are not remembered, but bad things are recorded in the diary. Take Indonesia for example. An Indonesian regime that has long ruled Java Island wants the entire Dutch East Indies. Vietnam wants the French colonies including Laos and Cambodia. They want to take over all the colonial heritage, and the responsibility of being colonized is all on the mother country. How can such a good thing happen? Since the two major sects in British India insisted on separation, Britain finally experienced the joy of partition at the end of the colonial era. With Alan Wilson vigorously promoting the benefits of partition, London also began to think that the previous move to merge colonies did not seem to be completely correct in some cases. The situation in Nigeria is more complicated. If the local elites in Nigeria can stay quiet for a few years to give Britain time not to make trouble, Alan Wilson does not want to split up this colony. The fundamental reason is that Nigeria is surrounded by French West Africa and French Central Africa, and all around are French colonies. Once Nigeria is split up and becomes a separate small country, it will not play the important role of isolating the two large French colonies. This role is like the entire world of peace religion, which stretches from North Africa to Southeast Asia. India is needed to isolate it in the middle. It is good for everyone to become two unconnected parts. The basic situation of British Nigeria is a colony composed of two major religions and three ethnic groups. Among them, Christians and peace believers can be said to be evenly matched, with peace believers having a slight advantage. Among the three major ethnic groups, one is mostly peace believers, one is mostly Christians, and the other is half and half. Arriving at the Lagos administrative office, looking at the ceiling fan above his head that is almost the same as the one in the Governor General's Palace of British India, Alan Wilson missed it very much, the product of the same era and the same batch. Ingram, it's been a few months since we last met. Did you miss me? Alan Wilson gave the Nigerian commissioner a friendly hug when he saw him, and he did not hide his purpose. There are calls for autonomy in the homeland, so I came here to talk this time. I hope to have a frank exchange with these voices of autonomy. It doesn't take too long, because my inspection is not limited to Nigeria, but also to other places, and I don't have enough time. Oh, Alan, aren't you going back to Kuala Lumpur? Ingram said in surprise. I think you know how much time this trip takes. I know very well, but the overall interests of our overseas civil servants force me to understand it. Fortunately, I'm here, Ingram. You know, I'm one of us. Alan Wilson did not regard the Nigerian commissioner as an outsider, and directly asked about the current situation, and which part wanted independence. When it comes to independence, there must be a leader, usually the group with the largest number of people, who want to drive the British away, and take power themselves. But with Ingram's words, Alan Wilson was a little surprised that the call for autonomy was made by the Igbo people, who have the smallest number of people, and control the smallest land among the three major ethnic groups. Through Ingram's introduction, Alan Wilson had a general impression of Nigeria. Nigeria is currently divided into four general regions. One city is Lagos, where he is now, which is the capital of the colony. The northern region accounts for more than 70% of Nigeria's area and more than half of its population. The vast majority are peaceful believers, among which the Hausa Fulani is the largest ethnic group. The Hausa people have a high level of civilization and history. The Hausa 7 states and 7 states of bastards are famous, but they have never formed a unified country. The Fulani people were originally nomads because they took the lead in launching the Hausa Jihad. The Jihad first defeated the Hausa nobles of each city-state, eliminated the remnants of the primitive religion among the Hausa people, established the Sokoto Caliphate, and then fought against Western colonists to unify the Hausa states, so they deeply integrated with the Hausa people. The eastern region is located in the southeast of the Nigerian colony, the Niger River Delta region. The climate in this area is humid and hot, with swamps everywhere. Before the British came, the society was backward. But because it is relatively backward, there is no pressure to accept British culture. The largest ethnic group in the area, the Igbo, has learned from Britain in all aspects. In the western region, Yoruba people are the majority. Yoruba people are a famous commercial ethnic group in Africa. They are active in work, and are about half and half peaceful Christians. Lagos, the capital of Alan Wilson's colony, is the place of Yoruba people. Yoruba people are mostly engaged in business. The local officials in the current colony are mainly Igbo people. Therefore, there are also many Igbo people in Lagos. Generally speaking, this is the general situation in Nigeria. It's really surprising. A nation with a small number of people and a small area, how can they maintain their current interests once they become independent? Alan Wilson couldn't help laughing after hearing this. This is equivalent to Ali Jinnah insisting on independence and wanting to rule the entire British India. This is simply being blinded by the interests after independence. Alan Wilson can only comment like this. In fact, in terms of historical background, the Hausa Fulani people in the north obviously have the upper hand. Their national cohesion is fought for. If Nigeria had not been colonized by Britain, the Igbo people would have been the ones who were completely wiped out if they had stayed there for hundreds of years. The consequences are equivalent to the Baiyu in China and the Champa in Vietnam. It is good enough to be mentioned in history books. How can there be a few days of showing off? The Igbo people want independence, right? I'll meet the leader of the Hausa people first. Alan Wilson said coldly, give us a few years to live in peace. It will be good for everyone. If it doesn't work, then there is nothing we can do. If they make us uncomfortable, we will let them die. Azakai was the Igbo leader who is most looking forward to autonomy. He knew about the group of people arriving from London as soon as they arrived here, but after 2 days of no movement, Azakai asked and was told that Alan Wilson was negotiating with the leader of the Northern People's Congress. That is a political party dominated by the Hausa people. Knowing that the representatives from London would first look for the Hausa people, Azakai could not sit still. He took the initiative to show up and meet with Alan Wilson. Azakai was born in an Igbo family in Zonjuru City, northern Nigeria. Like many leaders of colonial independence, he was born in the family of local elite officials in the colony. His father worked in the headquarters of Sir Luigi, the commander of the wing and high commissioner of the Protectorate of Northern Nigeria. Alan Wilson was also investigating this leader who had been calling for autonomy, and he also learned that Azakai had strong Pan-African ideas, which was disgusting. Pan-Africanism is spreading widely on the African continent. A unified African country should be established in Africa as a motherland of all black people. Pan-Africanism has a great influence on the emergence of Azakai's national consciousness. Although this idea is too idealistic and the success rate is almost zero, Alan Wilson does not want to meet leaders with similar ideas, because such leaders are idealistic in themselves, and idealistic opponents are not easy to negotiate. But Alan Wilson still met with Azakai at the administrative office. Alan Wilson has always been face blind to black people, and he will not think that the other party has put the skill points to the wisdom attribute just because Azakai wears a pair of glasses. The meeting was entirely out of courtesy. When Azakai sat down, Alan Wilson was still flipping through the materials prepared by the administrative office, thinking about what to say to different local leaders. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Azakai held his eyes and took the initiative to speak. I heard that you are the representative sent by London to convey Nigeria's call for autonomy. I'm glad to meet you. I'm glad too. Alan Wilson also extended his hand in a friendly manner. He remembered that Azakai was the founding father of Nigeria and expressed his friendliness. Mr. Azakai, as people say, is a man full of wisdom. I heard that you have been to the United States for further studies. I don't think you learned from the United States how to oppose Britain? Azakai was stunned, then laughed. How could Commissioner Wilson have such an idea? Do you think it is wrong for Nigeria to strive for autonomy? Is it Nigeria striving for autonomy, or is it the Igbo people who have exposed their ambitions? This is something worthy of study. Alan Wilson laughed. You should know that in the current colonial government, the proportion of Igbo people is abnormal. This makes me see the trend of inequality. Maybe it can be balanced according to ethnicity. Chapter 660 London is unhappy. I don't think the ethnic problems in Nigeria should be blamed on Britain. Nigeria was like this before we came. It was not us who made the Hausa people believe in peace. Azukiwa once studied in the United States. Alan Wilson mentioned this experience and linked it with how to oppose Britain. It can be said that it is very serious in nature. The second paragraph mentioned the ethnic problems facing Nigeria at present. There is no doubt that the Hausa people, as the majority ethnic group, should have greater power. This is in line with the basic rules of democratic politics. The minority obeys the majority. I think it is responsible and the best result to hand over the future of Nigeria to the Hausa people. Of course, there is not only one way. Just like the British India split and turned to hostility, some voices believe that, in order to avoid this tragedy, some colonies should be adjusted, and the strategy of divide and rule can be adopted to avoid this. This is not unreasonable. While flipping through the materials, Alan Wilson said this in a very soft voice, with a very sensible expression, and even sincere. He thought so. With the arrival of the parties, Alan Wilson's memory of the political situation was also awakened. He remembered that Azukiwa was indeed the founding father of Nigeria. This was correct. But there is something else. After independence, Nigeria was indeed controlled by the Igbo people at the beginning. The Igbo people even felt that it was not enough. Democracy gave the other two ethnic groups opportunities. It was better to implement the military government model and launch a military coup. After the military coup, the army was used to defeat the forces of other ethnic groups and build a complete Nigeria to complete development. But the Igbo people themselves are the smallest in area and population among the three ethnic groups. The weakest one actually set a precedent for military coups. Don't blame other ethnic groups for doing the same. Once such an example appears, whoever has the bigger fist will be right. In the end, Nigeria fell into the hands of the Hausa military government with Obasanjo, a Yoruba, as the core. Obasanjo is a Yoruba and a Christian, but the military forces around him are mainly Hausa. The Hausa people themselves are the largest ethnic group in Nigeria. Unlike the Igbo people who gather at all levels of government, the Hausa people are the main source of big soldiers. In fact, the senior military officials were also mainly Igbo at the beginning. But the Hausa people, who are mainly low-level officers, have gone through several coups and eliminated the power of the Igbo people. From this point, we can see that Obasanjo was not without skill during his rule in Nigeria. The Yoruba people he belonged to were neither officials in Nigeria like the Igbo people during the British period, nor were they the majority in the army like the Hausa people. But in the end, it was Obasanjo who dismantled the zoning management based on the three major ethnic groups and suppressed the ethnic conflicts in Nigeria. Of course, the suppression was limited to his tenure. Listening to Alan Wilson's analysis and threats, Azukiwa couldn't help but retort, Nigeria is a whole, and everyone is Nigerian. Oh, Nehru and Ali Jinnah said so at the beginning. Sukarno, who caused trouble for the Dutch, also said so. Did you discuss it together? Alan Wilson chuckled and said to himself, after all, if you want to be the founding father of a country, this kind of greed is understandable. Telling lies with open eyes is a necessary skill. Mr. Azukiwa, you must be a good leader when you are alive. This is not a death threat. Alan Wilson's words are very sincere. He thinks so. The two people have very different positions, so naturally they don't have much in common. However, Azukiwa soon discovered that the official from London was very frank. Although some of his words were unpleasant to hear, they were completely feasible from the British perspective. For example, before leaving, he gave the control of Nigeria to any of the three major ethnic groups. In fact, the main threat to the Igbo people is the Hausa people, who have different religions and larger numbers. Of course, this frankness is based on deterrence. Alan Wilson said that the Igbo people represented by Azukiwa made demands for autonomy when the British king had just passed away and the crown prince had not yet ascended the throne, which made London very unhappy. Azukiwa explained that this was a spontaneous call and it was not necessary to make London unhappy at this time. Oh, so that's how it is. Alan Wilson finally felt that this Pan-Africanist seemed to be able to communicate with him and changed his tone. Mr. Azukiwa, do you expect Britain to help you eliminate ethnic conflicts in Nigeria and then take all the responsibility for the killings? Let the whole world criticize Britain? and then give you the whole of Nigeria? No way. I think under normal circumstances, you don't need to think about the problem with your wishful thinking of Pan-Africanism. You should know which nation will be in the hands of Nigeria after the British leave. How about we try it? Before the British leave, hold a democratic election, see who can win. We will hand Nigeria over to this nation. How about it? Azukiwa hesitated to speak, and finally opened his mouth and said nothing. It's not that he didn't have a rebuttal. He just felt that his own ideas would not necessarily win in the election. I don't want to see one thing. Another thing is that, if the Igbo people still don't cooperate, Britain doesn't mind handing over British Cameroon to France for trusteeship. I believe it will be easy to exchange this condition for France's support for Britain's affairs in West Africa. Alan Wilson stared at Azukiwa with ill intentions and said, "You and I both know what this means. If you make trouble again, I will do it. Don't regret it when the time comes." British Cameroon only occupies a small part of Cameroon. Cameroon itself was a German colony and was divided between Britain and France after the war. The French part is more than 90% of the original Cameroon, and the British part is the cross-border residence of the Igbo people. Alan Wilson mentioned handing over British Cameroon to France. There is no doubt that the result is that the Igbo people, who are the smallest among the three major ethnic groups, cannot be compared with the other two ethnic groups in terms of population. Mr. Azukiwa, think about it carefully. Don't think that you can learn independence from the United States just because you studied in the United States. France paid the price of its king being beheaded. If you want to follow the example of sending an expeditionary force to fight the British Army in North America, see if there is another France willing to do so. Even if there is. Alan Wilson changed his tone and said maliciously, "The Royal Navy can easily send 2 battleships over, fire a few rounds of volleys at the city of Lagos, and then pat his butt and leave." If someone asked Alan Wilson if he was happy now, of course he was happy. Speaking like this in front of a leader at the level of a founding father fulfilled one of his dreams. Once upon a time, he also wanted to speak like this in front of Nehru. It's just that the most important thing at that time was to maintain stability and maximize the interests of British India in the last period of time. If it were now, he would not have such scruples. Although he accused the future founding father of Nigeria for a long time, when Ingram came in, the two of them still maintained a face-to-face sitting posture. "Alan, the information you want." Ingram sent in the development plan for Nigeria. "No problem." Alan Wilson nodded, then put the information in front of Mr. Azukiwa and said, "According to our observation, Nigeria is not suitable for autonomy at present. If a hasty decision is made to intensify the conflict, there is a risk of civil war. This is a precedent for the India-Pakistan War. The current idea of the British colonial government is to carry out a development plan for the gathering areas of the 3 major ethnic groups. The core purpose is to complete the development plan formulated by the colonial government. Whoever can complete it best and prove their ability will be the one to whom we will hand over the future of Nigeria. The premise is that all the materials needed must be imported from the UK and exchanged for Nigerian raw materials. Mr. Azukiwa can understand it as a test. I still believe that the Igbo people have the advantage. If the Igbo people get the best result in the end, then you can talk to London in 5 years and formulate an autonomy plan. In the first 5 years, we will still supervise the political situation in Nigeria. In this way, we can come up with a mature response plan, and Nigeria can be officially independent. Seeing Azukiwa hesitate, Alan Wilson said sarcastically, "It seems that I still have to talk to the Hausa people. The French must also hope that Britain will return Cameroon. This is a mature and responsible plan. Of course, we are very willing to accept it. This can also prove the ability of the Igbo people." Azukiwa agreed immediately after hearing it. "We can let the whole of Nigeria see the experience of the Igbo people in managing Nigeria." Mr. Azukiwa, don't force it. If you think it is forced, you can directly say it. Alan Wilson lit a cigar and said leisurely with smoke, "Of course, if you say it, I will not change it." Azukiwa pushed his glasses. The eyes behind the lenses seemed to be very wise and sincere. Not forced at all. If the Northern People's Congress Party approves this development plan, he will not even have the opportunity to regret it. Very good. I will stay in Nigeria for half a month. After finishing this matter, I will go to the Gold Coast. Alan Wilson looked at the time and asked proactively, would you like to stay for afternoon tea? Ezekiel certainly understood that Alan Wilson was ordering him to leave, and decisively said that he had something else to do, and left the administrative office. How was the talk? Ingram waited until everyone left, before coming in to ask about the progress. He looks pretty good. I heard he's a media person. I learned a saying in the East, that a scholar can't succeed in a rebellion even after 3 years. So-called independent leaders like this who just play with pens are just so-so. Alan Wilson said with disdain, but I hope that all independent leaders in Africa are of this level. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Get rid of him. In fact, the situation here is better. The independence movement in the Gold Coast is more powerful. Ingram frowned and said, Nkrumah is also more difficult to deal with than Ezekiel. After all, his authority in the Gold Coast is much higher than Ezekiel. The Gold Coast is my next stop. Is it difficult to deal with? Alan Wilson frowned slightly and said, I don't want to take tough measures, but if necessary, I have a good relationship with Mahaj Lovick in northern Rhodesia, and I can use it when necessary. Ingram, you also know that you have to take a plane to go to northern Rhodesia, and planes are not a safe means of transportation. Of course, Alan Wilson still doesn't want to get to that point. If he can talk, and he can be patriotic. But after listening to Ingram's words, especially after Alan Wilson heard about Nkrumah's socialist ideas, he unconsciously changed his mind. This leader of the independence movement in the Gold Coast is actually more difficult to contact than Ezekiel and may even lead to the Soviet Union. At present, the Gold Coast is a very wealthy colony in Africa because of its own gold resources. The foreign exchange reserves of the Gold Coast colony are £200 million. Of course, this was exchanged for the gold of the Gold Coast, which is very important to Britain at present. It seems that we have to kill this guy. After careful evaluation, Alan Wilson made this decision in his heart. He was not worried about Nkrumah's outstanding ability. In fact, African socialism seemed to be ineffective. They were still primitive tribes before, and they entered socialism at a run. There must be a basic law to launch satellites. How can this problem be solved with enthusiasm? Even Alan Wilson himself could not lead a group of primitive tribes to engage in socialism. However, although he was not optimistic about Nkrumah's socialist road, whether the Gold Coast could achieve socialism and whether it could cause trouble to Britain were two different things. Nkrumah would not succeed in the former, but it would be very easy to succeed in the latter. From the establishment of the Soviet Union to the present, there have been many precedents showing that a new socialist country may not develop well, but it will definitely bring great trouble to the colonial country. Knowing that there was a person like Nkrumah on the Gold Coast, Alan Wilson's mind was no longer in Nigeria. Instead, he was on Nkrumah, who was also a Pan-Africanist and a socialist. While constantly meeting with several ethnic leaders of Niger's interests and promoting his plan for maintaining stability and development, Alan Wilson was also in contact with the Gold Coast Commissioner and the necessary foreign aid. The necessary foreign aid was of course the African hegemon, France, which Alan Wilson found. In 1947, in order to strengthen the unified actions of the West African people in the struggle against colonialism, Nkrumah personally went to Paris to work with African members of the French National Assembly, such as Suluma Ganapati, Leopold Sedar Senghor, and Felix Houphouët-Boigny, to jointly formulate plans for the establishment of the Union of West African Socialist Republics. At this point, there was no need to be polite. The safety of the British Gold Coast was at stake. As a servant of the empire, he could not ignore it. However, in the current situation, it was unlikely that Britain would send troops just for the independence of a colony, not to mention that it had not yet become independent. Alan Wilson learned from Gold Coast Commissioner Davis that Nkrumah had also adopted a non-violent non-cooperation movement. It's just that it's not difficult to find workers for the gold industry, and it's also the pillar industry of the Gold Coast. Nkrumah's non-violent non-cooperation movement was not adapted to the local environment and has been disintegrated. But the situation is still very dangerous. Unlike Nigeria, Nkrumah has almost formed a Leninist party, the Gold Coast United Congress Party. In the telegram, Davis asked how to deal with this matter. Alan Wilson said that he should be patient and he needed to think carefully. His mood was low, and Joan Bennett felt it most obviously. But Joan Bennett didn't dare to ask more. After all, she was not as reliable as Greta Garbo and Ingrid Bergman. Even if he asked, Alan Wilson wouldn't say it. As an imperial civil servant who had suffered from the dragoons, his mouth was much tighter than before. It is true that Joan Bennett is unlikely to be a Soviet spy, but she is an American. On the issue of colonies, Americans and Soviets just have different methods. Nkrumah actually studied in the United States, which is exactly the same as Azukai, who is seeking independence in Nigeria. In the telegram to London, Alan Wilson also mentioned this point. Most of the independence leaders of British West Africa had a background of studying in the United States and informed themselves of their countermeasures to deal with Nigeria's independence. As for the Gold Coast, Alan Wilson did not mention it in the telegram because the normal method was no longer useful. At the meeting with the three major ethnic groups in Nigeria, Alan Wilson took out the development plan for the three major regions of Nigeria and began to draw a pie, saying that this was also a manifestation of the responsibility of the sovereign country. It is an assessment of all ethnic groups to see fairly and impartially whether Nigeria has the foundation for autonomy. With the support of Azukai, the leader of the Igbo people, this meeting was actually quite smooth. After all, in Nigeria, the Igbo people have an advantage in institutions at all levels. If the Igbo people who occupy a dominant position do not object, this matter will not be too difficult. The development plan is 5 years. After the end of 5 years, Alan Wilson hinted that the parties can apply for autonomy to London again. At that time, I believe that Nigeria, which has proved its ability to manage itself, should be recognized by London. However, there are still 5 years after 5 years, and Alan Wilson is still not convenient to disclose it. After temporarily stabilizing the Nigerian independence movement, Alan Wilson began to carefully consider how to suppress the further independence movement of the Gold Coast. Although he had made up his mind that Nkrumah must be killed in order for the gold of the Gold Coast to remain stable in the next few years, it would be best if he could be replaced by a pro-Western leader. With this idea, Alan Wilson told the Gold Coast Commissioner that he would not go to the Gold Coast for the time being, and at the same time, sent a telegram to Northern Rhodesia, saying that when encountering professional matters, professional help is needed. Grace immediately set off from Northern Rhodesia with his confidants, and the passenger plane he took landed in Lagos. I didn't expect that the main urban area of this city is on an island. Grace, who has been in the inland for a long time, spoke highly of Lagos. What do you British think? It seems to be very vulnerable to attack. Lagos is the largest port city in Nigeria. It is located at the southwest end of the country, on the coast of the Gulf of Guinea. It consists of small islands at the mouth of the Ogun River and the mainland. The main island, Lagos Island, is the center of the city and is connected to Ikoyi Island, Victoria Island in the mainland by bridges. Lagos is located in the same position as Changming Island, the capital of China. It is no wonder that Grace was puzzled. The Royal Navy can guarantee the safety of the colonies, so it doesn't matter where the capital is. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and added, at least it could be guaranteed in the past. Now that the US Navy is stronger than the Royal Navy, Alan Wilson can't brag too much. Grace understood immediately and asked Alan Wilson what he wanted to talk to her about. He said, I have a feeling that you want us to repay you this time. It must be no small matter. Grace, I have saved you who are destined to be purged by Tito more than once. Alan Wilson did not hide it and said that he came to inspect this time as the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee to solve some hidden dangers in the UK. The Nigerian issue has been settled, but the independence movement in the Gold Coast is quite tricky. The root cause is that Nkrumah, the independence leader of the Gold Coast, can no longer be suppressed by political means. So what do you want to do? Can't the local garrison solve the problem? Grace frowned slightly and asked, is it because there are too few garrisons? Alan Wilson nodded and shook his head, took out a photo of Nkrumah and said, this man has almost established a national political party, and he is the only one in the Gold Coast. Political means can no longer be contained. But the local garrison is powerless to suppress it, and there is another important factor. This man studied in the United States. In fact, many leaders of the West African independence movement have studied in the United States. The Americans are really bad, Grace said with dissatisfaction after hearing this. If it were other things, Northern Rhodesia would certainly hope to hold on to the thighs of the United States. After all, who doesn't want their backers to be strong? But on the issue of colonies, Northern Rhodesia must stand with Britain and France, at least for the time being. It must stand firm. Grace was naturally dissatisfied with the United States' desire to dismantle the British and French colonial empires. The African colonies were independent, and the Slavs in Northern Rhodesia were surrounded. He also knew that Alan Wilson wanted to get rid of this independence leader, and asked Alan Wilson if he had any ideas, so that he could also make references on the side. Alan Wilson did not hide his intention to promote India's invitation to Nkrumah, so that Nkrumah could leave the Gold Coast and kill him halfway. It's too far, and there may be variables along the way. I know that Britain has pro-British officials in the Indian government, but this is not easy to implement. Grace shook her head and said, India is not a good destination for a visit. You once said that Nehru is also India's foreign minister. Can you influence Nehru? Seeing Alan Wilson shaking his head, Grace spread his hands and said, that's it. So we have to think of a way at the destination. I think it would be better to let a French party invite Nkrumah, such as the French Communist Party. Chapter 662. Britain and France share the same position. Grace compared the straight line distance between France and India, and sorted out Nkrumah's personal connections, saying that India was not a good place to start, and that India was already independent, so it was impossible for Britain to command it at will. On the contrary, France is different, Mr. Allen. As far as I know, many heavyweight members of the French National Assembly are leaders of the African independence movement. Paris has given them a high status, and they now live in Paris. Grace paused and said, can't this person be bribed? He is a Pan-Africanist and a socialist. Once the former succeeds, the influence will quickly spread to other African colonies, while the latter will cause damage to the interests of Britain and France. Alan Wilson glanced at Grace and sighed. So you say, can I let him go? Britain is not unwilling to let the colonies become independent, but it absolutely cannot do this with such a person. Are you afraid of the threat of backlash from the colonies? Grace asked suspiciously, and could only attribute Britain's vigilance against Pan-Africanism and socialism to this point. But he could see that Alan Wilson didn't care about normal African nationalists. Threat? Not really. There are many kinds of independence, but Pan-Africanism and socialism are more harmful to Britain than nationalism. The former can be considered the first domino. If this Pan-African leader succeeds in independence, we and the French will be in big trouble, and the influence will spread rapidly. If we lean towards socialism, we will cut off economic ties with Britain in the short term. Let's not talk about what will happen in the future, but not now. Alan Wilson showed the difference between different independence forces. It's not that he can't let go of nationalists. Anyway, he didn't want Britain to rule Africa forever. Independence is just a matter of sooner or later. He is just stalling for time. Pan-Africanism and socialist ideas are not a big threat in Alan Wilson's mind. Can colonial independence pose a threat to Britain? Even British India can't do it, let alone African colonies. He is not unaware of the final fate of several countries that support Pan-Africanism. Ghana in the 21st century is far less influential than the Gold Coast in the 1950s. If there is a difference, Ghana's status in the world is lower than that of the current Gold Coast, and it is much lower. None of these so-called Pan-Africanist countries can organize a new society on their own. Soon, after the militarization enthusiasm of the revolutionary countries faded, these Pan-Africanist regimes were counterattacked and became blatant dictatorships. In the end, the countries led by Pan-Africanist leaders were poorer the more they had Pan-Africanist soil. Because Pan-Africanism believes that the whole of Africa is a family, but the independence of each colony was different. The countries that became independent first can certainly support other countries that have not yet become independent, but who would believe that they can merge and establish a unified African parliament. The problem is that it is not possible now. Britain cannot let go of the colonies now. Nkrumah has two intolerable characteristics. Once he succeeds, a gap will be opened in the African colonial system, and the impact will be very bad. But looking at so many gold reserves, I can't let the Gold Coast become independent so easily. Grace didn't know that Alan Wilson divided the African independence movement into several categories in his mind, and independence movement leaders like Nkrumah happened to be classified as killing chickens to scare monkeys. He just felt that Britain had set its sights on the gold reserves of the Gold Coast. Now that South Africa was obviously not obedient, and the Americans were not going to sit there and watch, Britain could only find a way to increase its national strength in another gold-producing area in Africa. It was not wrong to think so. The gold reserves of the British Gold Coast were indeed an important reason for action. But Alan Wilson could not admit it. He said that it was for the civilization and order of the whole of Africa not to be destroyed. Once independence was successful under Nkrumah's leadership, it would only plunge the Gold Coast into poverty. Grace looked very confident, and the two of them initially determined that borrowing the power of France was more reliable than India. Although Nkrumah had also adopted Gandhi's non-violent non-cooperation movement, India would not necessarily make Nkrumah leave the Gold Coast. On the contrary, several African leaders in the French National Assembly, such as Felix Houphouët-Boigny and Leopold Sédar Senghor, were all black and were highly valued by the Paris government. From the perspective of personal relationships and connections, it might be possible to facilitate Nkrumah's trip. Grace said that once Nkrumah left the Gold Coast, he could make Nkrumah disappear by means of a plane crash, which was not a problem for him. However, Alan Wilson had to promise to give him the air route map of France and French Africa. No problem, the French are commendable on this point. Alan Wilson agreed immediately. Land power countries and sea power countries are different. France is much more resolute than Britain on some colonial issues. According to what he knew, there were no flights between the current French colonies in North Africa, but there were routes to Paris, which was the same as in later generations. The difference was that due to the limitations of the flight range in this era, it was impossible for flights from Paris to French Central Africa to go directly. France's transit point in Africa was Algiers, the capital of Algeria's overseas province. From this point, we can see how much France values Algeria. Once Algeria becomes independent, France's colonial rule in Africa will inevitably collapse. Alan Wilson came to Nigeria and also stopped in Algiers, and he knew this well. I will send someone to Algeria to wait. As for the cooperation from France, Grace said this while looking at Alan Wilson, saying that she could be a white glove, but Alan Wilson was needed at other levels. Alan Wilson stood still for a long time, and then went into the office of the Nigerian Administrative Office. He himself did not know many French people, but his wife Pamela Mountbatten was deeply loved by many friends in the French aristocratic circle. It depends on whether the special relationship between Britain and France in exchange for Libya can pass this test. Grace suggested that it would be best if the French Communist Party or African members of the French National Assembly made an invitation. Alan Wilson has already agreed with this point, but he does not know whether he can achieve his goal. But according to common sense, there should be some lurkers within the French Communist Party. After all, France is part of the free world, and it is impossible for France to remain indifferent to the pro-Soviet organization in the country that is on par with the Italian Communist Party. There is a saying that every time the Communist Party of the United States holds a meeting, except for Browder himself, the rest are agents of the US government lurking in the Communist Party of the United States. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that the federal government has full control over the Communist Party of the United States. The bad news is that both the FBI and the CIA believe that the other party's agents lurking in the Communist Party of the United States have betrayed the United States. The French Communist Party may not be as weak as the Communist Party of the United States, but Alan Wilson believes that the French government must have planted reliable people in the French Communist Party to practice breaking the fortress from the inside. Asking for help in front of his wife at the critical moment, Alan Wilson thinks there is nothing shameful about it. This is all for the continuation of the civilization of the British Empire. If you lick it, why care whether you are kneeling or not? Soon Pamela Mountbatten received a telegram from her husband. She has been checking her body recently and has confirmed that there is good news under her belly. Looking back, she should find a city with a good environment to live temporarily. Just as she was about to contact her husband, she received a telegram at this time and read it in a good mood. In the telegram, he greeted his wife and then mentioned the current difficulties that Alan Wilson himself encountered in British West Africa, as well as the way to deal with Nigeria. But in the end, Pamela Mountbatten saw her husband's anxiety on the issue of the Gold Coast. Since South Africa was not very obedient, the Gold Coast has been an important source of gold for the UK, with more than 150 tons of gold imported into the UK last year. The good news for the Gold Coast is that, since the establishment of colonial state-owned enterprises, all major colonies have focused on absorbing retired soldiers to work in colonial state-owned enterprises. The most significant aspect of this achievement is that it has prevented these soldiers with war experience from becoming the backbone of the opposition to British colonial rule. This is definitely stronger than the original history, so the armed resistance in the British African colonies is not strong. Alan Wilson naturally could not reveal it in the telegram to his wife, but he also hinted that as long as Nkrumah was removed, it might be better to replace him with an obedient leader of the independence movement. Alan Wilson did not hide the idea of using France's influence in Africa to get Nkrumah to leave the Gold Coast from his wife. Once the Gold Coast becomes independent, this Pan-Africanist will definitely create instability in other colonies. This is the first domino falling. However, military action may cause misunderstanding among Americans due to Nkrumah's own experience of studying in the United States, so try not to use it. I mean to make it disappear with an accident. Pamela Mountbatten, stroking her belly, put down the telegram. Marina, prepare a plane to Paris and arrange a meeting with my friends who work in politics. The French Communist Party is the best. A day later, Pamela Mountbatten arrived in Paris with 2 assistants. She did not forget to say to the 2 assistants behind her, Marina, Zakharova, Grace is in Nigeria with my husband. What kind of person is he? He is highly valued by the chief. Marina answered simply, if nothing unexpected happens, he will be the next chief of the Chetniks. We all respect him very much. Then I feel relieved. Alan values Northern Rhodesia very much. Pamela Mountbatten raised her wrist to check the time. When she walked out of the airport, a special car was waiting for her. Traditionally, France is a revolutionary country, but not all revolutionaries are revolutionaries. Take Napoleon for example, he made a revolution on behalf of the army. The left and right in France are not clearly divided. On the contrary, there are quite a lot of people who interact with each other. Chapter 663. There is still such a thing as patriotism. Pamela Mountbatten sought help from the legitimist nobles, the Orleanist nobles, the Bonapartist nobles, and the Orleanist connections in the government. Soon Pamela Mountbatten met with the other party and laid out her purpose. Her relationship with the French aristocracy was tied to Libyan oil. What I hope most is to invite Nkrumah through the African members of the French National Assembly. If we can have a good relationship with the French Communist Party, it would be even better. Pamela Mountbatten took a sip from the wine glass and said with a smile, this matter is very important. Whether from a personal perspective or from a national perspective, we have reasons to take a common position. With Pamela Mountbatten's current career development, it is reasonable to make such a request for France to help. You know, Mountbatten Oil Company is now entering the Persian Gulf. Although this has caused unhappiness between Britain and Iran in the Persian Gulf, the French nobles who have already had a good relationship with Pamela Mountbatten are still looking forward to the future. I know an official who has a good relationship with Charles de Gaulle, named Giscard d'Estaing. Through him, contact several African parliamentarians in Paris and jointly invite this person. Louis-Philippe thought for a while and agreed. I wonder if you, Pamela, want to meet this person. If possible, yes, and Louis. Pamela Mountbatten reminded with a smile, I'm married, it's better to call me Mrs. Wilson, my husband minds this very much. With a preliminary consensus, Pamela Mountbatten asked her assistant to send a telegram to Nigeria, asking her husband to wait for good news. A day later, another invitation was sent by telegram, asking her husband to make a judgment. Leopold Sedar Senghor, a Senegalese member of the French National Assembly, is a social democrat on the political spectrum. Félix Houphouët-Boigny, a member of the French National Assembly from Côte d'Ivoire, had long-term close contacts with the French Communist Party. After the war, with the help of the French Communist Party, Houphouët-Boigny transformed the African Agricultural Workers' Union into the Democratic Party of Côte d'Ivoire, and served as the party's chairman. After the Bamako Conference, he and Amd Sékou Touré and others founded the African Democratic Union, which soon became the most powerful political party in French Africa. Boigny served as the chairman of the union, and the Democratic Party of Côte d'Ivoire became the local branch of the African Democratic Union. As the French Communist Party was curbed in France, Félix Houphouët-Boigny could also change sides and draw a clear line with the French Communist Party. Alan Wilson, who was in the administrative office, received a telegram from his wife and had an understanding of the two candidates. Then he replied with a telegram to smooth things over, saying that either of them would do. Alan Wilson remembered that France had suffered a great loss in Vietnam and Algeria. It didn't suffer much in the whole of French Africa. Most of the people who had been members of parliament in France were eventually sent to the position of the father of independence by France. Of course, this was not in vain. Many countries in French Africa were not truly independent. After independence, they followed French policies for a long time. He felt that these two candidates should not be unexpected. Even if there was an accident, it was impossible for both to have problems. He still believed in France's strength, because he knew something about history. Sometimes Grace didn't understand where Alan Wilson's confidence came from, or this kind of unfounded confidence. For example, this time, Alan Wilson himself arrived in Nigeria, British West Africa, and was already one step away from the Gold Coast. But he stayed in Nigeria, and didn't go there. He chose to go far away, and trusted the black politicians trained by France instead of those trained by Britain itself. This is really strange. I don't understand what you officials are thinking. Do you trust the French more than the British? Grace said helplessly, isn't this a bit wrong? If you mean the issue of colonies, I can tell you yes, I trust the French. I don't trust London. Do you want evidence? France is still fighting in Vietnam. Alan Wilson took out a kerosene lighter and burned the telegram, and added, of course, the person I trust most is my wife. This may be the fun of cultivation. After years of teaching by words and deeds, the two people's thinking has been highly consistent. Pamela Mountbatten is the person who knows him best in the world. She directly ran to Paris with the hostage who just appeared in her belly to take charge. Although this was for the benefit of the British Empire, it could not be made public, so of course he had to find the most reliable person to cooperate with him. There was no doubt that Pamela Mountbatten was the most reliable person. After several telegrams were exchanged, invisible radio waves converged on both sides of the Mediterranean, and the whole plan was completed. Savevich, you know him. I sent him to Algiers to wait this time. The key issue is that this flight must stop in Algiers. Grace went and came back. I don't have the ability to bribe the airport. If there is no mistake in this link, there will be no problem. Alan Wilson put his hands on his waist and said, this problem is not big. In fact, the French army in Algeria and the local French have different ideas. Moreover, through the previous bundling of Libyan oil, Pamela has a good relationship with the local French army. In fact, in this matter, I just provide a plan, and many details need her to do. Oh, that's it. Grace raised her eyebrows and sighed sincerely. I envy the deep relationship between you and your wife. Relationships need a long time to cultivate, and you must start early. Alan Wilson was excited when he heard it and was ready to pass on some experience to the next generation of Chetnik leaders. There are still many opportunities for cooperation between the two sides. Grace can be sure that Alan Wilson is indeed a person who is willing to share, but there are not many people willing to share, and Nkrumah is not among them. From this perspective, her luck is not bad. 2 days later, Pamela Mountbatten, who was in Paris, invited Nkrumah, the leader of the Gold Coast independence movement, through to heavyweight African parliamentarians in Paris and the French Communist Party. He was invited to attend a lecture on the African independence movement in Paris, and even an invitation to speak at the University of Paris. Alan Wilson concluded that Nkrumah was a Pan-Africanist and a socialist, and tailored a schedule for him. Soon this honor arrived in Accra, the capital of the Gold Coast. Davis, the British Gold Coast Commissioner, had been paying attention to Nkrumah's movements. Although he knew that Nkrumah had received the news, he could only hide his anxiety in his heart before Nkrumah's definite response. The reason why there has been no major unrest in the Gold Coast in recent years is that after the emergence of the colonial state-owned enterprise plan, the Gold Coast absorbed a large number of veterans and formed an interest alliance with these military leaders. However, this interest alliance is not invincible. As many as 70,000 Gold Coast soldiers joined the army during World War II. It is unrealistic and meaningless to buy everyone off. Buying everyone off is like not buying anyone off. He can only rely on a small group of middle and high level veterans to suppress Nkrumah. If Nkrumah keeps making trouble, Davis is also worried that the group of veterans who have been bought off will make trouble again. The problem he faces is much bigger than Ingram. After learning that Alan Wilson began to care about the Gold Coast, he hoped that this part-time Deputy Secretary General could solve the problem that troubled him. At this time, at the headquarters of the People's Congress Party in Accra, the invitation to Paris was also being discussed enthusiastically. The inviters, Leopold Sedar Senghor and Felix Houphouët-Boigny, were both influential members of the French National Assembly and had voiced Africa and Europe. The original intention of this invitation showed that the two invited Nkrumah because they learned that Nkrumah had just been released from surveillance by the British colonists. Sending an invitation at this time would also help Nkrumah increase his influence. In the explanation in the private letter, the two believed that once the Gold Coast became independent, it would also help their struggle in France. The British colonies and the French colonies can support each other in the pursuit of independence. It is almost full of the intention of saving the country in a roundabout way, and the French Communist Party also expressed its friendship with Nkrumah. At the headquarters of the Gold Coast People's Congress Party, expanding the influence of Pan-Africanism caused heated discussions. In fact, what moved Nkrumah the most was the French Communist Party's attention to him, although he did not express his inclination obviously. But he had a good impression of socialism in his heart. But now independence has not been completed, and he hid his true thoughts in order to avoid the hostility of the British. Nkrumah would never have thought that his few leaks had been remembered by Alan Wilson. He saw through his intention to turn left with a right light and formulated a plan to strike hard. The news that Nkrumah was willing to accept the invitation from Paris and had set a date to go to Paris was soon conveyed to Alan Wilson through Davis, the Gold Coast Commissioner. Alan Wilson, who got the news, took the initiative to open a bottle of red wine in front of Grace and poured a glass for her. My friend, whether Northern Rhodesia can be trusted depends on this time. No more hesitation, we must strike hard. Grace took the glass and nodded, drank the liquid in the glass, and said thoughtfully, Alan, you can actually pretend that you have done nothing. In fact, with your current position, even if it is a momentary negligence, who can hold you responsible? Grace, my friend. Alan Wilson drank the red wine slowly, looked directly into the other's eyes and said lightly, there is still such a thing as patriotism in this world. I'm counting on you. Chapter 664, Veto of the East African Federation. When Nkrumah was on his way to Paris via the Gold Coast flight, Alan Wilson knew it was a success when he heard the news. As long as this person dared to leave, he would make sure that the founding father who led the first colony in Black Africa to independence would not come back. Leave it to us. Grace nodded. He really didn't expect that a leader of colonial independence would really dare to wander around. Shouldn't he stick to the base camp and protect his own safety? There's nothing strange about it. After all, we have a bad precedent. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, since he has set off, I believe the matter of the Gold Coast will end here. Grace didn't know that the reason why Nkrumah dared to accept the invitation to Paris was related to the brain palsy of Britain after the war. World War II knocked the pre-war British Empire down from the position of world hegemony. London, which has always been known for its mature policies, was at a loss when making decisions, just like confused British citizens. The landmark event was the independence of British India, which gave others an impression that, since even British India, which is so important to Britain, can be independent, can other colonies also be independent? Moreover, Nkrumah himself was released by the British. After Nkrumah finished his study in the United States a few years ago, he lived in London for a short time. During this period, Nkrumah contacted several black leaders who were currently serving as parliamentarians in France, including Felix Houphouët-Boigny and Leopold Sedar Senghor. Nkrumah left London with a last bit of face. The subsequent World Black Unity Conference was not held in Africa, but in the United States with other African independence leaders. The liberation of Africa became the main topic of this Pan-African conference. The conference formulated the program of Pan-African nationalism, unanimously adopted the principles of African socialism, based on the strategy of non-violent positive action and the principles of the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and recommended that Africans and people of African descent in various places organize their own political parties, trade unions, cooperative associations and farmers' organizations to support the struggle for national political freedom and economic progress. After the meeting of these African independence leaders and their supporters living in America, Nkrumah went to Britain again in a dignified manner, as if nothing had happened. Of course, Felix Houphouët-Boigny and Leopold Sedar Senghor, who invited Nkrumah this time, also met Nkrumah after the meeting. Nkrumah went to the UK, and the two of them returned to Paris. With the neglect of Britain after the war, and the French African independence leader who met at the same time, who is still a member of the French National Assembly in Paris, and is still alive and kicking. It is not surprising that Nkrumah dared to leave the Gold Coast. Who made Nkrumah think that Britain and even France are now paper tigers of imperialism? After learning that Nkrumah had left the Gold Coast, Alan Wilson arrived at the Gold Coast with his assistants, and met with Davis, the Gold Coast Commissioner. He did not come secretly, but showed up after arriving, and in front of other leaders of the Gold Coast United Congress Party, he sighed and expressed his regret. He then said that he had brought out London's negotiation conditions for the Gold Coast, saying that he would soon go to British East Africa, but was willing to keep in touch with the Gold Coast United Congress Party at any time on the future of the Gold Coast. If Nkrumah ended his European trip before his inspection of British Africa, he could come back again, and was willing to keep in touch with Nkrumah on the issue of autonomy. Alan Wilson was polite and expressed good gentlemanly cultivation, leaving a good impression on the leaders of the United Congress Party. Of course, it is not ruled out that in the eyes of some of Nkrumah's followers, Alan Wilson, the paper tiger, was scared, and the imperialists finally bowed to the great people of the Gold Coast, and could no longer ignore the people's voices. After meeting with the leaders of the United Congress Party who stayed in the Gold Coast, Alan Wilson made a conciliatory speech, saying that London had heard the local voices, and was willing to keep in touch on the issue of autonomy, and then he returned directly to the Gold Coast Administrative Office. Alan, I believe you are joking. This is the profit of 150 tons of gold a year. I believe London will not ignore this kind of profit. Although I don't work in China, I have heard that the government is in urgent need of gold. Davis looked at Alan Wilson who was playing with the gold brick, and explained his thoughts. Alan Wilson, who tested the gold content of the gold brick with his teeth, put the heavy friendship on the table, making a crisp sound, and smiled to signal the local snake to stay calm. Davis, I'm our man. Would I ignore the interests of the British Empire and let the Gold Coast become independent? If it is an ordinary independence advocate, it's fine, but it is absolutely not possible for Pan-Africanist leaders to be independent. Not only is it not in the interests of Britain and France, but the Americans will definitely not be willing to see it, but they just don't say it. Davis breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this heavy friendship has not been paid in vain. Faced with the current wave of independence, we should focus on maintaining stability. This time, Nkrumah has given us an opportunity. Alan Wilson said calmly, we should make good use of this opportunity. Of course, I want to emphasize that the reason why an opportunity is called an opportunity is that it often only comes once, so our way of dealing with colonial independence must never be repeated. I'm willing to help with the troubles faced by the Gold Coast simulation, but it is up to you to disintegrate the local independence forces afterwards. The advantage now is that the framework of colonial state-owned enterprises in British Africa has been largely established to absorb the large number of veterans from the world wars. As long as these retired officers and soldiers who have fought in the war do not mess up, everything will be able to turn around. Appropriate sharing of interests is necessary. After all, you and I know in our hearts that everything we are doing now is to delay time and strive for time to return with a full load. Of course I understand. We all hope that this time will come as late as possible. Davis nodded with relief. You know, I really have no way to deal with him. Sometimes, we have to abandon our selfishness and take the initiative to think about the empire. There may be some difficulties in this process. Don't be blinded by gold. Alan Wilson shamelessly put away the gold. To be honest, it was still quite heavy. Only gold could prove the great friendship between the two. Alan Wilson came to the Gold Coast with enthusiasm and hoped to negotiate with Nkrumah about the future of the Gold Coast, but he was disappointed. Although the African Eagle had already gone to Paris, he still left a message saying that when Nkrumah returned, London would always be willing to open the door to dialogue. No wonder Vivian loves you so much. Joan Bennett dragged the heavy friendship sent by the Gold Coast Commissioner with great effort. Her eyes were moving. She finally knew how Vivian lay foul. Joan, you can't say that. Vivian and I are not what you think. Alan Wilson, holding a cigar in his mouth, corrected John Bennett's view. There are many things in this world that are more important than gold, such as our friendship. I even feel that our friendship has begun to waver. John Bennett put down the gold bricks, and a pair of beautiful hands pressed against her cheeks, trying to cool down her rapidly heating face. In fact, it's okay. Alan Wilson thinks that it's not a problem to transfer the gold bricks, and John Bennett has also helped a lot. He will be traveling in Africa for a few months this time. If he doesn't plan to do something about the Black Pearl, he needs John Bennett's presence. When Nkrumah was in Paris, explaining Africa's struggle to the African student group, Alan Wilson had arrived in British Uganda and had a drink with King Mutesa II of the Buganda Kingdom. This tour has turned from West Africa to East Africa, and Alan Wilson expressed deep respect for Mutesa II. Regarding the future of Uganda, Alan Wilson also said that there are currently two opinions. One is to establish an independent kingdom with Mutesa II as a core, that is, to make the entire Uganda a constitutional monarchy of Mutesa II. The other is the traditional British plan, which is to merge the East African colonies into a federation. Britain has never been interested in the partition plan, at least before the independence of British India. I don't like Philip Mitchell's idea. Mutesa II bluntly expressed his doubts. Your Majesty, I don't like it either. Alan Wilson had an attitude of we are our people. Governor Philip's idea is not widely supported. Philip Mitchell was the governor of British East Africa. He submitted a memorandum on social and economic problems in East Africa to the British government, prompting Britain to send an investigation team to investigate and propose solutions to these problems. The core of British East Africa is Kenya, and the colonies below are also responsible for commissioners. Alan Wilson had talked to the Ugandan commissioner before meeting with Mutesa II. Both of them believed that the idea of the Governor-General of Philip Mitchell's backward era was not suitable for the current trend, and the partition plan proved by the partition of India and Pakistan was more in line with the trend. What about the controlled East African Federation? Alan Wilson felt that it was easier to control these East African colonies if they were independent. Now that British India has been independent for almost 5 years, what is the dream of merging and being controlled by Britain after independence? Alan Wilson's arrival in East Africa this time was also a formal veto to Governor-General Philip Mitchell. Chapter 665, The End of Pan-Africanists. Instead, the British Malaya model was used, although British Malaya was also merged, but the specific situation is different. Alan Wilson believes that Mutesa II should be interested. The plan for Uganda to establish a constitutional monarchy was the one he recommended to Mutesa II. To some extent, it was modeled after British Malaya. Uganda actually has several rulers similar to the Malay Sultan, but Mutesa II, as the king of the Kingdom of Buganda, is the largest kingdom in Uganda. The territory of the Kingdom of Buganda is close to Lake Victoria, the largest lake in Africa, and in Uganda, a colony that is not close to the sea. It is a place with very good basic conditions. So, Your Majesty, I think that in the future of Uganda, if it eventually comes to the point where we, the UK, have to leave, I'm more inclined to establish a constitutional monarchy. If you don't mind, I'm willing to communicate with Governor Philip on this. But what? Alan Wilson said this, looking at Muteesa II and keeping silent. He could also veto the governor's merger plan on behalf of Whitehall, but how to protect the interests of Britain? Even if Uganda becomes independent in the future, the close friendship with Britain will not be affected. Muteesa II said decisively, I will do my best to maintain the friendship between Uganda and Britain for a long time in the future. It should be so. After all, we are all monarchies. Whether it is the national self-determination of the United States or the equality of all in the Soviet Union, they all hid benevolent gentlemen like the king. What Britain can do is to ensure the stability of the colonies. Alan Wilson said, very satisfied. If the king can help Britain as much as possible and make the process more gentle, I believe this is good for both sides, so that my communication with Governor Philip will be easier. This is not easy. Although Governor Philip Mitchell does not seem to have much power, because British East Africa is not integrated like British India, the governor is the governor, and his connections in London are still quite strong. It took a few days to complete the investigation in Uganda, and Muteesa II paid attention to the progress of the project in Uganda. Alan Wilson went directly to Kenya, the core of British East Africa. The main power of Britain in British East Africa is concentrated in Kenya, not in Tanzania, which seems to be larger. The capital of British East Africa was Mombasa before, and later it was moved to Nairobi. Both are located in Kenya, and are the first and second largest cities in Kenya in later generations. Kenya is the core of British East Africa, which is correct. Compared with Uganda, Britain's power in Kenya is obviously a step higher, because Britain's management of Kenya is closer to the model of British India. In other words, in the whole of British East Africa, Kenya is more like a direct province of British India, while Uganda is very much like a princely state like Hyderabad. There are many white people settled in the two major cities of Kenya, far more than in Uganda. It may be for this reason that after the independence of British India, Governor Philip Mitchell wanted to merge a large and complete colony. Let British East Africa replace the role of India. However, Alan Wilson knew that it was too late to act now, because he had already taken this measure in front of Philip Mitchell in British Malaya. In this way, Philip Mitchell's British East Africa plan was useless. And even if it continues to be implemented, the chances of success are not great. More than half of the population of British Malaya is Chinese, and these Chinese have no feelings for the colony of Malaya itself. Not to mention the new immigrants. Most of the original Chinese community do not consider themselves locals, and they also have no local consciousness. The most important thing is that the Chinese themselves have a motherland, and this motherland is still hostile to Britain. So after comprehensive consideration, what Alan Wilson did was to ensure the economic development of Malaya at all costs. In exchange for the psychological peace of the Chinese guests, maintain the ethnic balance in Malaya. If the United States has a crooked mind towards Malaya, it will find that once it succeeds, it may create a pro-China country. Under such consequences, the United States, which has been at a loss because of the Korean War, may not be so easily determined to do bad things. The threat from the United States has been reduced, and Alan Wilson's task is to concentrate on dealing with subversion from the Soviet Union. This is the objective condition of British Malaya. Alan Wilson believes that the United States will not risk subverting British Malaya and promote the emergence of a country that may turn to the Soviet bloc. But British East Africa did not have this condition. More than half of the population of British Malaya had no feelings for Malaya. The colony was just a place for them to work and eat. But the population of British East Africa was all locals. It would be fine if the merger failed. What if the merger succeeded and the British East African Federation was established? Wouldn't it go the same way as British India? 2 days later, he had arrived in Nairobi. The purpose of his visit was obvious, which was to inform the Governor-General of East Africa, Philip Mitchell, of the plan of the East African Federation and the alternative plan made by Whitehall. The Governor-General's palace in East Africa was a white marble building. It could be seen that it could not be compared with the Governor-General's palace in British India. For Alan Wilson, who had seen many high-rise buildings in his previous life, it was even more unattractive. After waiting for a while, Governor General Philip Mitchell appeared and motioned for Alan Wilson to take a seat. The two discussed issues about the colonies. Dear Governor General, I know something about Northern Rhodesia. After I went to Uganda, I also know some of the situations in East Africa. Alan Wilson got straight to the point and expressed his opinion. The East African Federation Plan has too many difficulties. Just like the Central African Federation Plan, there is no need to continue. The Central African Federation Plan he mentioned is the federal plan that some voices want to merge Northern and Southern Rhodesia. This was earlier than Philip Mitchell's East African Federation Plan was rejected. As early as 1945, when the Yugoslavs arrived in Northern Rhodesia, it was officially dead. No one in Whitehall cared about the Central African Federation Plan. However, there are still some supporters of the East African Federation Plan. Alan, what do you think? Philip Mitchell did not insist. In fact, in 1945, many people were indeed enthusiastic about the East African Federation Plan, but as time went by, the number of supporters of the East African Federation was indeed decreasing. Divide and rule according to local conditions. For example, in Uganda, I met King Mutesa II of the Buganda Kingdom. He is a very easy person to communicate with. I talked to him, and he was very opposed to the merger plan. Alan Wilson smiled and said, "We have very consistent views. Although our original intentions are different, the results are the same. It is very rare for a colonial commissioner and a colonial monarch to have completely consistent views." Philip Mitchell said in surprise, "I even thought I heard it wrong." No, he did it for his own status, and I did it for the British Empire. The latest realization of this visit to Africa is that the current momentum of Pan-Africanism is greater than I thought. Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, "This reminds me of a very bad precedent. Before we arrived in India, India itself had many forces, and our colonial rule shaped India's collective consciousness and overwhelmed the autonomous forces in various places. My friend Ali Khan was also one of the victims. This tragedy must never be repeated. Once we have spent a lot of effort to integrate East Africa and form a country that is at least as large as India. Once this country becomes independent, it will be very difficult for Britain to maintain its traditional influence." Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, "We should guard against this kind of thing, not indulge it. In a sense, whether it is the East African Federation or the Central African Federation, no matter which one, it may be used by Pan-Africanists in the end, right? Dear Governor, Kwame Nkrumah, the dangerous Pan-Africanist mentioned by Alan Wilson, is speaking out in Paris. After arriving in Paris, Kwame Nkrumah met with various African French National Congress members to explain his ideas. As a result, the French government, which was fighting in Vietnam, now began to have doubts about the leader, who ran away from the British colony, and sent agents to monitor Kwame Nkrumah and his group. Pay close attention to the black organizations that have met with Kwame Nkrumah. If Kwame Nkrumah had stayed in Paris for a year or two, the French, who were not as open-minded as the British, might have taken direct action to nip the danger in the bud. Pamela Mountbatten was in Paris, paying attention to her husband's every move, and contacted her husband by telegram, who was first in Nigeria, then in the Gold Coast, then in Uganda, and now in Kenya, where he was about to complete his work of persuading the governor. Regarding the inquiry in the telegram, Kwame Nkrumah's remarks were not out of line. Alan Wilson replied in a telegram that this is all an illusion. The Gold Coast has not yet become independent, and he is hiding his true thoughts. Even if he is not a socialist, his past words and deeds show that he is a hardcore Pan-Africanist. Once he succeeds in gaining independence, he will be the first domino to fall. Okay. Pamela Mountbatten still chose to believe her husband's judgment. At this time, Marina came in and said, "Madam, what's the matter? Take my handwritten letter to Algiers and find Major General Fillerand, the commander of the garrison in Algiers. Ask him for a favor. This has to be done privately. It's very important, you know." Pamela Mountbatten ordered seriously, "Your companions have already arrived in Algiers. After you arrive, you can discuss and get things done." "Understood, madam," Marina replied calmly, "then I'll set off right away." Pamela Mountbatten smiled and nodded. She was relieved when Marina left. She didn't know how her husband would praise her. I update to chapters to increase the average subscription. My average subscription is too low. When I update 3 chapters, it is less than 4,000. Today it just reached 4,100. Chapter 666 Free Officers Organization. Murphy's Law says that the more you don't want something to happen, the more it will happen. Out of long-term caution, Alan Wilson chose to believe in this unreasonable law. While communicating with Governor Philip Mitchell in Nairobi, the capital of British East Africa, Alan Wilson did not forget to maximize the benefits of this inspection and let the Zanzibar Commissioner guide Khalifa Sultan to visit Cairo. At the same time, it was also to pave the way for his next stage of itinerary, and the work of the paper in British Africa was just for fun. The really terrible place is that Black Africa is not ranked. No matter from what angle, Africa is the cheapest place in the world map. Whether you admit it or not, the fact is that it makes sense for Britain to position Africa as the source of raw materials, and later powers have inherited this. Alan Wilson needs to judge what Kenya, the core of British East Africa in the 1950s, is like. This depends on the judgment of future planning. In fact, there is no special reason why Britain set Kenya as the core of British East Africa. There are only 2 reasons. The first is that the location is good, and the second is that it is backward enough. Tanzania in British East Africa was originally a German colony. It was not until after World War I that it fell into the hands of the British. This point is excluded. Before the British ruled Kenya, Uganda in the inland area was actually much more civilized than Kenya. East Africa is different from West Africa. It has not been devastated by the triangular trade of slave trade. It can be determined that the civilization level of East African countries is higher than that of West Africa. At the same time, the East African colonies were only divided in the late colonial era. Whether it is Britain, France, Germany, or Belgium, after the Berlin Conference in 1884, they were surprised to find that African blacks actually had the concept of a country after going deep into Africa. To be precise, except for West Africa, the civilization level of Africa is actually quite good. This is completely different from the impression of Africa in European countries. Because of the slave trade, Africa has not been torn apart by Europe and is generally concentrated in the inland. In short, West Africa is less civilized than East Africa, and the most advanced places in East Africa are not the coastal areas, but inland countries such as Uganda, Rwanda, and Zimbabwe. Inland countries have retained more traditions because the colonists went deep into the interior of Africa very late. This is why there are still many kingdoms in Uganda. Before Kennedy became a British colony, there was no national organization in the interior of Kenya, and it was still in the primitive communal stage. However, among the Kikuyu people, the phenomenon of private land ownership had already emerged. Part of the land that originally belonged to the patriarchal family Mberi has become individually owned, and a preliminary form of land leasing has emerged. There are white communities in Kenya. At present, the situation in Kenya is generally stable. After all, as the core of British East Africa, Britain's power in the local area is relatively strong compared to other places. Alan Wilson decided to walk around Kennedy to understand the control of Britain over Kenya. Of course, he wanted to take Joan Bennett around. He had the idea of showing off and letting the American actress see the vast territory of the British Empire. At least so far, the land controlled by Britain is still larger than that of the United States. Who knows how long it will last? So if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. It is the right thing to do to cash in while you still have it. Mombasa is the largest port in British East Africa, and it bears a large share of Britain's current grain. In the African Real Estate Development Strategy, Nairobi and Mombasa in Kenya are included, and Kenya will also become an important stop for British Malaya to import industrial products to British East Africa. The dock area gradually emptied out. People left in pairs with umbrellas. The street lights around the perimeter had been lit, and circles of light illuminated the paintings on the concrete floor, here and there. In the last few hours, Alan Wilson was shoulder to shoulder, walking through the crowd, craning his neck to look for Joan Bennett. At this moment, he was tired from standing for too long, but still hoped that she would show up soon. He sat on the cylindrical travel bag and waited for her. 5 minutes passed, then another 5 minutes, then another 10 minutes. The rain had stopped for a while, but the sky was still overcast. There were small puddles everywhere on the big map, and the lights and puddles were reflected alternately. He saw that the dancing lights were hidden by the heavy rain, and the drops of rain gently caused some ripples on the water. Alan Wilson pulled his coat up around his neck and considered pulling his cloak from his bag, but decided it wasn't worth the effort. He yawned and blinked his eyes, which were tingling with fatigue. He scanned the paths along the pier and imagined Joan Bennett running toward him with her arms outstretched. Had he missed her in the earlier rush? He shook his head. Of course, if she couldn't find him, she would wait. He tried to think of a good reason why she hadn't come yet, but the options were too varied and worrying to consider in a second or two. The rain was falling harder and harder, and he could feel the water soaking through his uniform and seeping into his bones. He stood up. It was time to move. If she showed up, she would know where to find him. He had spent many days and nights, always with heavy rain around him, gazing at the sky, waiting for the storm to stop, for this tour to end. All he wanted to do now was to get home, inside, and enjoy its dryness and warmth. The neighborhood beyond the harbor was full of reunited couples, walking arm in arm through the streets, hugging and kissing. Overwhelmed with disappointment, Alan Wilson hefted his bag onto his shoulder and wearily walked up the steep hill, sidestepping out of the way of the happy men and women who were oblivious to everything and anyone but each other. A hand gently patted Alan Wilson's shoulder from behind. Joan Bennett pushed the big sunglasses on her face. "Alan, I didn't expect you to be so patient. To be honest, it's hard not to be tempted. If you meet a girl around 20 years old, most of them will choose to marry you. I'm afraid you'll get lost. The disappearance of an American star in a British colony is certainly not a big deal, but it's not a small matter either." Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and directly took Joan Bennett's hand and said with relief, "The key is that I don't like to let women face danger." "Then I'm really honored. Now I understand why they like to be friends with you." Joan Bennett walked side by side with the man and said with a smile, "I wonder when your tour will end. Thank you very much for your company recently. The last stop in Africa is Egypt. You can return to Europe when you arrive in Cairo." Alan Wilson seemed to be calm, but he always felt that the things he faced in Egypt would be quite tricky. The reason why he asked the Sultan of Sanaba to go to Cairo was just to divert attention. Although he did not arrive in Cairo, he kept in touch with Cairo through telegrams. There was no clear answer to his inquiry about the Free Officers Organization. No answer does not mean no danger. Alan Wilson was more inclined to believe that Mi-6 was just a name for nothing. It really did not find out the movements of the Free Officers Organization and NASA. He hoped that Murphy's Law would come true. When he happened to be on a tour in Africa, he would quickly jump out and fall into the trap and use a tour of Africa to solve all the short-term dangers. So why did he tie Grace to accompany him? It was because he hoped that the future leader of the Chetniks would be by his side. If something happened, Mihajlovic might come to his rescue. If he could use his skills to promote a result that was beneficial to Britain, Alan Wilson hoped that this wave of contradictions could break out in a concentrated manner. Whether Britain could survive the short-term crisis depended on this one-shot deal. So he hoped that NASA could act according to the original historical time. At the same time, he also wanted to promote reconciliation with Iran and kill Kwame Nkrumah of the Gold Coast, the standard bearer of Pan-Africanism. Alan Wilson didn't have much time this time. After all, inspecting African industries as the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Control Committee was a part-time job in the short term. He still had to return to Kuala Lumpur to continue working as a commissioner. Whether these things can be solved during his inspection this time cannot be too wishful thinking. This also needs the cooperation of NASA. In recent days, Alan Wilson has been thinking about how to make NASA launch a coup according to the actions of the same period in history. In fact, Alan Wilson's dissatisfaction with Mi-6 is that the Free Officers Organization should have appeared for many years. Farouk, I may know that this organization exists, but I don't know how powerful this organization is. It's unreasonable that Britain doesn't know. Or Britain also knows about the Free Officers Organization, but feels no threat. If this speculation is true, then Alan Wilson can only say that the level of Mi-6 is not as good as that thief Farouk in any case. He must go to Egypt. It would be best if he could stop NASA from coup. At the end of May, Alan Wilson, who had collected a lot of first-hand information about British Africa, started the second phase of the mission and arrived in Egypt secretly. On the first day, he met the Sultan of Sanaba Khalifa, who was also visiting Cairo. As an island country too close to Africa, the Sultan Khalifa was of course very interested in visiting the powerful countries in the Arab world and was very grateful to Britain for facilitating this matter. Dear Sultan, can you ask for me whether His Majesty Farouk knows about the Free Officers Organization? This is very important to me. Alan Wilson took the initiative to speak. I can't come forward directly. If the Sultan can help Britain figure this out, I believe it will further consolidate our traditional friendship. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. I drank too much in the afternoon and am not in a good state to write. There is only one chapter today, and I will resume 3 chapters at least this week, starting tomorrow. Chapter 667, The Wise and Mighty Farouk. Although Zanzibar is small, Alan Wilson will not disrespect Khalifa Sultan. After all, in the worst case, it is still possible to be an offshore center. As long as Zanzibar is in hand, no matter who wants to support East Africa in the future, Britain can use Zanzibar to lock the East African coast, especially for Tanzania. This time, letting Khalifa Sultan come to Cairo is also to enhance the authority of Farouk. After all, no one knows whether Farouk can take over the persona of the leader of the Arab world given to Farouk before. I have met Farouk, but I don't know why the commissioner asked me to ask His Majesty Farouk about the dam. Khalifa Sultan sat directly in front of Alan Wilson, but His Majesty Farouk is indeed interested, because it is good for Egypt, and it is a huge political achievement project. Alan Wilson smiled, as if possessed by God, full of thoughts for the Egyptian people. What outstanding contributions did he make to the Arab world? In terms of real contribution, it is him, the colonial commissioner. Alan Wilson stood up and said to Khalifa Sultan frankly, in fact, as long as His Majesty Farouk makes a request, I believe London will consider it as appropriate. After all, our traditional friendship is still very deep. First of all, if the Aswan Dam project is launched, it cannot be completed independently with the current industrial strength of Egypt. It must seek help from the outside world. Britain will certainly provide financial assistance, but is there room for the industrial capacity of the UK? In fact, it is not so optimistic. However, if the UK is not enough, there is British Malaya to help. Alan Wilson has set a steel production of 10 million in 1952. It can't just be piled up in the warehouse after it is produced, right? There must be a market for it. If the Aswan Dam is started, it can solve many industrial product export problems in Malaya. In fact, this is also the purpose of his going to Iran. Another consideration is that the Aswan Dam is NASA's main achievement, so he must push this project to Farouk. According to the description in the fairy tale novel, NASA was deprived of a good fortune by Farouk. At least the higher the level of the Aswan Dam is, the greater the achievement is. Alan Wilson, who was hiding in the embassy in Cairo, asked Khalifa Sultan whether the public opinion on his visit was friendly. Khalifa Sultan told the truth and said that he was still very friendly, but some of the wording was very similar to the tone of Big Brother. Oh, respected Sultan. His Majesty Farouk is the leader of the Arab world. It is normal for Egyptians to be a little arrogant. Alan Wilson laughed after hearing this. For Zanzibar, it is a victory to attract the attention of Arab leaders. It is sad that no one cares. For example, the Crown Prince of Sikkim, Palden Thondup Namgyal, who is already an ambassador in London, often appears in London to expand his network, which will help Sikkim continue to exist. There is still time. When the time is right, Britain can support the Crown Prince to become the head of a UN agency. With a bigger stage, Sikkim will enter the vision of mainstream countries, and India will be more cautious if it wants to annex it. From this point of view, Alan Wilson is worthy of being a friend of feudal lords from all countries. Even if Khalifa Sultan wants to appoint him as the Prime Minister of Zanzibar, it is not too much. Khalifa Sultan came to Egypt, which was interpreted by Egyptian public opinion as seeking the protection of Farouk, the leader of the Arab world. Through newspapers, Cairo people also knew that this small kingdom very close to Black Africa was also part of the Arab world. The pride of the Celestial Empire was brought out at once. Alan Wilson actually understood the pride of the people of these ancient civilizations. Although he did not understand Egypt, Egypt was also an ancient civilization, and this psychology was almost the same. Egyptians are of course proud of the ancient Egyptian civilization, and this pride has never been interrupted, even after the Peace Church became the mainstream in Egypt. It's just that most Egyptians who have become Peace Church members will fight with the Copts to see who is more orthodox. The current Egyptian king Pharaoh Kai has greatly improved his reputation after calling for the Arab League meeting last time and facing Israel with a tough attitude. This is also due to the blessing of British public opinion hegemony. At least many Egyptians now do not think that Pharaoh Kai is just a shameful thief. They tend to have a special hobby for their king. Doesn't this mean that Pharaoh Kai was immediately supported by the entire Egyptian people? There are still many people who are hostile to the royal family and think that the relationship between Britain and Egypt is unequal, but doesn't everything take time? As long as there is time, the reputation will be reversed. Alan Wilson was actually hesitant about whether he had to dig out the Free Officers Organization. After all, with the Coptic Palace Guards, it would not be so easy for Nasser to achieve his goal, even if he staged a coup. If he took the initiative to inquire about the Free Officers Organization, would it intensify the conflict? Because the Suez Canal is extremely important to Britain, Alan Wilson was also hesitant. At this time, Pamela Mountbatten, who knew that her husband had secretly arrived in Egypt, sent a telegram to the British embassy. This telegram only mentioned two things. One was that General Mountbatten himself had received a new appointment and was appointed by the cabinet as the commander of the Mediterranean fleet. He would go to Cyprus to take office soon. The remaining thing is related to Nkrumah. Pamela Mountbatten said that she had sent an assistant to Algiers to meet with Savivich and his party, and she was looking forward to good news. At present, the situation in Algeria, which France attaches the most importance to, is generally stable, and large-scale resistance has not yet occurred. The reason why France mobilized 600,000 troops in the Algerian war was still delayed in suppressing it. There are two factors related to Britain. The first is that a coup took place in Egypt, a British protectorate, and Nasser, an Arab nationalist, came to power and strongly supported the resistance in Algeria. Another one is that Nkrumah, the leader of the Gold Coast after independence, is a Pan-Africanist who strongly supports the independence movement in Africa. Nkrumah believes that Algeria should be strongly supported by Africa, and Nasser believes that Algeria should be strongly supported by Arabs. Algeria, served by two major independent leaders, naturally made it difficult for France to suppress it. From this point of view, it is not excessive for the French to give Alan Wilson a marshal, because his main targets at present are Nkrumah of the Gold Coast and Nasser of Egypt. The Cape Town Palace is located on a small peninsula, surrounded by the sea on three sides and a naval base. Its main building is a low palace made of white granite. The palace is built on the top of the peninsula, like a white sail standing on the sea level. He knows about the Free Officers Organization. Pharaoh Kai sat on the throne of the Cape Town Palace and expressed surprise to the Khalifa Sultan who rushed here. But in January, didn't the British think this was not a big problem? The Cairo Officers Club Management Committee was re-elected, and the representatives of the Free Officers Organization were elected by the majority. King Pharaoh immediately ordered the dissolution of the Officers Club Management Committee and made personnel transfers on the pretext of trying to disperse the power of the Free Officers Organization. After this conflict, Pharaoh also informed the British about this matter, but at that time the British responded with nothing special except congratulations. Obviously the British have discovered something, otherwise they wouldn't ask questions. Khalifa Sultan said to Pharaoh Kai, according to Alan Wilson's words, "If there is really a problem, then we should not easily think that the matter is over." Khalifa Sultan undoubtedly stood on the side of Britain and persuaded Pharaoh Kai. After all, the existence of the Kingdom of Zanzibar was all in the mind of Britain. Now Zanzibar's actions to end slavery and expel blacks have already made black people on the continent dissatisfied. It seems that we should really talk about this matter. If there is a chance, we should meet. Pharaoh Kai was not a man of great talent, but the issue of his buttocks inspired his side as a monarch. As long as a monarch is not a born idiot, he does not need anyone to teach him how to maintain power. This trip to Europe was quite pleasant for Nkrumah. Many French progressives invited him, although the leader of the independence movement did not know that these people were not inviting him, but Pamela Mountbatten facilitated the invitation. But Nkrumah still felt that the widespread praise he received in France was real, and he was more determined to fight. At the same time, Pamela Mountbatten met with the French Foreign Intelligence Service and expressed her concern for Nkrumah himself. She said that, if anything unexpected happened, she hoped that France would provide convenience in maintaining the common position of Britain and France in the colonies. The French understood in this meeting that Britain was going to eliminate the independence leader, and France immediately expressed its support. The independence movement is not a question of whose colonies, but a problem that all the current sovereigns face together. France understands Britain's position on this matter, and also expresses its intention to assist. Pamela Mountbatten did not need to do this, but just said that there was a plan. In June, the acclaimed Nkrumah completed this European trip and set off from Paris with the top leaders of the Gold Coast United Congress Party to return to the Gold Coast to continue leading the independence struggle. The group on the DC-3 passenger plane took off from the Paris airport and disappeared into the blue sky. They will complete the transfer through Algiers and finally arrive at the Gold Coast. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, DC-3 passenger plane disappears. Mid-1952 was destined to be a memorable time for supporters of Pan-Africanism. When the Air France DC-3 was transiting on its route to French Africa, Nkrumah, the leader of the Gold Coast United Congress Party, and a group of senior officials disappeared into the blue sky after transferring to Algiers. No one knew that inside the DC-3 plane flying over the Sahara Desert, there was a suitcase that took away everyone's life. This suitcase quietly sent on the plane would bring the passengers and crew on the plane into the arms of death. 32 minutes after taking off, at an altitude of 11,000 feet over the vast Sahara Desert, the plane suddenly exploded. The plane turned into a ball of fire, and the wreckage of the plane fell, leaving a large pit 50 feet deep and 90 feet long. It is impossible for anyone to survive an explosion of this intensity, not to mention that, even if someone survived by chance, they would be killed by the high temperature that followed. Long before the plane took off, Marina and Savevich, who were meeting in Algiers from Paris and Cairo respectively, had already left Algiers separately, which was very much like the guerrilla warfare in the Balkans, where they would flee immediately after a missed attack. The Mediterranean is sunny. Alan Wilson, who received this short telegram, knew that the action had begun. If there were no small probability factors, Nkrumah should have said goodbye to this world. Judging from the explosion time of the time bomb, the plane should have crashed in the desert between Algeria and Mali. Wow. Alan Wilson, who had put down a worry in his heart, couldn't help but feel relieved. He poured a glass of red wine to celebrate with Grace. Grace, my friend, thank you very much for your help. The plane is still not safe. It seems that we must inspect the passenger planes in our hands frequently in the future. Otherwise it would be too unfair if someone did the same to me. Grace took the wine glass and said with emotion, "It's not unfair, but I agree to do more inspections." Alan Wilson shook his wrist and clinked glasses with the other party, then changed the subject, but this isolated incident was mainly caused by the long-term disrepair of the DC-3 passenger plane, which led to a tragedy that none of us wanted to see, so it is extremely important to choose a safe means of transportation. The final result of this matter is still uncertain. Before the wreckage is found, it can only be judged as a missing case. As for whether the wreckage of the plane can be found, it depends on whether the place where the plane crashed is the Gobi Desert or the desert. If it happens to be a sand dune, it only takes a few days, and a storm will cause the sand dunes to move, almost covering up all traces. In general, if the most favorable result for Britain occurs, it is estimated that the wreckage of the plane will not be found at all in the future, and nature will help the culprit to erase all traces. Alan, can the independence movement of the Gold Coast be suppressed? Grace asked drunkenly. He himself was still very concerned about how long Britain could maintain its colonial system. It's impossible to suppress it, but I will try my best to buy time for Northern Rhodesia. Alan Wilson shook his glass and analyzed sincerely. To be honest, considering the ratio of white people in South Africa and Rhodesia, maybe in the end, your Northern Rhodesia will be the last bastion of white settlers in Africa. To tell the future leader of the Chetniks, Grace might as well think more. Can he help the other two white colonists' bastions to hold on for a longer time while gaining a foothold? Such a constructive suggestion naturally aroused Grace's interest. How to occupy Northern Rhodesia for a long time has always been his concern. If Britain wants to build a nuclear missile silo, if you can maintain the population advantage of Northern Rhodesia at that time, maybe it can be completed. Alan Wilson bluntly stated that the most reliable weapon in the world is the nuclear bomb. In the end, the white government of South Africa also put all its hopes on nuclear weapons, and it has almost succeeded. As for South Africa's partners in the development of nuclear weapons, there are two main ones. One is Israel and the other is Scam Island. South Africa's main advantage over the other two partners is that it has rich uranium mines. At the end of World War II, South Africa began to export uranium. A small part of it has been supplied to the Manhattan Project. In 1948, South Africa passed a parliamentary bill to establish the Atomic Energy Commission, which is fully responsible for nuclear energy research and development. The United States agreed to provide technology to South Africa and promised to help train scientific researchers and reactor technicians. This laid a good foundation for South Africa to develop civilian nuclear energy. In this regard, the United States cares more about South Africa than Britain. The difference is that South Africa is currently the world's main supplier of gold, and gold is extremely important under the Bretton Woods system. As for Britain, it is just a past world hegemon. If it were not for the Soviet Union's threat, the first step for the United States after World War II would be to take advantage of the situation and solve the two countries of Britain and France. However, before South Africa entered the substantive step, the United States still cut off its support for South Africa. At the same time, the United States also airdropped to Fraud Island and abolished the nuclear project on Fraud Island. Grace could understand that Alan Wilson meant that Northern Rhodesia could always be a part of Britain. In the future, Britain may cover Northern Rhodesia with a nuclear umbrella to ensure the safety of Northern Rhodesia. Another premise is that Northern Rhodesia must maintain a white majority, and Britain is definitely not interested in protecting a black country. The disappearance of the DC-3 passenger plane over the Sahara was finally known to some people 2 days later. Nkrumah, the leader of the Gold Coast United Congress Party, has not returned yet, which has worried the senior leaders of the United Congress Party who stayed in the local area. This has been explained in Davis Telegram. Alan Wilson's reply said that according to the procedure, he would take the lead in forming a multinational investigation report and finally inform the Gold Coast United Congress Party of the speculation. The multinational investigation is a prerequisite and must not be omitted because once different countries are involved, it is easy to shirk responsibility and wrangling. Britain said that the responsibility lies with the transit station in Algiers, and France can put the blame on the DC-3 passenger plane. If the wreckage of the DC-3 passenger plane is found by accident, it means that an abnormal magnetic field has been encountered. If not, it will be said that the DC-3 passenger plane has been in disrepair for a long time, and finally an investigation report on the disintegration in the air will be taken out. Davis approved of this plan very much. With a heavy heart, he said that he would take a responsible response and start a truth investigation. As for the results of the investigation, it was nothing more than a short circuit in the wires that caused the fire, or the engine was hit by a bird. Of course, the first thing to do was to appease the local leaders of the United Congress Party. The consensus of the two was to focus on attacking Nkrumah's Pan-Africanist supporters and marginalize Pan-Africanists if possible. As for Alan Wilson himself, he was busy with another thing. He simply used Grace, the future leader of the Chetniks, as a beast, because Alan Wilson himself hid in the embassy and was unwilling to show up. Grace took the place of Alan Wilson and handed over his own investigation report on the Free Officers Organization to King Pharaoh Kai of Egypt. He said that the degree of danger was no longer something that could be solved by investigation, and the members of the Free Officers Organization must be arrested. Since Faraukai knew that this organization existed, he should act decisively. Your Majesty, it is not the time to show mercy to the Free Officers Organization, which is undermining Egypt's leadership in the Arab world. British investigations have shown that this organization may be planning a coup. Grace expressed her determination to strike hard after arriving at the palace where Faraukai was staying. But how can I convince the Egyptian people without a reason? Faraukai hesitated. Many kings are caught in this kind of hesitation, wanting to express openness and wanting to maintain authority, which gives them some opportunities to take advantage of. Grace said calmly, the kingdom of Yugoslavia disappeared in this way. Britain does not want Egypt to be the next. As for the crime, the Free Officers Organization is an organization developed by Israel to subvert Egypt. The funds are provided by Israel, but most of the members were deceived by the leader, and then the leader was severely punished, and the general members were pardoned. The survivors will be grateful to Dane for letting them have a meeting, and they will also explain to the Egyptian people. When mentioning the kingdom of Yugoslavia, Grace's attitude suddenly became very complicated. Even though there was a language barrier, Faraukai felt that the foreigner in front of him was very sincere. While communicating in Egypt, the disappearance of the DC-3 passenger plane was finally reported to London by Davis, the Gold Coast Commissioner. London attached great importance to it and asked Davis to communicate with France to launch a joint investigation into this disappearance. London's instructions were exactly the same as Alan Wilson's judgment. Davis, who had already prepared a plan, immediately said that there was no problem. I will contact French Algeria and French Mali immediately and ask the local colonial governments to help find the whereabouts of the DC-3. The people of the Gold Coast are heartbroken. They have lost a leader. Even Davis and the British colonial government are very sad. The alcohol inventory of the administrative office has dropped a lot that day. The colonists also feel the sadness of the people of the Gold Coast who have lost their leader. However, as a member of the civilized world, they will not show their grief and can only numb themselves with alcohol. It seems that only in this way can the pain in their hearts be relieved. Bang. While drinking, the colonists in the administrative office reached a consensus to make persistent efforts to completely defeat Nkrumah's supporters and replace them with moderate dialogue. Chapter 669 Arrival at the Persian Gulf. The reactionary government has two main methods to treat the people. One is deception and the other is suppression. Alan Wilson learned the good news from the Gold Coast and said to Grace, who had just returned, "Who said this?" Grace frowned slightly, as if she shouldn't say such a thing from the British standpoint. "Lenin." Alan Wilson replied with a smile. "Grace, we should know that the opponent is some ideas. Ignoring the enemy's ideas is a terrible thing. I hope we will always remember this. To be fair, the current free world attaches great importance to the Soviet Union, at least more than China in the 21st century. This is not a bad thing. If you pay attention to it, you can judge the possible countermeasures of the opponent. If you don't understand your enemy, making policies by assumption will bring a disaster. Who would have thought that the free world in the 21st century would respond like a cerebral infarction when facing challenges? To be honest, the 21st century American policy making is so wishful thinking. If you see it too much, you will feel that it is not incomprehensible that the King dynasty can't keep up with the times. Isn't the United States also open its eyes to the world? In fact, the late stage of any regime is not because of the lack of vision, but because there are too many beneficiaries accumulated over hundreds of years. The livelihood of millions of water transport workers is by no means an empty talk. No one dares to move, so they can only sing together. In fact, the same is true for Egypt, but it is very difficult to solve the problem in Egypt, but it is still possible to alleviate or delay it. Because in the final analysis, Egypt as a whole is still in an agricultural era. A wave of electrification with the Aswan Dam as the core can at least guarantee stability for 20 to 30 years. As for what to do after the dividends of this wave of electrification are eaten up, that is not something Alan Wilson can control. He can only solve the problem at hand. Grace's return this time also shows that Faraukai decided to start with the Free Officers Organization for his throne. Sure enough, when it comes to key issues, no monarch will be soft-handed. Alan Wilson nodded with a smile and said, King Farouk's reaction this time really surprised me. I thought only the emperors of the East had this determination to maintain the monarchy. As for when to take action, because the commander of the Mediterranean fleet is about to be replaced, Alan Wilson is more inclined to take action after his respected father-in-law takes office. He is also thinking from another perspective, wondering if NASA will be as impatient as in the same period of history. First of all, there must be many more supporters of Farouk than in the original history. There is no doubt about that. It is not easy to judge now. If Farouk launches a purge of the Free Officers Organization, will it be able to be done without bloodshed, or cause a certain degree of military conflict? This requires different backup plans to deal with it. But one thing is certain, that is, if General Mountbatten takes over the command of the Mediterranean fleet, it can add a layer of insurance to this matter, and serve as a backing for Farouk. After all, Mountbatten is a figure who has taken the template of the British Dragon Ocean, and he has never targeted anyone in terms of courage. That is to say, being born in the declining Britain is unlucky. If it was during the heyday of the British Empire, how could the 5-star emperor may have the right to show off? At present, since Farouk has already considered the Free Officers Organization as a threat, he will first eliminate one point. Farouk, who is on guard, will never be cut in the throat instantly. The initiative is in the hands of this thief king to a certain extent. As long as there is a timely response from the British Mediterranean fleet, it should not be a problem to deal with NASA. But even so, he still feels that he cannot act immediately and must ensure the highest success rate. Because Alan Wilson knows that the impact of NASA's successful coup is simply too great for the entire Arab world. Soon, it caused the Arab world to follow suit. After the victory of the Egyptian Revolution, NASA became president and often spoke on a program called Arab Voice, calling on the Arab people to rise up against imperialism and liberate themselves, etc. The ambitious young man Gaddafi in Libya is a loyal listener of NASA. Gaddafi is just an ordinary college student, but he can take the world as his responsibility. He is very dissatisfied with the pro-Western king. As a college student, he was not thinking about how to make money and marry a wife, but how to overthrow this corrupt government. He did not complain about his weak power. He did not wait or rely on others, but started from himself. He gave up his university studies to study at a military academy and joined the King's Guard while encouraging his classmates to join the army. They met like-minded young people in the army and formed a Libyan version of the Free Officers Organization in the way of NASA. After years of arduous organizational work, they formed their own power system in the army. Earlier, in the same year when NASA seized power, some young Iraqi officers followed NASA's example and formed a revolutionary officer group in the army. 4 years later, they launched a coup and destroyed the Kingdom of Iraq. The ruling of the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party in Iraq led to the Syrian Socialist Ba'ath Party. After that, the merger of Syria and Egypt and the series of influences of the fall of the Kingdom of Libya can be said to be related to the success of NASA's coup. It was precisely because of knowing the importance of NASA and the Free Officers Organization that Alan Wilson did not dare to act as he did on Nkrumah. This matter must first be approved by Farouk himself, and the British Mediterranean fleet must provide backing. The most critical point is that General Mountbatten is willing to support it, so Alan Wilson must wait until Mountbatten takes office before he can have a clear mind. After first passing through the Khalifa Sultan and then asking Greece to make a trip, Alan Wilson secretly left the British embassy and went down the river to the Cape Town Palace, after having roughly learned Farouk's thoughts. There are palace guards mainly composed of Copts guarding the Cape Town Palace. This is some of the changes that Alan Wilson has brought to Egypt. This time, he came secretly to talk about how to remove the threat of the Free Officers Organization. In fact, for Britain, the most important thing is to keep the Suez Canal unobstructed. This canal is of great significance to Britain. Once Britain loses control of the canal, its influence in Asia will quickly decline. Both the Persian Gulf and Malaya will be affected. If it weren't for this canal, Alan Wilson couldn't think of what the value of Egypt is. In terms of time, Mountbatten's arrival is still unclear, because there are procedures to follow. Alan Wilson only feels confident when his father-in-law is watching. After meeting Farrakhan, Alan Wilson expressed his determination to help only when his father-in-law is in office. As for the time to start the Free Officers Organization, Alan Wilson said bluntly, "Your Majesty, the closer to the US election, the better. I have an example here that I can share with you." The example mentioned by Alan Wilson, the non-staff Egyptian Prime Minister, is of course that 4 years ago, Chan Gong was defeated in 3 major battles around the time of the US election at lightning speed, and more than 2 months the army was eaten up by nearly 2 million. If it is said that before the 3 major battles, Chan Gong still had theoretical support from the United States, after the 3 major battles, this theory may no longer exist, and the possibility only exists in the mouth of his good friend McCarthy. For the current reactionary forces in the world, Chan Gong's 3 consecutive defeats in 2 months is definitely a negative example. The closer it is to the US election, the less able the United States is to respond to the outside world. This has been proven. The only powerful country in the world that has goodwill towards monarchs is Britain. The Soviet Union tends to be socialist, while the United States tends to be a democratically elected government. Both do not appreciate the monarchy. It is hard to say whether Egypt needs Britain in the future, but Your Majesty, you must maintain sufficient goodwill towards Britain. Alan Wilson bluntly stated that even for his own bad problem, Farrakhan should cooperate with Britain. However, the carrot and stick policy will never go out of style. After mentioning the monarchy, Alan Wilson said that Britain could compensate the Kingdom of Egypt in other ways. For example, provide necessary support for Egypt's development. Alan, as the King of Egypt, I certainly have great respect for Britain. Farrakhan pondered for a moment and asked, but I want to know how much goodwill Britain is willing to show in Egypt's development. Dear King, I think this issue should be discussed after the internal threats in Egypt are eliminated. Alan Wilson smiled and said, but what I can reveal is that the final destination of my inspection this time is Iran. I want to renegotiate the issue of oil distribution with Iran. If Your Majesty is interested, you can pay attention to the relevant news. Alan Wilson's meaning is very simple. If he negotiates with the Iranians and has a good result, he may be able to apply it to Egypt in the future. As for now, Farrakhan should join hands with Britain to eliminate the unstable factors in the country first. Farrakhan agreed to this and began to investigate the Free Officers Organization without taking action. At the same time, he stayed in the Cape Tin Palace and ensured his safety under the protection of the palace guards. After meeting with Farrakhan this time, Alan Wilson received another call back from his wife, saying that General Mountbatten should take office in July. Alan Wilson calculated the time and said in the call back that he would go to Iran to negotiate the issue of Iran's oil distribution. If there is a result on this issue, he will go to Cyprus to wait for his father-in-law to take over the Mediterranean fleet. After 3 months of inspection, Alan Wilson, who set out from Alexandria, approached the final destination of this part-time job, the Persian Gulf, to solve the most pressing problem in the eyes of the London government, the issue of Iran's oil interest distribution. Although it was a negotiation with Iran, the location of the negotiation was not in Iran, but in Basra, a seemingly neutral city in southern Iraq. How to deal with Nasser? I haven't thought about it yet. Chapter 670 Anglo-Iranian Negotiations. Before Alan Wilson and his party arrived, Princess Badiah had already arrived in Basra and announced that she would mediate this round of oil disputes between Britain and Iran. It must be said that this statement was immediately accepted by the people of the Kingdom of Iraq. The Iraqis want to mediate our differences with Iran. Alan Wilson had an expression of discovering a new world. Where did the Iraqis get their confidence from? But then he said, well, it's not impossible to understand from Baghdad's perspective. What we are most concerned about is that we can have a good result. The Kingdom of Iraq is still the largest Christian country in the Middle East and is considered the Christian center of the Middle East. This is different from later generations. In fact, for a country, the most likely victims of war are the country's ethnic minorities. As for Basra, it is still in the radiation zone of Iraqi Shiites. Alan Wilson, who arrived in Basra, visited many mullahs with humility. On the one hand, he expressed his intention to disturb them, and on the other hand, he hoped to get a certain degree of convenience. Commissioner, are we going to do this? Seeing that Alan Wilson was about to put on the Arab robe, Lord Sheffield Maggins, who had arrived earlier than him, asked with a constipated expression. After straightening the scalp on top of his head and putting on the headband, Alan Wilson looked at himself in the mirror for a while, then smiled with satisfaction. Mackins, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs must adapt to local customs. Since we are in an Arab country, the easiest way to express our appreciation is to wear their clothes. Yes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Mackins looked at Alan Wilson, who was trying to adapt to local customs, with a strange look on his face. He opened a bottle of champagne in front of him, and did not forget to pour himself a glass. He said in amazement, "But as far as I know, Arabs don't drink." No, the upper class Arabs drink. The so-called rules and regulations are all for the purpose of better managing the lower class population, and making them behave themselves. So while adapting to local customs, we must also make some adjustments. Alan Wilson took a sip of whiskey, as if his spirits were lifted up. He continued, and these sure religious leaders also helped. The joint invitation is a show of support for us. If Tehran can give a positive response, wouldn't that be a good thing? Mossadegh is the prime minister of a country after all. If he can come in person, from the perspective of diplomatic equality, we can't let a prime minister come in person, unless Prime Minister Adli can come in person. Just an Iranian prime minister, let our prime minister come in person? Maggins snorted, his face indicating that this was a joke. Maggins's idea was right. If it was before World War II, with Alan Wilson's current level, he would be enough to have a meeting with Mossadegh himself, let alone the Prime Minister of the British Empire. Even the ministers of the British Empire would not need to show up. But now it is different. This is a different time, and we can't use past experience to apply to the present. So Alan Wilson acquiesced to Princess Badia's claim that the Kingdom of Iraq would mediate the oil revenue differences between Britain and Iran this time. This was completely impossible before. The royal family of Iraq was supported by the British. It was like Su Yang trying to mediate the differences between Alan Wilson and Sukarno. It was simply a joke. Alan Wilson felt that this was not enough, and he even visited the Shiite leaders in Iraq and asked them to use their religious influence to facilitate Mossadegh's personal visit. The reason for this was that Iraq was the center of Shiites, although the royal family of the Kingdom of Iraq was currently Sunni. Although Iran seemed to have a larger Shiite population, the holy cities of Shiites, in addition to Mecca and Medina, which everyone knows, Najaf and Karbala are all in Iraq. The real break between Shiites and mainstream Sunnis began with the martyrdom of Hussein. Hussein's blood injected new vitality into the Shiite faith, and Hussein was buried in Karbala, Iraq. Due to the existence of these two most important holy places in the eyes of Shiites, and the fact that several Shiite imams lived in Iraq for a long time, wrote books and were buried here, especially after Imam Jafar founded the Jafar school of Shiite law, the mainstream belief of Shiites was basically determined. In terms of religious status, Iraq is many times higher than Iran. Iran can hold high the banner of Shiites, and it should be thanked to Saddam for suppressing Shiites in the country without a chance to breathe. Otherwise, how could Tehran have a say? Alan Wilson has always used whatever favorable conditions exist. Iraq is the center of Shiites, so before the negotiations, he let the Shiite leaders in Iraq stand with him. This did not prevent him from wearing an Arab robe and going around with Princess Badia to prepare for the next negotiations. In fact, Princess Badia is quite beautiful. In previous years, Alan Wilson might have thought about whether there was a chance to get on the Halal train, but now with his age, he has lost interest in this regard. Thank you very much, Princess Royal, for helping Britain in this matter. Pamela didn't come this time. If she had come, I think you would have a lot in common. Alan Wilson thanked with a smile. Britain has always attached importance to the unique position of the Kingdom of Iraq in the Middle East, and is happy to see Iraq prosper. We can only provide a platform. What kind of results can be achieved depends on Mr. Wilson's ability. Princess Badia looked at Alan Wilson in an Arab robe and said with some laughter, "Mr. Wilson really embodies the flexibility of British tradition. Everyone says so." Alan Wilson threw his robe and said, "I will take it as a compliment from the princess." In terms of the climate in the Middle East, this period of time in the middle of the year can be called extremely hot, even for Alan Wilson, who has worked in Kuala Lumpur for a long time. After taking off his suit and Arab robe, the heat was relieved a little. The news that Britain was preparing to negotiate with Iran on the issue of oil distribution in Basra at the suggestion of the Kingdom of Iraq is now well-known fact in Iran. At the same time, it is also known that both the royal family and religious leaders of Iraq have invited Mossadegh. Since the outbreak of the oil crisis, Iran has been subjected to the blockade of raw materials by Britain for more than a year. The share of oil that originally belonged to Iran is being rapidly replaced by Iraq, and cracks have appeared in Mossadegh's alliance. Of course, Britain can rely on the Royal Navy, which is still powerful at this time, to isolate Iran's imports and exports, but it has also been criticized for a year. Now both sides have their own difficulties, and it is actually more timely to reopen negotiations. In view of this, Mossadegh made the decision to personally negotiate in response to the invitation of the Iraqi royal family and religious leaders. At this time, Alan Wilson made a public speech in Basra. London is very happy that Iran has responded positively to the negotiations. However, London does not like Iran's previous move to seek support from other countries instead of Britain. It has always been Britain that threatens other countries, and no one can threaten Britain. Alan Wilson is responsible for the negotiations with Iran, but this time the oil crisis is not just a matter between Britain and Iran. In Washington, the task of the ambassador to the United States is to remind the United States of the great help Britain has provided to the United States in stabilizing the situation in Europe, especially when the Korean War has not yet ended. Not to mention that the Berlin crisis has not ended until today, and the United States and the Soviet Union are engaged in a war of words over Berlin. The wall of West Berlin was getting higher and higher, and the number of people fleeing West Berlin was endless. On the other hand, the Korean War had not ended yet. If the United States did not support Britain on the Iran issue, then what if the United States, which was now distracted by both ends of the Eurasian continent, was taken advantage of by the Soviet Union and Iran? You can imagine what the consequences are. In 1945, the United States might still consider which threat was greater, Britain or the Soviet Union. But by 1952, the United States was already very clear that the threat of the Soviet Union was definitely greater than that of Britain. Even now, Britain's strength is still there. The ambassador to the United States bluntly told the United States that if the United States did not support Britain on the Iranian issue, then Britain would not support the United States on the Berlin issue and the Korean issue. After receiving the telegram from the ambassador to the United States and the statement that the United States understood Britain, Alan Wilson waited for Mossadegh to come. At this time, Alan Wilson received a telegram from his wife Pamela Mountbatten from Paris. The first thing was that General Mountbatten had been confirmed to take office at the end of the month, and the other thing was related to Turing, who was arrested by the police station. Oh my god. Alan Wilson, who received the telegram, saw one thing between the lines, that is, his wife's suspicion of him. He immediately called back to criticize his wife's strange ideas, saying that if he was not about to negotiate with Iran, he would definitely take a plane back to spank her. Now is not the time to entangle these unreasonable trivial matters. He himself still has to negotiate with the Iranians. Regarding Turing's matter, Pamela Mountbatten should suppress it first, and it would be better to bail Turing out before talking about it. What's so strange about this? There are homosexuals in Whitehall, and no one has seen anyone making a fuss. Turing is a rather dull person. Dear, you should bail him out first, and other things can be dealt with slowly. If you still suspect me, I will hit your face with a baton when I go back. Pamela Mountbatten covered her face and looked at the explicit description in the telegram. She couldn't calm down for a long time. She decided to take Turing out of the police station first. She was also regretting. How could she suspect that her husband had a problem? Obviously, there were so many tricks for that kind of thing, and it was impossible, no matter how she thought about it. At the end of June, the Anglo-Iranian negotiations, which attracted much attention in the Middle East, officially began with the arrival of Iranian Prime Minister Mossadegh in Basra. Chapter 671 Threatening Mossadegh. Regarding the Mossadegh government, there are naturally many opinions in later generations according to different positions. Those who have a good impression of the United States believe that the Mossadegh government is a powerful official who participated in the action of overthrowing Pahlavi's father earlier. He held the emperor hostage to command the princes, and in 1953, he showed a pro-Soviet tendency and should be overthrown. The view that favors the Soviet Union believes that this is the first time that the United States has overthrown the government of a regional power, exposing the nature of the American empire. Before, the United States only took action against some banana republics. The Iranian coup showed that the United States began to dictate the affairs of the Eurasian continent and got rid of the last remnants of isolationism. Alan Wilson does not believe these two statements. Mossadegh himself has a family relationship with King Pahlavi. In other words, Mossadegh himself is part of the royal family. According to a monarchy, he should be regarded as a powerful official, but it is still hard to believe that he will be pro-Soviet if he ignores objective facts. According to history, Alan Wilson learned that the British-Iranian disagreement eventually evolved into Britain and the United States overthrowing the Mossadegh regime. But Britain did not win, and it can even be said to be a loser. Because after Britain and the United States supported Pahlavi, Pahlavi obviously preferred the United States, which had a stronger national power. Britain's almost monopolistic oil interests in Iran are still not preserved. Considering the current size of Britain and its share of interests in the world today, Alan Wilson can easily conclude that it is the right thing to do to deal with all changes. Changes in any place are likely to develop in a direction that is unfavorable to Britain. Because once chaos occurs, Britain's current strength cannot compete with the United States and the Soviet Union in the chaos. If you encounter one, you will be beaten, not to mention that Iran's current situation is that all three countries have a share. At the Potsdam conference, Alan Wilson said to Fert Seaver earnestly that if they really turned against Iran, Britain would certainly be out, but the Soviet Union would not be able to get any benefits. The United States has an advantage over the Soviet Union in any aspect. It is not 1945 now. The United States, the Soviet Union and Britain have successfully tested nuclear weapons, and Iran's situation is still that all three countries have a share. This situation is beneficial to Britain, which has become the weakest link of imperialism. Once Britain is driven away, the vacuum will be filled by the United States and the Soviet Union. However, it is still unknown whether the Soviet Union will easily succumb after having nuclear weapons. What's more, the United States is still distracted by Berlin in Europe and the peninsula in the Far East. In view of this time, under the general environment of the Berlin crisis and the Korean War, the United States finally chose to support Britain. Alan Wilson believes that Mossadegh should have known that the United States would not express support for Iran on this matter. In front of the negotiation building in the center of Basra, the flags of Britain and Iran were flying high. Soon a convoy appeared on the road. Half a minute later, the convoy stayed in the square in front of the building. Mossadegh and the accompanying diplomats got out of the car, stood in front of the building for a long time, and then walked in. The two flags raised side by side, swayed in the breeze, indicating that the issue of oil profit distribution had begun this time. Alan Wilson, dressed in an Arab robe, had in front of him a diplomatic announcement about France, Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands and Belgium expressing their understanding to Britain on this conflict. His fingers tapped gently until the door of the conference room was pushed open. Mossadegh was shocked when he came in. Among a group of British people in suits, the person in the middle was wearing a traditional Arab robe. The two looked at each other, which made Mossadegh a little embarrassed, because as the Prime Minister of Iran, Mossadegh was wearing a suit at this time. Although he was surprised by Alan Wilson's performance of adapting to local customs, Mossadegh immediately adjusted his mentality. Both sides sat down on both sides of the long table, and there was a trend of tension. Amid the faint sound of the ceiling fan, Alan Wilson spoke first and expressed his welcome to Mossadegh and his party. Hello, respected Mossadegh. The friendship between Britain and Iran has a long history. The two countries were partners in the same camp during World War I and World War II. In modern times, Britain has always attached great importance to Iran's status. Iran is a Middle Eastern power with a history of 5,000 years. Its profound history is dazzling. The two countries have made great progress in political, cultural and military cooperation. Some differences should be discussed by sitting down, rather than making a big fuss, right? If we have to make a big fuss, it will not be good for either of us, especially in today's world. Mr. Allen, your eloquence is shocking. Mossadegh listened to a long string of words, looked at the incongruity of Alan Wilson's Arab robe, and said with a smile, having said so much, don't you think that the current distribution of oil benefits is extremely unfair to Iran? Of course I know all about this. Alan Wilson lifted his headscarf, and his almost shameless honesty immediately made Mossadegh, who wanted to continue, speechless. He never dreamed that Alan Wilson would admit it so readily. After Alan Wilson finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into a strange silence. Not only did the Iranians not know what to say, but even Maggins were shocked. Even if it was true, you couldn't say it out loud. Alan Wilson took out a stack of diplomatic documents and threw them in front of Mossadegh one by one, reciting them one by one. France, Spain, Portugal, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Finally, he said, "Dear Prime Minister Mossadegh, if you want to see the statement of the United States, you may have to wait for 2 days. The documents from Washington have not arrived yet." Alan Wilson's meaning was very simple. Under the premise that the United States is currently deeply involved in the Korean War and needs Britain's help in the Berlin crisis at the same time, it is unlikely that the United States will not be on the same side as Britain at this time. The current oil profit differences have not affected the UK mainland. If possible, the UK can blockade Iran for 10 years. The Royal Navy may not be like decades ago, attacking anyone in the world, but Iran is still within the capabilities of the Royal Navy. Alan Wilson said with a relaxed smile. So, sometimes the world has not changed. Weak countries are not necessarily beaten, but that's just that I don't want to attack you today. If we really have to tear our faces apart in the end, Iran will fall into political turmoil. It will become the current North Korea or Vietnam, or even Indonesia, and you will be the ones who suffer the most. Imperialism's bullying is vividly demonstrated in you British people. As soon as Alan Wilson finished speaking, Iranian diplomats around Mossadegh began to accuse him. The British side retorted, and the conference room was noisy for a while, and the atmosphere on both sides reached freezing point. Am I wrong? The oil is of course Iran's, but the market is not. Alan Wilson ignored the Iranians' accusations and directly took out a statistical data and threw it in front of Mossadegh. The data will not lie. Since the UK announced the blockade of Iran, buyers of oil from refineries previously controlled by the UK have also been threatened by the British government to take legal action. The UK has also reached a consensus with its closely related international oil companies not to fill the gap left by the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, causing Iran's oil industry to stagnate and oil production to plummet by 70%. The Abadan crisis reduced Iran's oil revenue to almost zero, putting pressure on Mossadegh's promised domestic reforms. At the same time, BP and Saudi Aramco increased oil production in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Iraq to make up for Iran's oil production cuts, so it did not affect Britain. The sanctions and blockades that the United States always imposed in later generations can also be played by Britain in this era. With just one word from Britain, Iran can experience the sanctions of the 21st century in advance. Then there is no need for us to talk. I will appeal to the United Nations. Mossadegh made a tough statement. It looks like we have to discuss with the Americans and launch a coup. Alan Wilson turned around and discussed seriously with Mackins beside him. If the United States disagrees, we can talk to the Soviets and restore the North-South division of the past. It's not like there has never been a division. I believe the area around the Caspian Sea in the north should be able to satisfy the Soviet Union's appetite. If we can do that, it would be the best. Mackins nodded solemnly. Although there have been some discord in recent years, we can still talk to Moscow about this matter. How about using the Berlin crisis as a bargaining chip? I think it's a good idea. If it can exchange for peace in Europe, it doesn't matter if we sacrifice the Middle East. Alan Wilson clapped his hands and said in agreement. After all, compared with Europe, other countries in the world are nothing. I don't believe that the Americans will watch Britain do this. Mossadegh knew that this was a very straightforward threat, but still threatened back. You should know what it means for the Soviet Union to come in. I only know that Iran is going to nationalize the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. Alan Wilson said expressionlessly. What's the difference between this and confiscation? If Britain doesn't say a word about this, then other countries can do the same. If Britain finds a way to overthrow your government, then even if we lose Iran's share of oil, we can give an explanation to the country. Even if we die, we can drag Iran to death with us. The key issue is that both Iraq and Saudi Arabia have taken half of the oil profits, but you Iranians are just here to confiscate it. Do you think Britain's nuclear weapons won't explode? In the end, Alan Wilson had already said something very serious, directly reflecting his usual style, bringing out nuclear blackmail and striking hard at the third world. This was the first time Britain had issued nuclear blackmail since its successful nuclear test, and the target was the Iranian Prime Minister in front of him. Mossadegh wanted to walk away directly, but the support statements of European countries scattered on the table and the fact that Iran was now under blockade did not allow him to do so. He could ignore the nuclear blackmail, but the threat of the other party to launch a coup could not be ignored. Alan Wilson was also relieved that he did not leave immediately. The extreme pressure from the King of Understanding really tested people's psychology. It would be embarrassing if he could not scare the other party. But fortunately, he at least knew that Mossadegh still had some concerns, and he did not leave immediately, which proved this point. Chapter 672, Benefit Sharing. The first meeting was of course not a happy one. After both parties left, Mackins was a little skeptical about today's blackmail. Alan, Whitehall asked us to come and see if we can have an agreement instead of messing things up. I understand this better than anyone else. After taking off the headband and pulling off the headscarf, Alan Wilson let out a long breath and said, from the British perspective, it's not that we have to be unreasonable, but the current environment forces us to show our strength even if we negotiate. Otherwise the situation will develop in a direction that is more unfavorable to us. If the United States is willing to understand, I'm afraid the Soviet Union will make trouble. Mackins said worriedly. That's really a very courageous thing. Alan Wilson laughed. There is no neighboring country of the Soviet Union who is not on guard against this behemoth. Remember my words, there are no exceptions. Taking a step back, if the talks really fail this time, we should really consider ruining the pot. Alan Wilson's bottom line is that Britain must not suffer losses. If it has to evolve into something unpredictable, no one can think about it. No country should think of accepting the benefits that Britain has been operating for so long without any cost. This is why he did not hesitate to threaten Mossadegh with a coup. Once Iran is in chaos, the worst that can happen is that each country will support its supporters and go to war. After all, China has had a civil war, Greece has a civil war, and now the Korean Civil War has not ended, and it has also attracted interference from other countries. So many countries have civil wars, and adding Iran is nothing. As for how many people died, that is Iran's business. This is Mossadegh's own choice. After the meeting, Alan Wilson went into the telegraph room and explained his blackmail strategy this time. Britain has been the world hegemon for hundreds of years, and even the interests of oil are not only in Iran. This time, the conflict with Iran over oil distribution has no impact on Britain, because Britain still has oil fields in Iraq, Kuwait and even Saudi Arabia. It can be said that the embargo on Iran will not backfire on Britain itself, but it is a big trouble for Iran. Alan Wilson told Mossadegh that if he wanted, Britain could blockade Iran for 10 years, and it was definitely not a joke. At least Britain still has the ability to do so. The reason why London is holding on is entirely because it cannot set this precedent. If Iran launches a nationalization movement today without paying a price, other countries will follow suit tomorrow. Soon, London received the details of the first negotiation with Mossadegh and immediately started a discussion. Although Alan Wilson wanted to have a good talk, he first adopted a blackmail strategy, which became the focus of discussion in Whitehall. Finally, Norman Brooke handed the telegram and his suggestions to Prime Minister Attlee. In public opinion, Britain also supported the negotiations in Basra, saying that Iran's demands were very harsh. Once London recognized Iran's actions, the confiscation of important British assets would be imitated all over the world, and the whole of Britain would fall into crisis. Sir Baron Alan Wilson's old boss and the commissioner in the Persian Gulf was running around and putting pressure on Iran at the diplomatic level. The message released was that confiscation was undoubtedly an extremely bad act, but the distribution of oil revenues was not impossible to talk about. We are not unreasonable. If Iran is dissatisfied with the profits from the oil distribution, it is not impossible to talk. After all, the times are progressing. Britain is not unreasonable, but the confiscation reminds me of the Soviet Union's actions after World War I. We warned Tehran that confiscation is very dangerous and very deadly. Alan Wilson expressed his fierce opposition to the confiscation in his speech to the Arabs. Although he was indignant on the surface, Alan Wilson was thinking about another thing. He felt that Britain lacked an Al Jazeera TV station. It is really inconvenient to talk now. If there is an Al Jazeera TV station to help, things will be much simpler. Should I put it in Qatar or Bahrain? Alan Wilson planned the position of this mouthpiece. In the future, Al Jazeera TV station will have a great influence on the Arab region. The fundamental reason for such influence is that it has money. Al Jazeera TV station is headquartered in Qatar. In the eyes of ordinary people, Saudi Arabia is already a country that lies on oil and has no worries, but compared with Qatar, Saudi Arabia is nothing. In the eyes of Qataris, Saudis are all poor. Saudi Arabia has no way to deal with Qatar. The reason for being helpless is the same as the reason why Saudi Arabia benefits today. For countries like Iraq, Syria, and Egypt, the reason why Saudi Arabia came from behind is that it has money. Although Saudi Arabia cannot beat these traditional military powers in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia has other powerful countries behind it. Although Saudi Arabia cannot beat them, they cannot beat the United States either. The reason why Saudi Arabia has been unable to do anything to Qatar is similar. Qatar certainly cannot beat Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia cannot beat the countries that support Qatar either. Currently, countries such as Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, and Oman are all protectorates under the name of Britain. Britain still has troops stationed in the Persian Gulf, so this time the difference in oil profits with Iran led to a reduction in production, and the increase in oil production in these countries offset Iran's production reduction. On the contrary, Iran's blocked raw materials have caused Iran's economy to be in trouble now. After shouting at Iran, Alan Wilson once again accompanied Princess Badiya to visit religious leaders in various places. The enthusiasm made Princess Badiya sigh that the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Iraq might be no more than this. If the princess doesn't mind, you can make a seal for me. Alan Wilson shook his headscarf and said very greedily, I can be a good friend of any monarchy. In fact, whether it is Zanzibar, Egypt or even Libya, I'm willing to serve their monarchs. There are not many monarchies in the world today, and they must unite with each other. I believe all kingdoms like friends like Mr. Allen. Princess Badiya pursed her lips and smiled secretly, but if it's just for collection, it's not that I can't think of a way. But what will Mr. Allen give in exchange? Can we talk about our current oil revenue again? Oh, respected princess, this request is really embarrassing. Alan Wilson squinted his eyes and said deeply, I believe there will be a more equitable distribution in the future, and all expenses, except patents, can be left to Iraq, but now is not the time. It's not that Britain is greedy, we also need time to adjust. If Iran only talks about oil distribution, it's not that the two sides cannot communicate, but they want to confiscate it. There is nothing we can do. Adjusting distribution and confiscation. This is the fundamental difference between the two countries this time. No one wants to be an internationalist. Internationalists go to the United States and the Soviet Union. Now Britain is not the world hegemon. Let's talk about business. No one wants to let Britain suffer losses in vain. While Alan Wilson and Princess Badiya exchanged views, Sir Baron was constantly visiting countries in the Persian Gulf to seek support, including but not limited to Yemen, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, and these countries have a common feature, that is, they are all British protectorates. After winning over the protectorate, Sir Baron opened his visit to Saudi Arabia. What he said was nothing more than that Iran is Persian. If Saudi Arabia stands on Iran's side very hastily, it may be backfired in the future. There are also Shiite residents in Saudi Arabia, accounting for 1/5 of the population, and they are concentrated in the coastal areas of the Persian Gulf. To put it bluntly, Shiites dominate the number of people in Saudi Arabia's oil-producing areas. Even if Saudi Arabia thinks that it has a good relationship with the United States, it should stand on the side of Britain when it comes to the distribution of oil. Otherwise, it is said that the former boss is two brushes. When Sir Barron conveyed Saudi Arabia's support by telegram, Alan Wilson had to sigh like this, mentioning Shah is really a punch to Saudi Arabia's soft spot. The so-called peace-loving Sunnis occupy an absolute advantage is just a false appearance, and the Shia population in the Persian Gulf is not weak at all. Otherwise, Saudi Arabia would not be so upset about the Shia arc. With the understanding of Saudi Arabia, a heavyweight player, and Britain's firm support for Arab countries against Israel, this time the Persian Gulf countries are considered a success. The day before the second meeting, his wife Pamela Mountbatten sent a telegram from Paris, saying that Mountbatten had arrived in Cyprus and officially took over the post of Commander-in-Chief of the Mediterranean Fleet. The Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier was also assigned to the Mediterranean Fleet. Although it may be embarrassing to say this, I have to say that General Mountbatten took over the Mediterranean Fleet, which made me sit up a lot more unconsciously. Alan Wilson, holding his headscarf with one hand, took a deep puff of a cigar, and said to his colleagues on both sides. A few minutes later, Mossadegh entered the meeting room and the second round of negotiations began. Mossadegh's anti-imperialist proposition was only supported by the Iranians. Around the entire Persian Gulf, Britain has already dealt with Arab countries. The Arab world is on the side of Britain. The public opinion brought about by major media all believe that it is understandable that the British are jumping up and down over Iran's confiscation. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia and Iraq all believe that confiscation is not in line with the spirit of the contract. Although it is only a nominal three giants, it is still within the ability of Britain to fully target Iran. The Arab world is unanimous in putting pressure on Iran, which also makes the Iranians at a loss. Alan Wilson, who threatened a coup, did not change his original intention and firmly stated that all the consequences caused by the confiscation have been understood by the surrounding oil-producing countries. The Arabs are very happy. They have increased production in exchange for more foreign exchange. This is all thanks to Iran. Mossadegh was silent for a long time, and even listened to Alan Wilson's words about my father-in-law Mountbatten for a while, and then spoke again. The oil profit is half of Britain and Iran. I think this request is too much. Alan Wilson made a tactical retreat, and commented in a solemn tone. Chapter 673 Mixed Settlement. The anger on Mossadegh's face flashed away, and then he heard Alan Wilson continue. Don't mind, dear Prime Minister. If it was about the Mountbatten Oil Company, I could make the decision and approve it now. But it involves the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which is not my wife's industry. I cannot sell out the interests of the empire in exchange for your private gratitude. One thing is one thing. If this matter was a matter between a private company and the Iranian government, Alan Wilson would have surrendered with the French flag raised high. The biggest taboo for a private enterprise is to confront a country. Even if the opponent is a banana republic, it is impossible to guarantee a sure win, not to mention that Iran is much stronger than a banana republic. But fortunately, Britain was prepared. Alan Wilson snapped his fingers, and Maggins understood, and took out a stack of documents. Among them were data on Iran's current raw material gap assessed by Me6, especially the civilian supplies that are very important to Iran. As in later generations or even more serious, Iran's cities and vast rural areas are completely two different worlds. This round of sanctions has caused huge damage to Iran. Although Mossadegh is supported by most Iranians, Iran is definitely not to the point where Britain cannot find an agent. Iran is different from Arab countries. The monarchical families of Arab countries in the Middle East can be traced back hundreds of years. Even if they are threatened by revolution, the situation cannot be worse than Iran. There is absolutely no comparison between Iran's Pahlavi dynasty and these countries, and the legitimacy is far behind. Even Morocco and Jordan, which also look more secular and pro-Western, may not have the social problems that Iran has, but their country is as stable as a rock. Without the influence of external forces, their lifespan is still long. The key is that Pahlavi's father, Reza Khan, was really born in poverty. At that time, Britain and the Russian Empire drew a line in Iran, with the south belonging to Britain and the north to the Russian Empire. Reza Khan was a Cossack general organized by the Russian Empire in the local area. At that time, the Russian Empire collapsed, and the Soviet Union was established. In this gap, the situation in Iran was controlled. It was not until 1925 that the Pahlavi dynasty was established. Alan Wilson didn't know if there was a younger monarchy than Iran in the world, but the shortcomings of the Pahlavi dynasty can be seen at a glance. Reza Khan was born in a low-class family and was a military leader. His biggest supporter was the Cossack corps he commanded back then. The Iranian dynasty was unstable, and Mossadegh must have known this fact. When Mossadegh and his party were looking at the information, Alan Wilson said, "Prime Minister Mossadegh, I think half of the profits are embarrassing Britain. I have an alternative plan. You can try a new currency settlement system so that Iran will not get half of the share on the surface, but the actual benefits will not be less than half. If we reach a consensus on this, you will give an explanation to the Iranian people, and we can also accept it. The relationship between Britain and Iran can still develop smoothly. I don't know what Mr. Allen's suggestion is." Mossadegh took off his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes. He was deeply shocked by the statistics of various industries he saw. The reason for the shock was that these data were real. It is conceivable that Iran now has no secrets from Britain. The British are more accurate about the actual situation in Iran than Iran's own statistics. The clear understanding can only mean one thing. Britain's previous threat to withdraw from Iran was not groundless. The current domestic situation in Iran was decided by the Potsdam Conference. The Soviet Union still has influence in northern Iran. Britain is in the south, and the United States is deeply rooted around Tehran, dividing the world into three parts. Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union are all in the Iranian political situation, and they dare not take action against each other. The increase in the secret front has never stopped. Others don't know about this situation, but Alan Wilson knows it best. He betrayed Iran with his own hands and taught the Soviets how to stuff thousands of people into the consulate. The three countries have conflicts of interest in Iran, but they are afraid of each other and dare not take action. How can he also have a share of credit? I have a short-term plan. Britain can sign a 5-year short-term settlement plan with Iran, and we can adjust the profit distribution of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company to 33%. The remaining 17% will be supplemented by sugar, iron ore, edible oil, and other commodities. Alan Wilson calmly explained his grand blueprint in a certain sense. Since Iran really wants to develop and needs to import these commodities, and it does not have enough foreign exchange, then join the British imperial preference system. One of the major pillar industries of British Malaya is sugar production, and Australia's best quality iron ore in the world today is in the hands of his wife Pamela Mountbatten. As for other commodities, the British colonies are vigorously developing them, and they can also share some with the Iranians. This set of plans is a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, Iran's share is increased to 1/3, and on the other hand, Iran is given preferential treatment under the imperial preference system by Britain to make up for Iran's losses. But on the surface, Britain still took a big advantage, and it was considered a step down by the British in this conflict. In fact, Iran has gained a lot of benefits, maybe even more. In fact, the quality of Iran's iron ore is not low, much better than the iron ore of Britain and China, where 30% of the quality is called rich ore, but it must not have been discovered at this time, because the steel embargo initiated by Britain to Iran suffered a huge blow. Iran's iron ore relies on imports, and Alan Wilson can open a hole to allow Australia to export iron ore to Iran. With a 1/3 profit distribution and the preferential treatment of the imperial preference system, I believe that the Iranians can be satisfied. This kind of trick can be used when the civil servants' salaries increase. Alan Wilson had this idea when he was explaining the plan. He put himself in the role of a cabinet secretary. In fact, Alan Wilson almost couldn't help but bring up the idea of the petro-pound, but he had already submitted the idea to Whitehall. But Whitehall had not made any move. There must be a reason for it. He believed that Whitehall must know the value of the petro-pound, but it pretended that nothing had happened at this time. There must be other considerations. To a large extent, countries compete with each other in military strength. The Soviet Union's tanks and armored vehicles, which were calculated in tens of thousands, were always said to have cost a lot of money. Alan Wilson did not comment on whether it really cost a lot of money. He only knew that after the steel of these leaders rusted, Russia would face endless humiliation from the United States. With these steel torrents, life might be better, but without them, even life would be almost gone. Obviously, Whitehall did not dare to promote the petro-pound, because it was afraid that the current British military strength could not keep the profits of the petro-pound. Probably for this reason, Alan Wilson naturally did not mention the petro-pound, but waited until the United States was confident in finding its next opponent, while Britain was considering backstabbing its rebellious son. Short-term plan? 5 years. Mossadegh said after a long silence. 34%. I believe Britain will not be obsessed with this concession, and I have another question. I don't know what to do after 5 years. Alan Wilson actually hadn't thought about it at all, and secretly sighed in his heart. Why Mossadegh asked such a question, catching him off guard with a plan that was completely based on delaying time. If we have a second meeting at that time, Iran will take back its share of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company and consider listing it in London to raise funds. Britain can use its position in the financial industry to help Iran. Although he was not prepared for Mossadegh's question, Alan Wilson still acted confident. Dear Prime Minister, in fact, even if we follow the previous treaty, the treaty time will expire in 1960. Why should Iran be in a hurry? Seeing Mossadegh's hesitation, Alan Wilson began to persuade him. Iran does not give Britain time to adjust. Britain is damaged. Iran is the battlefield between the United States and the Soviet Union. It is so difficult for you to drive Britain away. What bargaining chips will you use to make the United States and the Soviet Union leave? In 1900, British millionaire William Knox Darcy reached an oil trade agreement with Iranian King Muzaffar al-Din Shah. The agreement stipulates that Darcy has exclusive oil exploration and exploitation rights in Iran. The signing period of this agreement is 60 years. In 1960, Britain's exclusive oil exploitation will expire. On the one hand, Alan Wilson reminded Mossadegh to abide by the treaty. Britain will naturally abide by the treaty when the time comes. On the other hand, a package plan was also proposed, such as borrowing Britain's influence to allow Commonwealth countries to import Iranian oil. Australia needs oil, Iran needs iron ore. They are complementary. India is a huge market. Britain can come forward to talk to New Delhi, establish economic and trade relations between Iran and India. Alan Wilson said earnestly, we can cooperate in many areas. Don't look at only 1/3 of the share. The expansion of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company can completely make up for Iran's apparent losses, not to mention that you have no losses at all. We need to think carefully. Mossadegh was tempted, but still did not agree immediately. We have enough patience. Alan Wilson did not force it, although he wanted to go to Cyprus and meet with General Mountbatten immediately to talk about the Free Officers Organization and then go to Paris to slap him in the face. After the second round of negotiations, Alan Wilson contacted Sir Barron and decided to focus on the pressure on Iran to break the contract. Clearly pointed out that the treaty would expire in 1960 and also spread the word that the talks had made some progress. If Mossadegh showed sincerity, this disagreement on oil revenues could end peacefully. Mossadegh is also using this time to calculate whether Britain can achieve the 50% Iran expects if it is willing to give Iran the benefits of the imperial preference system. The constant fake news about the Basra conference has made the onlookers feel torturous. Chapter 674, British-Iranian Reconciliation. While the outside world was in turmoil, Alan Wilson was also communicating with London, talking about the record after the short-term settlement was completed, and also seeking support from other countries. The British Empire before World War II certainly had such strength, but now it really does not. The record is that, if this negotiation is successful, when the short-term settlement plan is over, a comprehensive oil company that binds European countries will be established to replace the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. This company can include France, Germany, the Netherlands and Belgium, even Portugal and Spain, and even all European countries to hold shares together. Of course, the main one is the United Kingdom. Even if the Iranian nationalization movement is the final victory of the United Kingdom, it is enough to make other countries realize the fragility of the Middle East oil supply. In the face of this fragility, on the one hand, it is necessary to change the profit distribution, and on the other hand, it is necessary to strengthen the strength of its own side. The United Kingdom can take the lead in all European countries that are committed to ensuring oil security, establish an international consortium representing Europe, take the lead in establishing the National Iranian Oil Company, and operate this new oil company in the way of Aramco. The National Iranian Oil Company nominally obtains the right to use all facilities, oil wells, and equipment, but the business company has all exclusive rights to use them. Let the Iranian government reach an agreement with International Oil Capital. The National Iranian Oil Company, as the owner, hired an international oil consortium composed of Britain, France and other European countries as a contractor, to control the production and sales of Iranian oil. The International Oil Consortium signed an agreement with the Iranian government. The International Oil Consortium took over the oil exploration and production and sales rights of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, and gave half of the profits to Iran. In this way, Britain combined all European countries, and established an oil system with Britain as the core. Once this system is established, it is only aimed at Iran now, and it can be expanded to all Middle Eastern oil producing countries in the future. I dare not say that it will definitely block the petrodollar that has not yet appeared, but through the binding of oil interests, Britain will at least have the status of the euro. In fact, it is much more confident than the euro. The euro in later generations occupies less world settlement share than the pound in 1952. In the telegram, Alan Wilson once again emphasized the importance of the Middle East, and Whitehall gave a positive reply. At the same time, he said that Alan Wilson could talk to the local chiefs about the Middle East Air Transit Station plan, and asked Barron directly if he didn't understand. For the former boss Sir Barron, this period can be said to be running for his former assistant. When he was in New Delhi, he never thought that one day he and Alan Wilson would play opposite roles, running around for each other. But fate is so wonderful. There is no doubt that since getting married, Alan Wilson's career has entered the fast lane and has been increasingly valued by Whitehall. However, Alan Wilson still expressed humility in front of his former boss. When the two British men in Arab robes met, they were shocked by each other's dress and couldn't help laughing. "How is the talk with Mossadegh?" Sir Barron shook his headscarf and asked about the progress of his former assistant. "It's hard to say. I hope it goes well." Alan Wilson shook his head slightly, cautiously expressing his hope that everything will go well, and then asked, "Sir Barron, how is your side?" "Whitehall asked me to find out, but I don't know the progress of things. There are many things I need to ask. In fact, London's opinion is to merge our protectorates in the Persian Gulf into one country. Generally speaking, this is my job." Sir Barron shrugged and answered without hiding anything. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. Another merger? He deeply felt that there were number 500 countries in the world, and Britain's obsession with mergers was largely responsible. From British India to British Malaya, British Central African Federation, British East African Federation, Britain has made great contributions to the unification of all parts of the world. Even if it has achieved this point, it has been criticized as a minefield before leaving. Sometimes Alan Wilson feels that the accusations against Britain are very unfair. Sir Barron revealed that he hopes that the 9 emirs of the protectorates of Bahrain, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Dubai, Ras Al Khaimah, Ajman, Fujairah, and Al Quwain will merge into a united monarchy, just like the coexistence of many sultans in British Malaya. Alan Wilson understood it all at once. Isn't this the United Arab Emirates? It turns out that Bahrain and Qatar were also included in the earliest version. This is very surprising. But if Qatar and Bahrain are also included, and the plan is finally successful, Alan Wilson dare not imagine how rich this country will be in the future, and almost all the factors of a resource-rich country that makes money lying down will be accounted for. Whitehall's air transit station plan is a plan to maintain British influence with these protectorates as a core. Although Alan Wilson was dissatisfied with Britain's habitual merger, this plan could be an exception. Each of these British protectorates is not large in area, and even if all of them are merged together, the area is not more than 100,000 square kilometers. Compared with neighboring Iran and Saudi Arabia, it is a very small country, but it will definitely be the richest country in the Middle East in the future. Alan Wilson even wanted to add Kuwait, but considering the feelings of the Kingdom of Iraq, he gave up. Soon he was uncharacteristically supportive of this merger plan, and said that he could talk about the air transit station. The construction labor force is ready, the industrial materials are provided by British Malaya, and the labor force is not from Pakistan. You are such a responsible commissioner. Sir Baron was moved and marvelled at Alan Wilson's dedication to his duties. Why he was valued by Whitehall can be seen from this incident. As long as the opportunity arises, if we don't do it, someone else will naturally do it. Alan Wilson answered sincerely, there is no shortage of nations in the world that can seize opportunities. It is better to hand it over to people who are relatively reliable to Britain. He remembered that when South Korea started in the 1960s, because Japan was also at its peak, South Korea could only do some hard work, and the Middle East was South Korea's main work location. At the peak, there were 1 million Korean workers working in the desert of the Middle East. Those people worked hard in the desert of the Middle East, in a barracks like a military camp. People often say that the reason for the success of Korean companies is that Koreans are the only nation in the world that can work for 2 consecutive years in a foreign desert, without alcohol, and with strict military discipline. There are nations in the world that can endure hardships. Alan Wilson doesn't want to wait for Koreans to build the Middle East. He has his own British Malaya that is capable of this kind of work, and he doesn't need a country with American troops to help. And from a long-term perspective, monopoly has always been the only choice for maximizing benefits, and the fewer competitors, the better. He even wants to suppress Japan, let alone South Korea. It seems that we should speed up the construction of the transit station. I think Dubai is a good place, right in the middle of the Eurasian continent, very suitable. Alan Wilson and Sir Baron discussed, we have a good relationship with Pakistan, right? Let's talk to them and ask them to provide workers, and we will provide industrial support to build an air transit station. In fact, many of these current British protectorates have not discovered oil and gas resources. Although countries in the world generally recognize that the Persian Gulf is the gas station of the earth, their attention is currently on countries with large areas such as Iraq, Saudi Arabia and Iran. These pocket emirates have not attracted attention. Another factor is that these sheikhs are generally British protectorates, and the local British army also played a hindering role. Just as Dubai was the location of the air transit station, Alan Wilson and Sir Baron reached a consensus and jointly wrote a report to London to officially determine the location of the air transit station. Sir Baron went directly to Doha to prepare and win the support of these emirs to settle the matter. Soon Mossadegh appeared again, and the third round of negotiations on the profitable differences between Britain and Iran began. Mossadegh put forward a new requirement that the accounts of the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company must be transparent to Iran. Previously, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which was controlled by the United Kingdom, refused to allow others to audit its accounts. The Iranian government had no way of knowing whether the fees paid by the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company were in line with its promises, and the British uncompromising attitude also angered the Iranian people. No problem, this is a very reasonable request. Alan Wilson also hoped that this conflict would end as soon as possible. The account problem was already a problem that could not be smaller. In the third negotiation, both Britain and Iran showed their sincerity, with 1/3 of the oil profit distribution plus the raw material support of the empire preference system. At the same time, Britain also stated that it would definitely keep the Iranian government transparent in its accounts. Some good news also reached Iran. Not all Iranians knew what the empire preference system was, but those who were bribed by the British MI6 would come up with an explanation that ordinary Iranians could accept and even feel excited about. That is the system in which Britain's vast colonies helped Britain's economic takeoff. Under this system, Britain could save production costs to the greatest extent and produce more products in less time than others. Once the UK opens this preferential system to Iran, Iran can get the best products like the UK and spend the least money to do things, which is something that cannot be exchanged for any amount of money. Alan Wilson knew that with Iran's current industrial level, joining in would only bring some benefits in terms of raw material costs. It is not enough to form a competitive relationship with the UK. Iran will benefit, but it will bring greater benefits to the UK. On June 26, Britain and Iran simultaneously announced that the differences over this oil profit had been satisfactorily resolved. Mossadegh said that this was a great victory for Iran, and that Iran's prosperity was about to come. Another one has been resolved. Alan Wilson looked at the signed joint statement and sighed that another problem had been solved. Chapter 675 Finalizing the airport. Alan Wilson felt relieved, but he couldn't leave immediately. It was not just about the formation of the UAE by several protectorates around the Persian Gulf. This matter was naturally handled by his old boss Sir Baron. If he came to the Persian Gulf under the pretext of diplomatic duties and didn't treat himself as an outsider, it would be detrimental to the unity of the civil service group. These small emirates couldn't turn the tables, so they could wait for Sir Baron to come up with a mature and constructive plan and plan slowly for 10 or 8 years. The merger could be planned slowly, and the project could be started first. It happened that the oil and gas resources of these small countries had not been discovered yet, which was more conducive to the UK to promote related plans. He believed that the plan of the air transit port was a very attractive plan for these emirates that did not have oil and gas resources in 1952. Whether it was Qatar or Bahrain, they were not the dead appearance of lying on money in later generations, and they just needed Britain to save them. Alan Wilson was not going to interfere, but he still discussed this issue with Sir Baron, and at the same time, he had to take care of the self-esteem of these emirates. That being said, this was exactly why Alan Wilson did not leave immediately. He was waiting to see how Mossadegh would package this negotiation after returning home, and whether he could give an explanation to Iran's supporters. These emirates are small in size and lack self-defense capabilities. No oil and gas resources have been discovered yet. So we say that given their land area, the chances of discovering huge reserves of oil and gas resources are slim. Is this reasonable? Of course we will still conduct exploration in the future, but it is also a fact that these emirates have no resources now. Alan Wilson looked at his old boss, just like when he was in British India, doing the work of a commissioner assistant and providing advice. Seeing that Alan Wilson remained humble as he was in New Delhi, Sir Baron had a clear mind. If the oil and gas resources of these emirates exist, I believe that several emirs very much hope that the rapidly developing Mountbatten Oil and Gas Company will bring them the long-standing good fortune. Respected sir, look at what you said. Of course, we all hope that this kind of luck can be maintained. But Pamela may be spoiled. Alan Wilson lowered his head slightly and said irrelevantly, of course this is good for the country, and it is also good for Whitehall. In fact, how can the exploration process be done without your care? You know this place so well. I think you will definitely have a place as the vice president of the oil and gas company. Very good. Sir Baron squinted his eyes and said knowingly, this is all for the civilization and order of the British Empire. It is also for the welfare of the local Arabs. Alan Wilson had taken out a bottle of whiskey at some point, opened it and filled it for Sir Baron while talking. Oh, by the way, I heard that the citizens in the country are most concerned about the upcoming Helsinki Olympics, not your negotiations. I heard, it seems that some citizens are dissatisfied with the composition of the British delegation. Sir Baron, holding the wine glass, took a sip and looked directly at Alan Wilson, as if he was locking on a criminal suspect. Dear sir, this is the least costly way to test the local citizens. Alan Wilson smiled slightly and did not hide any details, revealing all his ideas, except the Commonwealth lottery plan. The two then talked about the still dragging war. Sir Baron knew that Alan Wilson was a commissioner in Asia, and the Chinese were the majority ethnic group in the jurisdiction, so he asked about his opinion on this matter. The Americans are too stubborn, we can't be like them. If I formulate foreign policy, my basic work core is to stand with the United States 80% of the time, and the remaining 20% of the time, to ruin the previous 80% of the results. Alan Wilson laughed, not hiding his contempt for the United States. His views on the United States are consistent, although in the eyes of many people, such as McCarthy, Alan Wilson is a walking special relationship between Britain and the United States. But he knows that Britain's fate must not be tied to the United States, just as the collapse of the Soviet Union killed a lot of Eastern European socialist countries. Once the bond is too deep, the United States may lead Britain into a ditch. Take the United States in the 21st century. All countries except the United States know that the United States does not have the strength to resist China and Russia at the same time, but the US president does not think so. It is better not to talk to Russia once. In the final analysis, because anti-Russia is a sunset industry that is too big to fail in the United States, the personnel relations, capital flows, and political structures involved are so huge that even the slightest interference in this industry will involve great political risks. Just look at how long the US president will be tortured by collusion with Russia. The United States has a delusion that it can replicate the collapse of the Soviet Union and make Russia collapse again, as long as it makes an effort. It is simply to the point of believing that the United States, which cannot extricate itself from the delusion, cannot be awakened by the enemy, let alone the allies. Believing that the United States can defeat Russia again is not a political view in the United States, but a political correctness. The entire American political world is chanting, and it is not okay if the voice is not loud, let alone not chanting. Therefore, when talking with Russia, the United States can put forward incredible conditions, indicating that as long as Russia does not make trouble at this time, the United States can recognize Russia's legitimacy. This is equivalent to the United States saying that I'm going to deal with China now. Russia does not come out to make trouble, and I will let you live a few more years. It seems that, if Russia does not agree, even its existence as a country will be questioned. Although the United States is a bit rough in doing things, it can be seen that it is ready to shrink, just like the current post-war Britain. But the United States is obviously going from one victory to another. So for the United States, it is not difficult to understand that after a war, another war will start. The Americans have accepted world hegemony without paying any war price, so naturally they don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. The Emir's meeting invited by Sir Baron was held in Doha. At the invitation of his old boss, Alan Wilson attended as an observer. On the one hand, to make a good relationship with these people, who are destined to sleep on money in the future. The Emirs wearing headscarves will have to work overtime until 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the future, and they deserve Alan Wilson's courtesy. The protagonist is Sir Baron, the commissioner of the Persian Gulf. Alan Wilson is just accompanying him to see the public opinion feedback in Iran after Mossadegh return home. Do you think Mossadegh was not afraid of power and firmly safeguarded Iran's interests? Or do you think Mossadegh lost power and humiliated the country? The Prime Minister fought for an agreement on the half share of oil profits in Anglo-Iranian relations, which was also the original intention of the Prime Minister earlier. The British made concessions under the pressure of Prime Minister Mossadegh and expressed that the accounts of the British Indian Oil Company would be transparent. In the international situation, it is understandable to defend Iran's interests, but we must also pay attention to methods. The British representatives at the talks were impressed by the Prime Minister's mature politician style. When was I impressed? Alan Wilson turned a deaf ear to the exchanges between Sir Baron and several emirs. Through the influential newspapers in Iran, we can judge the mainstream opinion in Iran after the talks. Some praised Mossadegh for defending national interests, some reported the transparency of accounts, and some praised Mossadegh's mature diplomatic skills. In the final analysis, Iran won. If this kind of public opinion is true, Alan Wilson doesn't have to worry about Iran's explosion, at least in the short term. For Britain, which should seek stability in everything today, being able to delay is a great victory. If it was before, he might still worry about whether the conservative forces in the country would accuse him of making too many concessions. Now he is not so worried. Didn't he hear what Sir Baron said? Local citizens are obviously more concerned about the large number of black athletes in the British delegation at the Helsinki Olympics. This is normal. If Alan Wilson were an ordinary person, he would pay more attention to this matter than the oil negotiations. This is all human nature. The government pays attention to the oil negotiations, but there is no memorable point, and there is obviously no racial issue that attracts people's attention. Dear Emiris, this is the plan for the air transit station. What I hope is that everyone can make good use of your special geographical conditions in the middle of Eurasia. Sir Baron said this and drew attention to Alan Wilson, who was reading a newspaper. The promotion of this project will receive full support from the British Empire. Raw materials will be provided by Africa, industrial capacity will be assisted by Malaya, and London will communicate with Pakistan for manpower. Of course, we support the respected emirates to adopt a diversified development strategy. After all, your territories combined cannot be compared with Saudi Arabia and Iran, isn't that right, Alan? Yes, dear Sir Baron. Alan Wilson put down the newspaper and continued to paint the pie along the lines of Sir Baron's thoughts. The huge flow of people brought by the air transit station will promote everyone's prosperity. Of course, we don't mean to give up our work in oil and gas exploration. If we can do both, it will be of great benefit to both Britain and the Emirates. It's a win-win strategy. Whitehall had already drawn up a plan and was waiting to be implemented, so today's communication was not difficult for Sir Baron and Alan Wilson. The emirs of Bahrain, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Dubai, Ras Al Khaimah, Ajman, Fujairah, and Al Quwain all approved the plan, and Sir Baron signed the air transit station plan on behalf of the United Kingdom, and the location was set in Dubai. At this point, knowing that Mossadegh did not encounter any trouble after returning home, Alan Wilson could temporarily ignore the situation here, so he sent a telegram to Paris, asking his wife to send a connecting plane to pick him up to Cyprus, and to talk to his father-in-law, who was promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the Mediterranean Fleet, about his concern for the country and the people. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.